may have been the last shot Michael Jordan will ever take in the NBA.
Maybe not. Good morning. Air Jordan is taxiing for takeoff. Legendary basketball great Michael Jordan is getting ready to return to the game he loves today, Tuesday, September 11th, 2001.
From NBC News, this is Today with Katie Couric and Matt Lauer. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
And good morning. Welcome to Today on a Tuesday morning. I'm Matt Lauer.
And I'm Katie Couric. What's that Dolly Parton song? Here we go again.
Yeah, unbelievable. We've been talking about this for a long time. He retired from the game back in 1993 to try his hand at baseball. Then he returned in 1995. But he walked away again in 1999 after leading Chicago to 6 championships. Now the 38-year-old has been working out all summer, playing some pickup games against other NBA players. Outside his restaurant in Chicago on Monday, he told the Associated Press and other reporters, quote, "I'm doing it for the love of the game, nothing else, for the love of the game," unquote. Reached later by the Washington Post, his airness said he was not confirming a comeback. So, will he or won't he? We'll talk to Bob Costas about that in just a couple of minutes. We'll also turn our attention to the economy. Are consumers the only thing standing between us and a recession? We'll get the outlook on that from President Bush's Commerce Secretary.
And speaking of commerce, a man who knows a little bit about that will stop by. Or our old boss, recently retired GE Chairman Jack Welch, one of the most successful CEOs of the 20th century. Dun, da, da, da. We're going to find out what makes him tick. Then Senator Ted Kennedy will be here to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts.
And a little later on, we're going to have more of our Living Better series with a look at how your mood plays a role in your health. Plus, the very funny Tracy Ullman will stop by to tell us what she's been up to lately.
She's got a new show called Visible Panty Line.
Like
you got to love that. Anyway, but first, his airness, as Matt mentioned, may be reigning once again. Michael Jordan is poised for a comeback. Here's NBC's Bob Faw.
Jordan spinning.
On the court, he's done it all, winning 10 scoring titles in 13 years, leading the Chicago Bulls to 6 world championships, becoming arguably the greatest basketball player ever. And last night in Chicago, the Associated Press says Michael Jordan, quote, all but confirmed he's coming back to the NBA to play for the lowly Washington Wizards. I'm doing it, Jordan told the AP, for the love of the game, nothing else.
I know he's going to play great, but will he be comfortable at 75% of being Michael Jordan of yesteryear? See, he's not going to be the same Michael Jordan.
Later, told of those reports, Jordan said he had confirmed nothing, adding that until he could grade his physical condition 10 on a scale of 10, and that he's now a 7.5 or maybe 8, he's not sure what he'll do. Still, reports that Jordan would make an official announcement within 10 days electrified Washington fans.
I think Mike will come back and show him that he's not as old as people think he is.
He's left and come back before in 1993, trying and failing in minor league baseball, then returning in 1995 to lead the Bulls to 2 more titles, immortalizing himself in the Windy City.
I think it's great, you know what I'm saying? I miss Jordan.
In his absence, the NBA's television ratings slipped. Marketing experts predict they'd climb if he returns. The AP quotes Jordan as saying, I want to play for years, bringing number 23 closer than ever to 1 more title. Comeback kid. For today, Bob Faw, NBC News, Washington.
And Bob Costas has covered Jordan's career for NBC Sports. Hey, Bob, thanks for coming in. I know how you hate to wake up in the morning this early. You like to wake up in the morning.
Eventually.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I prefer it to the alternative, actually.
Will he or won't he?
Absolutely, he will.
Really?
Yeah.
Why are you so certain?
Because he's gone this far along the path. It's not just a matter of getting in shape. He endured the cracked ribs, the back spasms. Could a training injury happen that would sideline him? Yeah, but I think at this point he intends to do it.
Why do you think he's doing it? I mean, what's motivating him to get back into the game?
When he says for love of the game, I think that entails a lot of things besides the game. I think, and I don't mean this as a criticism, I think he enjoys the spotlight, he enjoys the adulation, he enjoys being Michael Jordan.
He talks about encouraging kids and showing them how to play the sport and things along those lines.
I'm sure that would happen, but I think that would be incidental. He has a craving for competition unlike almost anyone who's ever lived. People who know him very well say that he will make a competition out of anything. He plays cards seriously. He'd play ping pong with his kids seriously. He needs competition at the highest level. He can't be the same Michael Jordan he once was, but he can probably be one of the 10 to 20 best players in the league.
All right, let's do a laundry list of what does this mean for certain things. For basketball.
Kind of a double-edged sword. in that there's no question that his return will focus additional attention on the NBA, but they're actually trying to come out of the Jordan era and move into a new era with Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson and Shaquille O'Neal taking center stage. Will they ever be as transcendently popular as Jordan? No, but they're coming into their own. Now this kind of diverts attention a little bit. And if people want to watch the games the Wizards play more than they want to watch the games the Sixers or the Lakers play, in a way it sends a bad message about the future of the NBA.
All right, what does it mean for the Wizards themselves?
Well, they'll be a better team. He's improved them as an executive, added Doug Collins, our old NBC colleague, as a coach, and he's a very good coach. I think they'll be an improved team. That may mean that they can make the playoffs. They can't contend for the championship.
What will this mean to his peers? How will he be received?
He doesn't have many peers. He's the greatest player of all time. There's only a handful of guys left in the league, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Hakeem Olajuwon, whose careers really kind of overlap his significantly. He'll run into guys like Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson, who will want to show him that to a certain extent his day is past.
Let's talk about fans. It was interesting, before the show we do teases with local stations, and I think Atlanta was doing a survey, and overwhelmingly, I believe fans were saying they didn't want him to come back.
Well, a lot of fans don't want the last image to be spoiled. First of all, I think, obviously, it's his life. And if he craves competition so much and he can still play reasonably well, of course he should do whatever pleases him. But a lot of people believe that he had the single greatest exit in the history of team sports, and you can't possibly add to it. You can only detract from it.
And you can only go downhill from there, basically.
Oh, right. Now, his argument is, so what? I've done what I've done, and as long as I'm still a good player. I remember Bill Bradley wrote a book called Life on the Run when he was playing with the New York Knicks. He said he didn't buy the Joe DiMaggio argument that you had to go out on top and never let people see you decline. He said getting better was part of the athletic process, and then peaking and declining was also part of a process that he wanted to live out. Not to the point where he wasn't capable of playing in the league, but he didn't mind playing at less than his best as long as he was still giving whatever was his best at that time.
Well, I think that's a good, refreshing attitude to have, don't you? I mean, I think sports could use more of that.
It makes sense.
Life could use more of that. But
it makes sense for almost everybody except the guy who went out like Jordan did.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at how he left the game on such a high note. Let's take another look at that.
Brian Russell with a quick crossover. Look at Brian Russell slips, and Michael pulls up and buries the shot to give him a 1-point lead.
That may have been, who knows what will unfold in the next several months, but that may have been the last shot Michael Jordan will ever take in the NBA.
Watch Jordan's left hand here as he gives Russell the push. The referee can't see that. Jordan frees himself up for a clean look. The greatest thing about Jordan is he has all the tricks. That's why it's so difficult to guard him.
If that's the last...
No, what I was just about to say there, I've heard it so many times, I practically know it by heart. If that's the last image of Michael Jordan, how magnificent is it? See, and that's the difference between him and almost anyone else. Ted Williams hit a home run on his last time at bat, but it wasn't in the World Series. This not only was in the NBA Finals, it turned a 1-point deficit into a 1-point lead and a win. Going out like that, you know, Babe Ruth went out hitting under 200, but there's no film of it. There's no film, you know, it's just a few still pictures. We've got a set image of this guy that some people believe that he's tampering with. Some people think he's a little bit like a guy who's been on the Broadway stage. He's gotten a half-dozen standing ovations and curtain calls, and now when all the folks are in the lobby buzzing about how it was the greatest show they've ever seen, he comes running out in full costume saying, wait, come back, one more thing. You know, and he's a guy who's always had a great sense of theater, but his great sense of competition and need to compete may overwhelm that sense of theater here.
All right. Well, Bob Costas, great to see you as always. Thanks for coming in, Bob.
Thank you, Katie.
It is coming up on 7:09. Now let's get the rest of the morning's news from Ann Curry over at the news desk. Ann?
Good morning, Katie. Good morning, everybody. In the news this morning, for the second time in 2 weeks, the U.S. has lost a spy plane over southern Iraq. Iraq said today that it claimed that it shot the plane down near the town of Basra. The U.S. says only that it has lost communications with the unmanned Predator spy plane, but that it does not know why. A California grand jury has rejected a flight attendant's complaint that Congressman Gary Condit obstructed justice. Anne Marie Smith has accused Condit of asking her to sign an affidavit stating the two did not have an affair. Well, Condit has denied asking anyone to lie. The grand jury said the criminal complaint was not in its jurisdiction. Smith's lawyer plans to refile the complaint. Today, the National Academy of Sciences is releasing a report that says more stem cells are needed if scientists are to find cures for some debilitating diseases. The Academy does not mention President Bush's policy on stem cells directly, but does say the federal funding the president has approved for about 60 cell lines is not enough. Police in Sacramento have released a videotape made by mass murder suspect Joseph Ferguson just before he killed himself. And the tape is chilling in what it reveals about the gunman. NBC's Chip Reed reports.
This was 20-year-old Joseph Ferguson making an angry, profanity-laced statement that police say was taped during his murderous rampage in Sacramento this weekend.
I want a hell of a show. I've taken 4 victims.
In fact, police confirmed that at this point, Ferguson had killed 4 people, 3 of them former co-workers at Burns Security, one of them Ferguson's former girlfriend. Now Ferguson was holding another Burns employee hostage along with the man's wife, forcing her to videotape his statement.
Made them do a videotape of him on the video telling how he's going to kill cops and go after other Burns employees.
After the taping, police say Ferguson killed the former co-worker, his 5th victim. In the tape, Ferguson also predicted what would happen later that night, a furious gun battle with police and Ferguson's suicide.
Either a bullet to my brain or cops will kill me. Most likely it'll be a bullet to the brain.
Police say they released the tape reluctantly, fearing that another similarly disturbed individual could view Ferguson as a martyr.
This guy killed innocent people, and that's the way he needs to be portrayed.
5 innocent people, according to police, a number they say could have been much higher. Chip Reed, NBC News, Sacramento.
And Elizabeth Dole is about to become candidate Dole again. Mrs. Dole ran unsuccessfully last year for the Republican nomination for president. Well, today she's expected to announce that she's running for the U.S. Senate, filling in for Jesse Helms' seat. Helms has said that he will not seek re-election. It is now 7:11, and now let's turn back to Matt, Katie, now.
All right, Ann, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Roker?
Well, we're keeping an eye on the
You
Atlantic.
like my part,
I do.
Mr. Roker?
Mr. Roker, thank you very much, Miss Couric, as we take a look now, and Mr. Lauer as
Thank
well.
you.
Let's see, okay? Let's take a look, kids. We've got Hurricane Aaron. It winds at 90 miles per hour, 430 miles east-southeast of Atlantic City. It's moving north. Look for riptides and heavy swells along the northeastern Atlantic coast. Tropical Depression number 7 could be Felix, 35-mile-per-hour winds, 890 miles east of the Leeward Islands, moving west-northwest, so we're keeping an eye on that. And there's a low-pressure system off the coast of Florida that may become a tropical system as well. So a lot of activity in the Atlantic today. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Well, we have had a cool, refreshing change overnight. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tom Curine. Temperature here at Northwest down to 63. In the suburbs, it has dipped down into the 50s this morning. The afternoon high should make it into the low 80s. It'll be a bit breezy today, but comfortably dry and bright sunshine. Another chilly evening. In fact, widespread 50s common by dawn tomorrow. During the day tomorrow afternoon, should be up in the upper 70s. Then Thursday evening, there's a chance of a passing shower. Otherwise, we have dry weather and cooler weather into the weekend.
That's your latest weather. Now here's Matt.
All right, Al, thank you very much. On Close Up this morning, the sputtering economy. Members of Congress are asking President Bush to do more to turn things around. NBC's David Gregory is traveling with the president. He's in Longboat Key, Florida this morning. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. The president's in the middle of a 2-day swing here in Florida to promote his education plan, which is stuck in Congress. But as you mentioned, with the economy slide, his advisors know such initiatives are attracting little attention. In Jacksonville Monday, the president dodged questions about whether more tax cuts are necessary to arrest the economy's fall. But top Republicans who are pressuring the White House to do more to stave off the political effects of a recession signal the president is close to backing a capital gains tax cut. Republicans may be willing to link such a cut with a reduction of the Social Security payroll tax to attract support from Democrats.
Well, I have no doubt that President Bush supports the idea of capital gains tax rate cut. It's not a question of if, it's when.
A cut in the capital gains tax could provide crucial help to the White House because many believe the move would actually produce more government revenue as people sell off assets. The extra money could ease a perilous budget crunch that has the White House considering an across-the-board spending cut to avoid tapping the Social Security surplus. The economy and a looming fight over the budget have left the public anxious.
They're concerned about their jobs, they're concerned about their retirement, and they want to see something happen now, and they want to see some leadership from this city now.
So concerned is the president about appearing in command of an economic recovery. Aides say he will speak about the downturn almost every day, even as his economic advisors anxiously wait for the turnaround they insist is coming soon.
Matt?
All right, David Gregory in Florida this morning. David, thanks very much. Don Evans is Secretary of the Commerce. Mr. Secretary, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How would
Good,
you
Matt.
describe the economy right now? Where are we?
We're at an unacceptably slow growth rate, Matt. I mean, you saw the numbers recently in the second quarter. The economy was growing at about 0.2%. This quarter, I don't know, it's not going to be much north of that, maybe in the 1% range. But it's unacceptably slow right now.
The president had hoped that his tax cut would spur on the economy. The checks are still going out to individual taxpayers, I know. Is there any early indication that taxpayers are taking that several $100 check and spending it in a way that will, in fact, spur on the economy?
Well, certainly a number of the taxpayers I've talked to across America are spending it. I mean, as I traveled around the country, I'm hearing people say, thank you very much. I got my $600. I've bought school supplies or school clothes with it. And so the money is moving into the economy. It's helping the economy, Matt. There's no question about that. The question is, how much is it helping?
And a lot of people want more to be done. We just heard David Gregory talk about a possible cut in the capital gains tax. Would you be in favor of that?
Well, the president has already said he's going to be open-minded. He is very concerned about the economy. He's very concerned about the rise in the unemployment rate. And so he will be open-minded. He will listen to his economic advisors. They will present to him ways to further stimulate this economy.
Couldn't a cut in capital gains, though, also hurt the stock market with investors selling off stocks to reap profits?
Well, again, man, I mean, I don't want to prejudge what the president's going to do on this. Let me tell you, there's other things that can be done that he's already presented to Congress. One is pass the president's national energy plan. I mean, he presented that to Congress. We need to bring energy prices down in this country. That will help stimulate growth. That will stimulate more jobs. That will put more disposable income in the hands of the American people. Congress needs to pass trade promotion authority for the president. He's asked for that. As I talk to businesses all across America, they all tell me that their future growth is outside the borders of the United States. 95% of the people in this world live outside the borders of this country.
And most experts will tell you that those two plans will help in the long term, but it's not going to do much in the short term.
In the short term, we have tax cuts that are beginning to take hold, man. We'll continue to watch these numbers very, very closely. The president is very concerned about this economy. He's very concerned about unemployment. As he said, anyone that's unemployed in this country is one too many. So, we'll continue to watch the numbers. There are more important statistics coming out this Friday. He'll watch those. His advisors will advise him, and he'll make decisions in the coming weeks.
Commerce Secretary Don Evans. Mr. Evans, thanks very much.
Thank you, Matt.
17 past the hour. Here's Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you. Tim Russert is NBC's Washington Bureau Chief and moderator of Meet the Press. Hi, Tim.
Morning, Katie.
Obviously, the Bush administration is taking the offensive on the economy right now. They're putting out Don Evans, who's Commerce Secretary, is the point man on the economy. We heard David Gregory say the president was going to be talking about it every day. When unemployment figures came out on Friday, he had a press conference where he talked about understanding what people are going through. How worried are they about the economy in the Bush administration?
One of George Bush's closest friend in Congress, Congressman Roy Blunt, the other day, Katie, said there's absolute terror, quote unquote, amongst Republicans in Congress. They are all running for re-election on the House side in 2002. They are panicked.
But isn't this sort of the natural course of events in some way, Tim? I mean, we talked to economists yesterday who said there's very little that the Bush administration can do about this.
Well, there are cycles of economic growth and decline. What the House Republicans are concerned about is that the decline is going to take place on their watch, and by the time the economy picks back up, it'll be beyond 2002, and they'll be out of office, and the Democrats will control the House and Senate. The Republicans have a big choice to make, Katie. As of now, as of this morning, they have decided to go for an across-the-board cut. And what will happen is, for George Bush's promise and big increases in education and defense will not happen. They'll set aside Social Security and Medicare, but every other program area will be cut unless it's specifically exempt. And get this, the cuts would not take place officially until 15 days after Congress leaves town. It depends on what they set aside. If they set aside Social Security, Medicare, defense, some of those programs, then the cuts could be as large as 5%. Across the board in every other program, according to Democrats. Veterans benefits, environmental programs. This could get very loud and very ugly.
So what will the response be to that?
Well, the Democrats are stepping back saying, no, no, you can't do that because those are important programs. But it begs the question for the Democrats, then what do you do? Do you roll back the tax cut you're complaining about? They don't want to do that because they don't want to be perceived as anti-tax cut. Do you dip into the Social Security Trust Fund? Neither party wants to do that because they have pledged they wouldn't do it. The fact is there is no real Social Security Trust Fund. It is money collected and an IOU is put into a fund, but for most of government, other than the last 2 years, that money was used. But
it's symbolic here, though. It's symbolic more than anything here, Tim.
It's hugely symbolic, and both parties pledged not to do it. The fact is, Katie, the notion of giving a big tax cut with big increases in defense, big increases in education, and locking up Social Security cannot happen in the current economic climate, and both parties are trying to work their way out of it. The Democrats are content to sit back and say, Mr. President, it's your budget, your tax cut, your economy, your move.
Let me ask you a quick question about the capital gains tax cut. I know I shouldn't do this because we have got to put a lot of other stuff to talk about, but that is such a contentious class issue. I mean, will that go forward, or as Dan Rather would say, does that dog don't hunt, or whatever he says?
It does with a lot of people, but it might be offset by a cut in the payroll tax, which a lot of middle American, lower income Americans have to pay also. The difficulty with the capital gains tax is why you get immediately a spike in revenue in the first couple of years. Down the road, it could bring declining revenues.
All right, real quickly, what about Elizabeth Dole running for Senate? Do you think she's got a good shot?
She's running hard, announcing today she's going to spend the next 3 months raising a lot of money, Katie, trying to show that she shouldn't have any competition in the Republican field. If she gets the Republican nomination uncontested, she's almost a sure lock to win. And how about the other guy from North Carolina? Michael's coming back, Katie. Come on down.
I know. Boy, Washington must be so psyched for that,
Wizard season ticket owner. I've labored in the vineyard. I've seen the promised land. Coming my way.
My new best friend, Tim Russer. Tim, thanks a lot. Good to see you. It's 7:21. We'll be back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
Next time on The Other Half.
You know what I think is the greatest turn on? The back of a woman's knees.
Okay, Dick. Whatever. The world of women through the eyes of men. The Other Half. Today at 11 here on NBC4.
So, what's your favorite Entenmann's? I bet it's the ultimate crumb cake. Makusula. She loves the cinnamon crumbs. Tanta Lava. It is moist. And you're icing about sweat. Oh. Entenmann's, what's your favorite?
Excuse me.
I know, just back straight up. Thomas's Bagels? Fresh bagels from Thomas's. Golden outside, perfect texture inside. Thomas's makes great bagels.
Thomas's. Every time I tried to sleep at night, I would wake up coughing and basically gasping for air. I finally went to the doctor. He just said, look, you have a very big problem. You've been diagnosed with what is called congestive heart failure. Then my doctor put me on this medicine, and right away I started to feel a lot better. The drug has affected my life immensely in a great way. If I met a researcher today, I would probably give him or her a great big hug and a kiss.
Big kiss. Big kiss.
Not too big.
And I think that you're doing great work, and please continue.
Today, cable companies like AT&T control over 70% of high-speed internet connections because they compete under different rules than phone companies. Unless Congress acts, millions will be left behind or with only one choice, their cable company. Now a study says a delay in high-speed internet rollout could cost our economy $500 billion. Tozan Dingle guarantees access to inner cities and small towns and would add billions to our economy. Don't believe the static from AT&T. Pass Tozan Dingle.
Everybody loves them.
Love them.
And they love everybody.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay,
An hour with the cast of Everybody Loves Raymond. Next, all new Rosie.
Today at noon here on NBC4.
Welch, former chairman of GE, on his legendary career. I was going to say CEO, GE, got confused with the letters. What about that?
As a zookeeper, one of my favorite things is when I introduce children to animals. There are animals from all over the world. So I'm going from air conditioning to extreme heat. But the climate changes can really take it out of my skin.
Dove knows beautiful skin is healthy skin.
That's why I use Nutrium. With Dove Nutrium, it's like I can feel the nutrients sinking into my skin.
With stripes of cleanser and vitamin E lotion, Dove Nutrium replenishes essential nutrients and restores the radiance life takes away.
It makes me feel nourished, almost like I have new skin.
Introducing new Kellogg's Special K Red Berry cereal. Crunchy sweet flakes, now with slices of real strawberries, right in the box. Looking good, never tasted so great. Kellogg's Special K Red Berries. It's new.
Tropicana Pure Premium Grove Stand is made from only fresh oranges, never from concentrate. It's as close as you can get to the orange. Tropicana Pure Premium.
There's a place nearby with everything your vehicle needs to keep going in this busy world, even on Saturday. Oil changes, brakes, tires, and more. All in one convenient stop. Get Quality Care Auto Service at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealerships.
This is a News 4 Today news break.
7:26 is the time on a beautiful fall day. 65 degrees our temperature out there, very comfortable. Sunshine too here in the nation's capital. It is the 11th day of September 2001. Good morning. I'm Barbara Harrison. News 4's George Michael reports that Michael Jordan has confirmed he will return to the basketball court with the Washington Wizards. A news conference is expected in the next 10 days to make it official. Right now, Jordan is the Wizards' president. He retired as a player back in 1998 after leading the Chicago Bulls to their 6th NBA title. The Fairfax County Board of Supervisors has endorsed a plan to build a 175-acre soccer complex in Lorton. The complex would include up to 50 outdoor fields for youth teams and a 5,000-seat stadium. And later today, we should get our first look at the new Capitol Visitor Center. Not the center itself, but a model of it. Construction of the center began in June of last year. It's expected to open in the year 2005. We're going to come back with our forecast. You'll want to hear it. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This News 4 Today news break is sponsored by Melwood, creating opportunities for people with disability.
Kathy has a place to call home. James has a job for the very first time. Help create more opportunities for success. Donate your used car, truck, or boat to Melwood. You'll receive a great tax deduction benefit, and we'll tow your vehicle for free. Call Melwood at 1-800-333-4788. That's 1-800-333-4788. Melwood, a Washington area nonprofit agency serving people with mental retardation for over 30 years.
So far away, doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? It would be so fine to see your face at my door. I can't stop believing.
My first love? My mom.
The world go round. Love makes the world love.
Good morning, I'm meteorologist Tom Curran. We've had a fresh, cool change overnight. 63 here in Northwest. The afternoon high, the low 80s and kind of breezy. More cool fall-like weather starting from today all the way into the weekend. In fact, afternoon highs Friday, Saturday, and Sunday just near 70 degrees. Now let's check on that traffic. Jerry, how's it going this Tuesday morning?
Tom, beautiful morning out there, but extremely backed up into the sunshine. The interloop jam-up begins near Rockville Pike East to Silver Spring with lanes open. Headed for downtown, the trip on 66 to the Roosevelt Bridge again beginning to bog down a little bit into that sunshine. Barbara?
All right, thank you. The rest of this morning's top stories are coming up on News 4 at 10. We hope you'll join us for that. But I'll be back in 25 minutes with another update. See you then.
Your daughter was found 2 days later, frozen to death in the snow.
We'll talk to the young mother in her first interview since leaving prison.
I didn't mean for my baby to die.
And an exclusive with the baby's father on the next to none.
Today at 3 here on NBC 4.
CarMax.com has a great selection of used cars online. We carry nearly every make and model.
Find a car from any of the thousands we sell nationwide and have it transferred to the store nearest you. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
You asked for used cars you can depend on, so we created CarMax, where every used car comes with a 30-day limited warranty and a 5-day money-back guarantee. We even offer extended warranties that protect you for up to 100,000 miles. CarMax, the way car buying.
On the next Access Hollywood, we find out if Mariah's new CD was worth the wait, and we catch up with her ex, Luis Miguel.
Plus, George Lucas unveils the secret footage he left out of The Phantom Menace on the next Access Hollywood.
Tonight at 7:30 on NBC 4.
back at 7:30 on this Tuesday morning, the 11th day of September, the year 2001. And yes, you're listening to singing sensation Macy Gray, who will be performing for us live in concert on Friday. Macy's real name, if anybody's interested, Natalie McIntyre, was born in Canton, Ohio, and she took her name from a kindly old man who lived across the street from her.
That's right.
That's one way of changing your name, right?
Absolutely. She apparently liked the guy. Her first record contract fizzled. She came back, and man, she's happy she signed that second one.
Yeah, she's terrific. We all are
Look
big
forward to
fans of
that.
hers. Anyway, back inside Studio 1A, I'm Katie Couric, along with Matt Lauer. And coming up in this half hour, it has been 30 years since the opening of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Senator Ted Kennedy will be here this morning to let us know what's being done to mark the occasion and to honor his brother's legacy. Matt?
Also this morning, our old boss, the newly retired chairman of General Electric, is here to tell us about his new book. It's called Jack, Straight from the Gut. We'll find out about that.
But first, here's Al Roker with another check of the weather.
Today's weather is brought to you by the New York Times. Expect the world.
Good morning, everybody, and we've got some ladies who asked the question, do you know the way to San Jose? I'm guessing you're from San Jose?
I'm from San Jose. We're sisters celebrating our birthdays.
What birthday? Okay, never mind. I'll be moving on now. And we've got, we got Hurricane Aaron. This is
Aaron right here.
This is Aaron?
Yes.
Celebrating her daddy's birthday.
Oh, my gosh. And what's your name?
This is Maggie.
My golly, how old are they?
They're 20 months.
Thanks for bringing them down. Where are you guys from?
New Jersey.
Okay, you guys answer everything together. That's great. It's a trained act. I like it. Let's check your weather, see what's happening. And Florida downpours. We've got flood watches for southwestern and southern Florida. Some areas picking up 7 inches of rain. And we may see this become a tropical system, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Rest of the country today, we are expecting sunshine here in the Northeast with lower humidity. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Breezy, cool, and dry this morning. We've seen a big change overnight. 63 here in Northwest at NBC 4. Nationals at 64. The afternoon high may reach the low 80s. And it'll be breezy today with bright sunshine. Another cool night tonight. In fact, down into the 50s. Widespread around the region tomorrow morning. And then Wednesday afternoon, the upper 70s, bright and sunny. Thursday evening, slight chance of a passing shower. And after that, we'll have some cooler temperatures with more dry weather on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with afternoon highs each day just near 70.
And we got five sisters from 4 states. And you're going to Europe? Yeah. All right, have a safe trip. Now let's head back inside to Katie.
All right, Al, thank you very much. It's 7:32. Coming up next on Today, freshly retired GE Chairman Jack Welch, straight from the gut. But first, these messages.
Original thinking migrates each day in search of nourishment. Politics, sport, and fashion are among its favorite destinations. When was the last time something you read carried you away? The New York Times. Expect the world.
Maybe you should give me your phone number. On October 5th.
Fate's telling us to back off.
You don't have the most incredible night of your life with a perfect stranger, then leave it all to chance, do you?
No name.
I gotta find this girl before I get married.
No address.
I'm thinking about this mystery guy I met 1.5 million hours ago.
Just fate.
Once in your lifetime, someone comes along whom you're meant to be with. For my friend, that person was me.
Serendipity. Rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere, Friday, October 5th.
And now, I don't have my best friend around.
Little Debbie Crispy Bars. You can take them with you.
All skin is not created equal. It's more delicate around the eyes.
L'Oreal creates new Advanced Revitalift Eye. Smooths with Pro-Retinol A and firms with Paralastol. New Revitalift Eye, only from L'Oreal.
You're just 6 hours away from more beautiful eyes.
Good. Boy, you sure love Campbell's tomato soup.
Runs in the family.
You always knew Campbell's was good.
My father ate Campbell's tomato for 70 years.
Diets rich in tomato products are associated with the reduced risk of certain types of cancer. And all of these Campbell's soups are full of tomato goodness.
So whatever became of your father?
Oh, he's up there somewhere.
Campbell's. Good.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cause you heard the design that I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get together and come back and see me. You say you've forgiven me, but it'll still be today till I say I'm sorry. Like vanilla is the finest of the flavors. And to see the showcase and you know the vertigo is at my door. It's all dangerous, you'll have to sign a waiver. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I had this It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Dropped your arms to the sides and said I'm sorry.
If you bought $10,000 worth of General Electric stock on the day Jack Welch became chairman and CEO back in 1981, that same investment would be worth nearly $750,000 today. It's that track record of success that led Fortune magazine to name Welch its business manager of the century, and also why Warner Books paid him more than $7 million for his memoirs. Jack, Straight from the Gut. It arrives in bookstores today. We should note that GE is the parent company of NBC. Jack Welch, nice to see you. How you doing?
Great, Matt. How are you?
I'm great. Take me back 4 days, all right? Friday morning, first morning you woke up in more than 20 years. You weren't the CEO of one of the most popular and admired companies in the world. How did it feel?
Terrific. I just had one hell of a party Thursday night, and that made it feel better. But I'm excited about a whole new life. It's another page. Start again.
You can just turn the page that easily? It's been 40 years of your life overall.
Right.
You can just say, okay, on to new challenges?
Well, challenges that'll be involved in business. Excuse me.
You going to dabble in GE?
No. No dabbling in GE.
No poking the finger around the boardroom?
No poking the finger around the boardroom.
You were paid $7 million for this book, $10 million if you look at international distribution. You wrote it, and I know it was one of the hardest things you've ever done. Did Warner Books get its money's worth?
Well, we'll have to see. I think I like the book. The book is a bunch of stories. It's not a business how-to book. It's a book about emotions. It's about a lucky guy. It's about failures. It's about successes. But it isn't any, there are no stock charts. There are no earnings charts. It's all about real people.
You talk about real stories, some controversial stories. Recently, I know this is a big issue with you, the EPA ordered General Electric to conduct a $400 million dredging operation of the upper Hudson River to remove PCBs that the company put there until 1977. When the ruling came out, did you feel betrayed by the government?
No. No, I didn't feel betrayed at all. A whole mess of things come into those decisions, and it's time will tell whether great science, good science, straight science will overcome political science, and that's all you have to deal with here.
You wrote in the book, it's really a case where good science and common sense have become drowned out by loud voices and extreme views to prod the government to punish a large global corporation. Why do you feel you're being punished?
Well, I think it's the times. I mean, look, we settled this in 1976 at the Hudson River, signed a contract that said we'd never be involved again. The government agreed with us. The New York Times, in my book, has a picture of me shaking hands on the third page, calling it a landmark agreement. In 1984, EPA looked at the same thing, said no dredging, it'll destroy the Hudson. The environmental movement, the discussions, the ongoing discussions, heat builds up on people. What's happened in the river since then, Matt?
Well, heat builds up on people. Did heat build up on the Bush administration because of their views on global warming, Arctic drilling, where they had to look and say, wait a second, we have to do something that is viewed as positive for the environment. Let's go after GE.
Well, you'll have to ask them that. But what basically happened was in the last days of the Clinton administration, they laid out a plan. And the Bush administration had to deal with it in 6 months. And their first decision now is this. Now we're going to find out how to go about doing it. We're not fighting it. We're trying to find out how to go about doing it right.
For every scientist that you can trot out, the government will trot out one who says just the opposite thing. Let me ask you this. Why not err on the side of common sense, of caution, of maybe it's harmful, let's get those PCBs out of there?
Matt, 8 billion pounds of dredge. Right now you can swim in the Hudson. You can boat in the Hudson. The PCBs in the fish are down 90%. You can drink out of the Hudson. Now, Matt, common sense would say Don't take 8 billion pounds of mud out of the bottom of the Hudson, tracing tiny, tiny pieces of PCBs. It's just ludicrous.
Do you think one day the government will regret the decision?
One day the government, in my opinion, will come to the conclusion that a modest experimental program will show how silly this is.
Back in the days when you took over as CEO of GE, you closed a lot of businesses, famous for getting rid of a large portion of your workforce, the terrible nickname Neutron Jack, which hurt you, you didn't like. Do you feel after all these years, Jack, you've been vindicated, that your strategy has been vindicated?
Absolutely. I mean, thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have done well. Look, we didn't try and get rid of people because we wanted to get rid of people. We never got rid of people. We got rid of the jobs. The GE of the 1980 had been built out of the post-war era. There was no global competition. We had layer on layer and layer of bureaucracy. The job was, we didn't want to, I always used the line, we're not getting rid of people, we're getting rid of jobs. We had a $25 billion company and 425,000 people. Today, we have a $140 billion company and 300,000 people.
At the time, IBM conducted an advertising campaign, an image campaign, and they used the tagline, "Jobs may come and go, people shouldn't." A sharp stick in the eye of GE. Later years, they had to lay off thousands of employees. Did you ever call them on it?
Well, I refer to it lightly in the book. They had to lay off 100,000 people or so.
You write in the book, it's important to surround yourself with the best possible people. And you abhor something called false kindness. Explain that to me.
False kindness is everybody getting the same thing, people not getting candid appraisals from their managers, people not having a discussion openly about their careers. The worst thing you can do is not tell somebody early in their career where they can go. If you're going to take somebody into their 50s and then all of a sudden tell them after 20 years of telling them they're great, hey, you're not quite good enough, that's what I call cruelty.
If you were lying on a couch as opposed to sitting in the chair, a psychiatrist might say to you, that's a good way for a CEO to feel better about the fact he's had to lay off people.
No, I don't think so. First of all, I wouldn't lie on the couch to do that. Matt, that has nothing to do with it. The facts are you want to have your best people. You don't see mass layoffs around in companies that are running. This is our best. This is one of our best years. We'll outperform the S&P. I mean, this is the way you run a company.
Let me throw some phrases and words at you. Give me what comes straight from the gut, okay?
Yep.
The internet.
The most transforming thing that's ever happened in business.
Huge impact in your life?
Huge.
George W. Bush.
Good guy. Got to get out, sweat more. Got to let the people feel that he knows what's happening. Get out of the Rose Garden. Get out in the streets. Show everybody what he is.
Election night 2000. You and some friends were in the NBC News studios here in Rockefeller Center.
Sadness initially. Elation at the end.
You were rooting for your guy, George W. Bush.
Absolutely.
Did you, the rumor has it, did you encourage anyone behind the scenes or on the air here at NBC, keeping in mind GE owns NBC, to call the race for George W. Bush? That's
on its face nuts. You know we can't do that. You know I wouldn't do that. You know if I told you to do that, what you'd tell me? That is just, let's not spend a moment on that discussion.
In hindsight, was it a mistake for you to be there?
Like hell. Why wouldn't I be there? Why should anybody else be there if I can't be there?
Bill Clinton.
Affable, charming, good president in many ways.
Al Gore.
I'm glad he's not president.
Did you call him, quote, evil, evil, evil at a dinner party here in New York?
Someone said that, and I haven't commented on it.
Honeywell. Mistake?
No. Took a swing.
A big swing.
Big swing.
$41 billion swing.
Yeah, but the next day, dusted ourselves off, went back to work, and grew earnings 15%.
You called it, quote, the cleanest deal you'll ever see. How'd you misread it? I mean, was it misread?
Well, 13 countries agreed with me, including the U.S. Some new law was applied. Boom. Over.
When you were vying for the job of CEO 20 years ago, you wrote a letter to Reg Jones, then chairman, and you said, among other things, you were going to include in that letter a vow that you would leave the job after 10 years. No matter what, you wouldn't serve more than 10 years. Friend talked you out of that. Now you've served 20 years, you're leaving. If you could serve more, would you stay in this job?
I could have served more. The answer is no. It's time to go. We had a team of great people. Now it's time to repot the plant, get some exciting new faces, and we're doing it.
If there's one thing you want people, and not just CEOs, who probably are going to snap this book up pretty quickly, but regular people to take from the book, what would it be?
Everybody's got a shot. I'm a lucky guy, a modest background, got some luck, had some breaks. This is a great country. There's a great shot for everyone. I hope this is not just business people buying this book. I hope it's mothers like mine selling it to their kids, showing their kids how lucky you can be. All you have to do is put your nose against the grindstone, take some bounces. It works.
Two last things. You concerned about the economy? You bullish? You bearish? What should the average investor do right now?
Well, I think we're getting pretty close to tough to the bottom. When it swings back, I don't know. Timing, market timing is always very tough to pick. But things are tough.
If you could have a mulligan, Jack, on any decision you've made in the last 20 years, which would it be?
I don't take mulligans.
I'm going to hold you to that the next time we hit the course. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
It's
Great
been
to
a
be with
pleasure.
you. Thanks a lot.
And if you'd like to read an excerpt from Jack straight from the gut, you can log on to your website or our website at today.msnbc.com, or you can check out any street corner. Jack's going to be handing the book out here in New York. It's 7:46. Up next, Senator Ted Kennedy right after this.
Everyone knows Santa Claus, but behind the magic is a massive global operation. This is Santa's Workshop 2001. We work with UPS to bring in raw materials, produce goods, wrapping paper, ground, overnight, international, you name it. Just this morning, I had a shipment of candy canes stuck in customs in Belgium. And one call to my UPS rep straightened the whole thing out. There have been instances where the naughty got toys and the nice got coal. But it's not gonna happen on my watch.
Can't wait to eat? Think new Uncle Ben's Mini Bowls, like cheeseburger and pepperoni pizzeria. Mini Bowls. Make hunger say uncle.
Warms my bones.
Hey, big party tonight? You want it to be cool, don't you? Yeah! Do I know you? This is the Jammy sister. Let's go to Pier 1. Guys love to eat off plates like these. Who's having a party? You're having a party. Sexy and sensible.
Hurry in and save 20 to 50% during our dining sale.
Sexy glasses.
The one-of-a-kind experience of Pier 1. Get in touch with your senses.
Okay. That looks good. Beautiful. I love the camera. Work it. High fashion. You're so sassy.
Packed with protein and essential vitamins and minerals, Carnation Instant Breakfast is the perfect morning fuel to power you up for whatever you've got to do today.
You're a jungle cat. Roar!
Carnation Instant Breakfast from Nestle. Serious morning fuel.
Need help deciding? Go to thenewsteel.com.
What does a week in paradise smell like? Like sea green polos with the scent of the tropics. Like floral flowing skirts. And a sweater for those cool nights with the guy who still makes you feel warm inside. Like the freshness of Tropical Bloom Downy. With the lush scent of exotic flowers that brings a little paradise home. Let the freshness of Tropical Bloom take you there. A quick toss of the Downy ball as you start the wash releases freshness in the rinse. Downy. It touches so much more than clothes.
New Pedigree Little Champions. Gently prepared, then sealed in our revolutionary flavor lock pouch. For the home-cooked taste dogs love.
This past weekend, the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts celebrated its 30th anniversary. Today, the center unveils the JFK Interpretive Exhibit program honoring President Kennedy's legacy and commitment to the arts.
And I am certain that after the dust of centuries has passed over our cities, we too will be remembered, not for victories or defeats in battle or in politics, but for our contribution to the human spirit.
Senator Ted Kennedy is at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. Senator Kennedy, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Tell me a little bit about this new exhibit and how it honors your brother's memory.
Well, it's an interpretive exhibit and an interactive exhibit. It, first of all, it reflects President Kennedy's strong commitment to the arts and his recognition of the value of the arts in terms of the human spirit and his strong belief that Americans appreciate it and they ought to have a center of excellence. And then it also shows his association with the building of this great center, and it also reflects the extraordinary diversity in the programming here at the Kennedy Center.
Senator Kennedy, in a speech that your brother made at Amherst back in 1963, he said, "I look forward to an America which will reward achievement in the arts as we reward achievement in business or statecraft. I look forward to an America which will steadily raise the standards of artistic accomplishments and which will steadily enlarge cultural opportunities for all our citizens." How do you think he would feel about where we are today in terms of appreciation of the arts?
Well, I think, first of all, I think he would have been enormously honored to have this extraordinary center bear his name, number one. And secondly, he would have been extraordinarily impressed in the progress that's been made in this center over the period of recent years. And he would also recognize that the best days are yet to come. Here at the center, its objective is to present the best of dance, of music, of the creative arts, and to be able to reflect the creativity and the human spirit in our artists, and to then make it available to the greatest number of Americans. I think this center is not only supposedly is a center of excellence, but also has responsibility to make sure that that excellence travels across this country and is presented to as many Americans as possible. I think they've done an outstanding job with Michael Kaiser now, and Leonard Slatkin, and Placido Domingo, and Jim Johnson. We have a first-rate team. They're doing an extraordinary job. And one of the most exciting aspects of it is what they call the Millennium Stage, which every single day there's a performance here that's free of charge, that's available to any of the citizens that travel to Washington, that come to Washington. Any American can come here to the Kennedy Center and see some excellence in the arts and see it free.
I was going to say, Senator Kennedy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you want to make it even more accessible, because I understand the Kennedy family has donated funds which will help the disabled enjoy the Kennedy Center as well.
It's a continuing commitment of the family to the center, and the idea of the center is to be accessible. And with the family's gift, this is to make the Kennedy Center more accessible to those with special needs, the disabled, both behind the stage and in front of the stage. And we're having a very exciting program this evening reflecting some of the artists.
Well, I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. I remember when the Kennedy Center opened. It's such a wonderful place, and it's given so much pleasure to so many people. Thanks for talking with us about it this morning. And come back and see us when we can talk about politics and what's going on Capitol Hill, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator. Good. It is 7:53. We'll be back after these messages and your local news.
I ate Quaker oatmeal for 30 days. It actually works to remove cholesterol from your body. Sucks it right out. Help lower my cholesterol 10 points.
That's even more than I bargained for.
Quaker oatmeal warms you heart and soul.
I ate Quaker oatmeal for 30 days. It actually works to remove cholesterol from your body. Cleans it right out. Helped me wash away 24 points. It's a classic. Quaker oatmeal warms you heart and soul.
Asthma was watching my kids grow up and not always being able to participate.
Advair is a new asthma product that's clinically proven to improve lung function and increase symptom-free days to help you do more of the things you want to do. That's because Advair is the first and only product to effectively treat the two main components of asthma, airway constriction and inflammation. Just one inhalation, morning and night. Advair won't replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be taken more than twice a day. People switching from an oral steroid like prednisone to Advair, which contains an inhaled steroid, need to be especially careful. While adjusting to the switch, your body may not be as able to heal after surgery, infection, or serious injury. If you have heart or blood pressure problems, tell your doctor. Some people may experience a change in heart rhythm. See your doctor if your asthma does not improve. Ask your doctor if new Advair is right for you. Advair, because life should take your breath away, not asthma.
Want to smooth away your frizz? Get Pantene Smooth and Sleek Conditioner. Pantene makes your hair up to 65% smoother and healthier. So healthy, you'll love your hair. Smooth Care Collection from Pantene Pro V.
Think he's gonna make it?
Yeah, these guys are good.
Yeah. At Sears Auto Center, we install your tires in less than an hour, or you get a $20 Sears gift card. Sears. Where else?
Did you want to be alone?
No.
No?
Not at all.
Okay.
The irony is I started doing this to be part of the crowd. And
Yeah,
now...
me too.
Oh, do you...
No, I just quit. Nicoderm CQ.
Aren't the cravings unbearable?
Well, I'm not jumping, if that's what you're thinking. No. CQ is good on the cravings. It's strong medicine. It's with you 24 hours. It works.
Nicoderm CQ. Now in a clear patch, too. For a more personal way to quit.
Quit, huh?
Hey, join the crowd.
This is a News 4 Today news break.
Look at this day we have here in the nation's capital. Absolutely gorgeous out there, 65 degrees if you like it, a little bit on the chilly side. We'll check the forecast and the rush hour coming up shortly. Good morning, everyone. I'm Barbara Harrison. It's Tuesday, September 11th, 2001. In the news, work crews will start installing monitoring equipment today in a northeast Washington neighborhood, looking for signs of gasoline contamination. The gasoline leaked from a service station on the Maryland side of Eastern Avenue near Riggs Road 10 years ago. But now tests are being done to see if the gas has spread over the district line. In a story first on 4, police in Prince George's County are looking for more people who may have been involved in an unusual theft ring. The suspects are accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of appliances from new homes under construction. The man accused of being the mastermind of the operation has now been arrested. Police are now trying to return the stolen items. And Montgomery County is set to consider what could be the first county-wide development tax. The county council is expected to begin the process today. The tax would loosen restrictions on growth around metro stops, but would discourage development elsewhere. This year's plan is said to be closer to what County Executive Doug Duncan wants, but he thinks it still needs some work. We're going to come back with our forecast for you in a moment. Also, look at traffic. Stay with us.
This News 4 Today news break is sponsored by Frugal Fannies.
It's not just a shoe, it's art for your feet. Hi, I'm Fanny, and I know how you feel about shoes. How they capture your mood. You've got lots of moods, so you need lots of shoes. At Frugal Fannies, choose from thousands of the latest brand name and designer shoes at 25 to 50% off list. You won't know whether to look at them or wear them.
Frugal Fannies, new shipments this weekend. Falls Church, Rockville, Herndon, and across from Springfield Mall.
Frugality, it starts with your feet.
Tommy, you know what mystery meat is? Well, that's what's in these formed and pressed nuggets that you've got here. You could be having KFC popcorn chicken.
KFC's crispy popcorn chicken is back. Get an individual size for only $1.99 or a party size for $6.99.
There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
Wednesday, all day, it's Macy's Super One-Day Sale with extra savings coupons. Wednesday, Preview Day Tuesday open, 9 a.m.
Wow, what a change overnight. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tom Kirine. In the suburbs in the 50s this morning. Inside the Beltway, mid-60s. We're at 65 here in Northwest. And we'll have a breezy day with bright sunshine. The afternoon high, the low 80s. Comfortably dry today. And a fresh breeze out of the northwest, about 10 to 20. Then tomorrow in the morning, even chillier than this morning. Widespread 50s for lows. Highs during the day. Tomorrow, the upper 70s. And maybe a shower passing through here Thursday evening from a weather front. Otherwise, we have dry weather all the way into the weekend. Thursday's high mid-70s. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday ought to be just near 70. Now let's check on the traffic. Jerry, how's it going now?
Hey, Tom, good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. It's been quite busy. Let's take a live look and see how we're doing on the trip around town. At this hour, we'll start in Germantown, where it's still loaded up and quite slow along the 270 corridor. Had a little police activity earlier. It's gone, but from Father Hurley Boulevard, Route 27 on down in the thick of it. And a quick check on 95, still looking at delays headed north out of Newington to Springfield. Barbara?
Thank you very much. Coming up on News 410, the state of the West Nile virus around our area. There is a concern about that. We'll be back, though, in 25 minutes with another update.
Maybe it's the soil.
Nope. Gotta keep looking.
Maybe the sun. Or just something in the air.
Nope. Not here.
But things just naturally seem to grow faster in the South.
There you are.
Lotto South, new from the Virginia Lottery. Current jackpot, $2 million.
Whoa, it grows fast.
We're back at 8 o'clock on this Tuesday morning. It's the 11th day of September, 2001. You're looking at the people gathered outside our studio here on a sunny Tuesday morning, and we've obviously had a breach in security. That is Tracy Ullman, the very funny Tracy Ullman, working the crowd a little bit, talking to some of her friends.
It's a wig. I thought it was real. I thought you had the most brilliant haircut. I'm just an idiot. I wish. Yeah, nice color. Very nice.
Tracy's here and there for a good reason, because coming up in this half hour, Katie, you're going to be spending some more time with her?
That's right. Tracy and I are like this these days. We hung out together on Sunday night at a fashion show, and she'll be joining us this morning to tell us about a personal style show that she is hosting and producing. It is called Tracy Ullman's Visible Panty Lines. I don't think we need to say anything more about that. We'll let Tracy do the talking in just a little while.
See that one to believe it. Katie, we're also going to have more of our week-long special series on living longer, living better after the age of 50. This morning we'll focus on the role your mood can play in happy aging. And a little later, the one and only Harry Belafonte. But
that'll be fun.
Yeah, that should be fun.
Do you think I can count? Dale. I guess not.
It would probably be the first time he's ever
I just saw Harry
heard
leaving.
that. Yeah.
No, help me out here. They needed a little time to get the camera from here to the news desk. So work with me here, people.
That's fine. That's fine.
We lost a guest, but hey.
Anyway, that's all coming up. 8:01. Let's get to the top news stories of the morning. For that, we turn to Ann Curry.
Because now we have a camera. Katie Matinell, thank you so much this morning. Good morning, everybody, again. For the second time in 2 weeks, the U.S. has lost an unmanned spy plane over Iraq. Iraq claims it shot down the remote-controlled Predator aircraft near Basra in the southern no-fly zone. U.S. military officials, however, say they lost contact with the plane, but they cannot confirm that it was shot down. Jury selection is set to begin this morning in the hearing to determine whether Andrea Yates is fit to stand trial. She's the Houston mother charged with drowning her 5 children. The jury will decide whether she is competent to assist her attorneys in a trial. If the case goes to trial, the district attorney says he will seek the death penalty. Some relief for Congressman Gary Condit today. A grand jury in California has tossed out a complaint by flight attendant Anne Marie Smith. It claimed Condit obstructed justice by trying to get her to sign an affidavit denying the two had an affair. Well, the grand jury says it doesn't have jurisdiction over the complaint. Smith's attorney plans to refile. Condit denies the affair and says he's never told anyone to lie. Call him the heir apparent. It's looking more and more like Michael Jordan is returning to the NBA. Monday, Jordan told reporters who asked him if he's coming back, quote, "I'm doing it for the love of the game." But later, speaking to the Washington Post, he said he hasn't made a decision yet. He's expected to make a formal announcement by the middle of next week. Elizabeth Dole is expected to announce later today that she is running for the U.S. Senate. Dole, who ran unsuccessfully for president last year, wants to succeed retiring North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms. Her husband, Bob Dole, is the Senate's former Republican leader. Congress is urging the president to take new steps to jumpstart the economy. Among other things, Republicans want a capital gains tax cut. Well, today the president is visiting his second Florida elementary school in as many days to stress the importance of literacy programs. He's calling on Congress to finish work on his education plan. Today, First Lady Laura Bush testifies before Congress. She is going to be talking to a Senate committee about learning in early childhood. And one member of that committee is former First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton. Now here's Tom Brokaw with a look at what's coming up tonight on NBC Nightly News.
Thanks, Ann. Tonight, 3 numbers that could save your life. 911, 190 million calls each year, but you won't believe the problems we found. Why some wait for hours for help, information you need when seconds count. That and much more ahead tonight. Ann?
All right, Tom, thank you. It is now 8:04, and time for the weather and Al.
Today's weather is brought to you by Walmart. Always low prices. Always.
Beautiful morning here in the Northeast. Let's check the rest of your weather, show you what's going on for today. And you'll see that we've got clear skies throughout much of the country, some showers in the northern plains, and wet weather down in Florida, where they'll be picking up as much as 7 inches of rain in parts of central and southern Florida. Partly cloudy skies in the Pacific Northwest. The heat continues in the desert Southwest, 106 in Phoenix. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
65 cool, dry degrees here in Northwest Washington. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tom Curine. A wonderful change overnight, and a fresh, cool air mass going to be with us here for the next several days. And we will have the afternoon high reach just the low 80s today with comfortably dry weather. The breeze is out of the northwest about 10 to 20 miles an hour. Then tonight, a really chilly evening down into the 50s. And we'll see the afternoon high tomorrow just the upper 70s with bright sunshine. Thursday evening, slight chance of a passing shower. Otherwise, we'll have some cool, dry weather all the way into the weekend.
54th anniversary. What's your names?
Richard and Phyllis.
All right, you were here in New York City on your honeymoon.
We got married in '47 in Illinois, but
you came here for your honeymoon.
I was in the Navy.
All right, that's what's up. Thank you very much, sir. Happy anniversary. Now let's go back inside the key.
All right, Al, thank you very much. Next up, tips on how to live longer and better and how your moods can actually affect your health. But first, these messages.
Well, we've been a band for about 4 years now, but we've been a family for over 16 years. We've got pictures just from like when we very first started, you know. This was our first county fair. We take our pictures into Walmart because usually we're there anyway.
We just drop off the film and we go shopping.
I like this picture of Katie right here. Can you guys close up on that?
At Walmart.
Their quality is great and the price is right. It's definitely fun to see how the kids have changed. They've grown so much, and it's good that we have that in pictures.
I run 100-mile marathons. I wasn't always in this shape. After my son was born, I needed to lose weight. I lost 44 pounds on the Slim Fast plan.
That was 9 years ago.
And I've used Slim Fast ever since. I drink it every day.
I love it. I started training
and kept Slim Fast as part of my healthy diet. Food is fuel for me.
Slim Fast is balanced.
It has the vitamins I need, the nutrients, and calcium
for my bones.
Slim Fast helps keep me in top form.
Slim Fast every day. Get healthy.
My restaurant was opening in just 1 hour, but my headache was running the kitchen. I needed relief in a hurry, a big hurry. So I grabbed some Advil liquid gels. They get the strength of Advil into my system fast. They're even faster and better on tough pain than Tylenol. With Advil liquid gels, I was back in control, just in time.
Take Advil liquid gels and take control.
Pete Sampras knows about One-A-Day's new active multivitamin with more B vitamins and ginseng to enhance energy. One-A-Day. Get active, stay active.
Taste the best the world has to offer. New Fancy Feast Grilled. Tender grilled cuts of beef, chicken, or turkey. There's nothing in the world like it. New Fancy Feast Grilled from Friskies. Good taste is easy to recognize.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore. And love is all that I can give to you.
You work on it.
You think on it.
You play on it.
It was kind of like this dream I'd always
Spend
had.
all day on it.
Getting into something.
Chill on
Talk
it.
on it.
Homework.
Relax on it.
It's really warm. It's comforting. You entertain on it. Pass the time.
Watch TV.
Romance. Drift away.
Being able to be there for hours.
You spend your life on it. Shouldn't it be the furniture you've always wanted?
And now it's easy with the Simple Finance Plan, only at Ethan Allen.
Furniture built for your life.
At a price you can actually live with.
This morning on our continuing series, Forever Young, A Guide to Life After 50, Living Better Today. All week, in conjunction with Newsweek magazine, we're looking into some ways that older people can live longer and better lives. Today, our focus is on moods. As people move through life, they become increasingly aware that time is precious. Here's how one woman in Berkeley, California is making sure her time is well spent by sharing it with others.
My name is Grace Lowell, and I am 91 years old, and I have a dancing school in Berkeley, California. Thank goodness you're here. I've been dancing more or less ever since I was a child. I worked in vaudeville and earned my living by dancing, and it was to me, a very fascinating part of my life. I learned discipline I would have never learned anyplace else.
At the age of 48, after a career on stage, Grace decided to become a dance instructor and joined the Royal Academy of Dancing in London.
When I wanted to teach, I promised myself I would never teach a child that would have to redo what I taught them. Point and flex.
And although she has stepped back to let an assistant teach her 100 students, Grace chooses to personally teach the children under 5.
I have always been interested in the very young and how important these years are and how desperately they need to be understood and cared for. Quickly get a ball and come.
She even thinks they keep her feeling younger.
Are you all ready now? It keeps me involved and it keeps my brain going, because when you get 8 children in front of you, you better start thinking.
And Grace has no plans of slowing down.
I was thinking, now how do you do it? Do you go to a rest home, or do you go live with your relatives, or do you hire somebody to clean the house, or what do you do? And here's a pink one for you and a red one for you. Seems like I get along better with life if I take care of what's around me.
So what's her secret to living a life filled with energy and spirit?
One thing, try to live in the now, because that's all you're ever going to know. You're not going to know tomorrow or yesterday. It's only now. You were lovely.
And she hopes her positive outlook on life is contagious.
If we can make it a deep, beautiful experience, then we've both grown from it, and we can go on and pass it on to someone else.
Laura Carstensen is a professor of psychology and director of the Institute for Research on Women and Gender at Stanford University. Laura, good morning. Good morning, Professor. Grace, would she be the exception to the rule? I mean, she obviously has found a way to live her life so that it's fulfilling at 91. Is that the norm?
Well, I think Grace is exceptional in many ways, so I wouldn't say she's the typical person of any age. But she did say something that is typical of older people. That is, on average, they tend to live in the present, to focus on the here and now, to take each day as it comes. And they do that much more than younger people do.
So this is just the opposite of what a lot of people believe. A lot of people are going to tell you that older people are obsessed with not the here and now, but the what happens 5 years from now. And the clock ticking is constant, and depression becomes a problem. You don't think that's true?
Well, the data suggests that's not true. Older people think very much about the present. They don't think more about the past. And it's another image of older people, is that they're thinking about the past. And they don't worry as much about the future as younger people do. There may be a paradox here. That is, as you approach the end, that is the end of the lifespan, you don't have to worry about the future as much, because the future becomes less relevant. And people's goals shift to goals that are ones that will be realized in the moment. Those kinds of goals tend to be goals that are important, emotionally meaningful. And when people pursue life like that, it's good for your mental health.
But is this in a perfect case? I mean, what about the people who are in their 60s and 70s who have health problems? And those health problems impact their ability to enjoy their daily lives? And that's a lot of people.
There are a lot of people who have health problems in their 60s and 70s, although people in their 60s and 70s
living healthier
tend to be pretty healthy, so they may have some kind of chronic diseases. But by and large, older people deal with chronic disease emotionally better than younger people do, who have the same kinds of chronic diseases. There's something about the regulation of emotion that seems to improve over time.
So in other words, we're better at handling our moods as we get older. Where we're young, a mood might get us down for a week at a time. When we're old, we'll say, you know what, this too shall pass. We've learned to accept it.
Right. We have done some research where we sample people's emotions in day-to-day life. So they carry electronic pagers, and we page them at random times during the day and say, what are you feeling? And with age, you see a decrease in the frequency of negative emotions. Positive emotions are just as frequent into old age. But I think even a more important finding is that these negative emotions last for a shorter duration, as you're saying. So younger people can get down, and it's hard to get back up again. Older people do get down. I don't want to minimize the hardships of old age, but they do seem to become very adept at at bringing up mood again.
So living in the now, as Grace says, and as you said, probably a key to enjoying your life in your quote-unquote golden years.
Very much so.
Laura Carstensen, Professor, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's 8:14. To learn more about mood and aging, you can visit our website at today.msnbc.com. And we're back right after this.
What did you have for dinner?
Last night I had microwave popcorn and cold spaghetti.
Oh, big deal. The other night I had a pint of mint chocolate chip.
Oh, I had pizza that was older than me.
I had herb roasted chicken in a rich, creamy mushroom sauce with roasted red skin potatoes, broccoli, and red peppers. It was lean cuisine.
Do something good for yourself with Stouffer's Lean Cuisine. It's not just lean, it's cuisine.
This will be an everlasting love. This will be the one I'm waiting for. This will be the first time anyone has loved me.
More women use orthotricycline than any other birth control pill. Taken correctly, it's over 99% effective, so you don't worry about getting pregnant till you want to. And orthotricycline is clinically proven to help clear up moderate acne.
The pill does not protect against HIV or sexually transmitted diseases. Serious risks include blood clot, stroke, and heart attack. Cigarette smoking increases these risks, especially if you're a smoker over 35. Women who use the pill are urged not to smoke. Women who have blood clots, certain cancers, a history of heart attack or stroke, and those who could be pregnant should not use the pill. For more information, talk to your healthcare provider.
If you're going to take the pill, why not take orthotricycline? Clinically proven to help your skin look better. Orthotricycline. Isn't it great to find the one that's right for you?
This will be.
Wouldn't it be great if Bounty came in a box? Ta-da! Incredibly practical. Practically invisible. New Bounty in a box. It's Bounty in a box.
My mom said she can't believe you were right.
Need a little quiet time? Give them a Quaker Chewy. Wholesome granola now mixed with delicious chunks of Nestle Baby Ruth bars. Chewy stops the chatter.
The romance, the beauty, a new way to shop, the world of Ralph Lauren. For men, women, children, and now for the home. Just a click away. Polo.com. America Online keyword Polo.
Every kid's got the same problem. Our moms are too busy for lunch, so they want something quick, right? Right. And they say it has to taste good, right? It said right. What are they thinking? I don't have the strength for this.
Betty Crocker thinks lunch should taste great, and delicious Bon Appetits do. Add water, microwave, and in minutes, a rich, creamy pasta Alfredo or a savory herb chicken vegetable rice. Delicious Betty Crocker Bon Appetit lunch bowls.
Thank goodness for Betty Crocker, whoever she is.
In her latest role as host and producer of a new show, Tracey Ullman is taking a closer look at VPL, Visible Panty Lines. That's the name of her take on style, which premieres this Thursday on the Oxygen Cable Network. Each week, Tracey will talk with different stars about how they've achieved their own personal
Here comes
style.
Cindy Crawford. She's 6 months pregnant here. You wouldn't know it, would you?
She's here, she's here. Cindy
Hello.
Crawford, hello. Welcome
Thank you.
Visible Panty Lines.
I don't have any.
No, you don't.
What we're here for today is to tell us about your personal style, as well as, you know, your pregnancy style.
Look at Cindy in the very thing. Oh.
Well, this is funny because my mom, she always used to wear that fall and had her hair done. And so for my 4th or 3rd birthday, all I wanted for my birthday was to have my hair done like my mom's. It had so much hairspray in, and they just ratted it. And then my mom took me to ratted. That's like such a, isn't it? We ratted my hair. Bubble look you got going on here. I didn't wear it like that every day. It was only for special occasions. You've got the mole here, look. I do. It's real. So come on, everybody. This is real.
Tracey Ullman.
Good
Good morning.
I've got one too.
You know, someone that beautiful is not allowed to be that nice. May I say that about Miss Cindy Crawford?
I thought you were talking about me.
Well, you too.
Oh,
someone as beautiful as you are is not allowed to be that
charming, and I think she just had her baby. She had a little girl.
She did.
Cara? Yes.
Yes, I read that.
That's lovely. Yes, she was very forthcoming.
Was she?
She's
She looked
gorgeous.
incredibly relaxed, like you guys were having fun. So tell me, visible panty lines, what is this about?
What? It's in my office. We've all had a visible panty line at some time in our life. We've probably got one now if we stood up. VPL, you know.
Well, yeah, that's true, but a lot of women deal with that by wearing thongs.
Thong. I can't do the thong.
What do you mean?
Because I digest them.
Well, I like what...
During the day!
I like what Minnie Driver said about
What?
thongs. Me bum is eating me knickers.
Totally. I mean, you know, French ones, Italian ones, domestic. I just digest them. You know.
But you know,
so
once you go to
they are
thongs,
painful.
honey, you never go back.
You never go back.
No.
Oh, really?
And then your show would get
Katie?
canceled because there'd be no such thing as visible panty lines
Are you
anymore.
thonging it right now, Katie?
You know what? That's a little personal, Tracy. Thank you very much. And this is about you and your show.
Well, we talk about things like thongs. I mean, I wanted to do a show in my office because that's where I run, purpleskirt.com, and have done for a couple of years now. And I thought, what a nice place to do a show. It's pretty easy. I don't have to get up at 4 in the morning and put rubber on my face and hair on my chest and pretending I'm from the Middle East or something. And it's a nice opportunity to learn how to talk to people, and particularly to learn how to listen to people, because I tend to dominate, don't I, Katie? You know what I mean? I want to do what you do. And to talk to women about their personal style. People think that's just fashion and what I wear, but you find it takes you to lots of different areas. And getting Cindy Crawford to come in with pictures of herself as an adolescent.
How cute! And, well, as a little girl, wasn't that cute when
Wasn't
she
that
kind
adorable?
of and she said she ratted? That was funny. You know, use that rat tail comb to do her hair. Now, what are we watching here?
This is making people over. This was a friend of mine who was pregnant.
Oh, that's right. Now you do a make.
Yeah,
do you
so
do
we
makeovers
meet
all the time,
civilians
or?
as well. Every show we do a makeover. And because I think people always love to see transformations, but it's not like those shows where everyone has to say, "I love it, I feel great." You know, if they don't like it, they don't like it.
Jose Ibert.
Oh, the man with the hat. What's under the hat, Katie? What's under the hat? Antenna. He's from another planet. We don't know.
I like him though. You know, his hair. I mean, he never ages too.
No,
that
they don't.
Jose
Well, that's
Ibert.
another thing. We're talking about women aging on this show. I mean, look, what have I got in my lip? I've had, you wouldn't know, but I've had collagen, right? My surgeon is an artist. You know, if it was too much, you'd tell me, right, Katie?
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
And let's do the Botox thing. Your dog is dead. Oh, my God. I've had Botox. I can't frown. Women in America have to age with more dignity, and no one's talking about how pathetic people are looking with all this horrid cosmetic surgery.
Well, let me ask you about that, because a lot of would you?
You go, girl.
So I guess, yes, this is the intense.
Yeah. This is the
So,
serious
Tracy,
part
are
of the
you
interview.
saying no? Are you saying you would never do? You know, there are a lot of things you can do. Hold on, you're learning to listen. Are there things that you could do that are short of surgery, but that can give you a more youthful appearance? You know, there's those dermabrasions, those peels, that Botox, those lip injections. Are you saying you would just never ever do that?
I'm not
You
ruling
look
it
fantastic.
out.
Can I ask you how old you are?
I'm 41.
You look great. You have beautiful
so
skin.
do you. You've turned into a real model sex fashion icon lately. I've noticed. What's
All right,
going
you can
on?
talk. I'll listen.
But
anyway.
No, I'm not ruling it out, but I'm just saying the severity of it and the age which people are getting it done in their 30s and stuff.
I know.
And
Isn't that weird? I went to my dermatologist the other day, and I saw, seriously, these girls, and not the other day, it was a few months ago, in their late 20s.
Yes.
Getting Botox in their, on their forehead. And I found that so sad.
Yes. And it's that everyone's trying to look 27 and freeze themselves at 27. We're talking about things like that. But what has been nice about this show as well is not just talking about celebrities. We're talking about politicians, lawyers, other women, taking a broader scope, getting old photographs of a favourite of mine, Golda Meir, seeing what the woman was wearing in Jerusalem in 1952, and Madeleine Albright. And
I love the brooches.
Pictures.
Madeleine is famous for her
and
brooches.
she wears the black travel dress.
Yeah.
You know that black travel dress? You can take it through a tsunami, you can fold it up to the size of a junior Tampax, and it still looks wonderful at your destination. She wears it.
You don't want to take fashion so seriously, right?
No, and I don't want women to take themselves so seriously, and I don't want them to be frightened of aging and being too thin, and I just you know, just want to talk to women about
We're going to talk to you on Friday. I love having you.
All right, I'm listening.
We'll be right back.
The Heartburn Hotel. If you suffer persistent heartburn 2 days a week or more, despite diet change and treatment, it may be acid reflux disease. Prescription Prevacid can mean 24-hour relief from acid reflux disease. Prevacid turns off tiny pumps that produce acid. It has a low occurrence of side effects, such as diarrhea, abdominal pain, and nausea. Ask your doctor if Prevacid is right for you.
So leave your heartburn behind, yeah!
Ask yourself this. When was the last time you sat completely still? And watched yourself in someone else? On Monday, September 17th, NBC begins its 75th season. We invite you to sit completely still and watch.
This is a News 4 Today news break.
Beautiful bright sunshine out there this morning as we look at Dulles Airport. 8:25 is the time, 67 degrees. We'll check the forecast and the rush hour coming up. Good morning. I'm Joe Krebs on this Tuesday, September 11th. In the news for today, Michael Jordan may be coming back to play basketball for the Washington Wizards. A news conference within the next 10 days will tell the tale. Jordan has legendary status in the world of basketball, of course. He went out as only a legend could. In his final game on June the 14th, 1998, he hit a shot at the buzzer to give the Chicago Bulls their 6th NBA championship. But Jordan hedges his bets a bit, saying to the Washington Post that he puts the possibility of a return at an 8 on a scale of 10. Two girls remain missing in the district. 14-year-old Yolanda Beard and 3-year-old Shantae Adams were last seen on Sunday evening around 5 o'clock in the 1200 block of Brentwood Road Northeast. Yolanda is 5 feet 2 inches tall and she weighs 90 pounds. She was wearing a blue shirt and light blue blouse. Shantae Adams is 2 feet tall and she weighs just 30 pounds. She was wearing blue pants and a white blouse. If you have any information about either girl, please call D.C. Police. And the district school budget is $80 million in the red, and that's going to mean some changes in the way the school system operates. School Board President Peggy Cooper-Kafertz blames the shortfall in incompetence, and she says the schools will try to close the deficit without affecting the lives of students. We're going to take a break right now, come back and take a look at our forecast and the rush hour.
This News 4 Today news break sponsored by Maryland Tax Amnesty. Call 1-800-MD-TAXES.
Another birdie. That's why I'm the boss.
Richard Frank, Baltimore, Maryland. Were you aware your business owes the state $12,106 in employer withholding tax?
We were. We know everything.
Refusal to pay can result in fines, liens on assets, even jail time.
Jail time?
Jail time. Play on. Nice putt.
Maryland Tax Amnesty is your chance to pay outstanding state personal income and business taxes with no fines, civil action, or criminal penalties.
The clock is ticking, so do it now.
I first became aware of school choice in 1994 when Sharonda was in the 3rd grade. For me personally, school choice is not a political issue, it's a family issue. I'm more than capable of being involved in my child's education. Sharonda has talked to us about becoming a pediatrician. Not only does she want this, but I can actually see it happen. That just warms my heart. I feel good about it, you know? If you give parents a choice, that gives kids a chance. It's about the kids.
Well, we had a wonderful change overnight. Good morning, I'm meteorologist Tom Kieran. We swept out the high humidity, and in comes some fresh, cool, dry air. 67 here at NBC4 and at National Airport with a fresh breeze out of the west-northwest. And it'll be gusting today 10 to 20 miles an hour with bright sunshine, highs reaching the low 80s. Tomorrow, bright and sunny after a chilly start in the 50s, should reach the upper 70s. And then Thursday evening, there's a slight chance of a passing shower. Otherwise, we've got dry weather into the weekend with Friday, Saturday, and Sunday's highs just near 70. Now let's check on that traffic. Jerry Edwards, how's it going this morning?
Tom, it has been a little rocky. Good morning, everyone. Let's head south and show you the outer loop of the Beltway, just crawling from Eisenhower Avenue passing Telegraph Road. An accident there has just been moved to the shoulder, but a very painful trip indeed. It looks like it's improving a little bit, picking up a little bit of speed now on 270 out of Germantown. Back to you.
Thanks, Jerry. Coming up on News 4 at 10, the state of the West Nile virus around our area and the nation. And there's new concern this morning. Another local news update in 25 minutes. Stay with us.
Most people don't mean to be hurtful, but when you're really overweight, you hear all the comments. So you learn to build a wall around yourself to block out what you don't want to hear. Then I overheard someone talking about Jenny Craig, and I'm glad I listened.
There's never been a better time to join Jenny Craig with their personalized one-on-one counseling. And now, for a limited time, lose 20 pounds for $20 plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-JENNY20.
I was at a party recently, and I overheard this woman say, she looks absolutely beautiful. And you know what? She was talking about me.
Today, cable companies like AT&T control over 70% of high-speed internet connections because they compete under different rules than phone companies. Unless Congress acts, millions will be left behind or with only one choice, their cable company. Now a study says a delay in high-speed internet rollout could cost our economy $500 billion. Tozan Dingle guarantees access to inner cities and small towns and would add billions to our economy. It's time for real competition. Pass Tozan Dingle.
Tonight, Jay's all new with Charlie Sheen, comedian Harlan Williams, and Go Jaywalking. And tomorrow, Jay's got Just Shoot Me's David Spade. Then on Conan, Robert Urich, all new tonight.
Good to have you close to the home.
We're back at 8:30 on this Tuesday morning. It's the 11th day of September, the year 2001. And we've got a nice crowd on a beautiful early fall morning here in Manhattan. We hope the weather's pretty where you're waking up as well. And I think that music you're listening to is once again Macy Gray, who's going to be performing here on Friday. It's hard to hear out here with the crowd and all the
If it's not Macy
noise.
Gray, it's an enormous screw-up down in our audio booth.
Yeah.
But we think it is.
Who knows? Anyway, outside Studio 1A, Katie Couric along with Matt Lauer. And coming up in this half-hour, Matt, Harry Belafonte is going to be here. He's going to be talking about a new project that he's worked on for years. It's finally come to fruition. It's an anthology of black music, and it's called The Long Road to Freedom.
Also, we're going to talk about Howard Hughes, the reclusive billionaire, died alone except for the people he paid to be with him. There have been a lot of books written about him, but now author Richard Hack has written what he calls the definitive biography of Howard Hughes. We'll talk to Mr. Hack about that in just a few minutes.
He's such an interesting figure, so that must be a
Unusual in so many
fascinating
ways.
book.
Absolutely.
Anyway, lots to get to, but before we do, we've got another check of the weather from Mr. Roker. Al, it is such a pretty morning, isn't it?
Perfect fall morning here. Although it's not fall yet, so it's still a perfect summer morning. And good advice, hug a nurse today. Where are you from?
Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown. What are you doing
St.
here?
Elizabeth.
Just hanging out?
Just on vacation.
Who are you here with?
My son and my husband.
All right. Well, you're sandwiched. It's a mom-nurse sandwich. We like that. And I got a buddy over here who's going, Al, show me some love. I love the hair. I love the hair. I'm showing you some love. What are you doing?
Right. We're here with Urban Aid. We're doing AIDS awareness within the teen community, within the minority communities, the Latin American, the black communities. There's been an increase in AIDS. We're trying to aware the teens of what's going on.
Good.
Life be.
All right. Good advice. Thank you very much. I like this, though. That's happening. I want to do that, you know?
No problem.
Let's take a look, show you what's going on. Oh, sorry. There's hold on. Let me just see here. That's what it would look like. Much better. Let's check your weather, see what's going on. For today, we've got a lot of cool weather in the northern states. We've got some hot weather continuing in the southwest and 80s as you get into the southeast with a lot of rain, up to 7 inches of rain in parts of Florida. Partly sunny in the Pacific Northwest. Seattle today, sunshine and 75. Sunny in the northeast and low humidity. Speaking of hair, what's the deal here?
Charles Worthington's big hair, girl.
Well, there you go. You certainly are. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Well, we've had a fresh, cool, dry air mass move in overnight. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tom Kierine. We're up to 67 degrees here in Northwest and comfortably dry with a nice breeze coming in at about 5 to 10 this morning. It may get a little gusty this afternoon, maybe 10 to 20 miles an hour with bright sunshine, highs reaching the low 80s. And we've got a cool evening on tap tonight. Ought to be widespread 50s for lows. And during the day tomorrow, the upper 70s for highs. Then Thursday, partly sunny. Could have a passing shower Thursday evening. Otherwise, dry weather all the way into the weekend.
Let's head down to Washington. Hey, Weller, look who's here. Mr. Peanut.
I love Mr. Peanut.
Mr. Peanut is here.
Is he salt-free and dry roasted?
I know. Well, he hasn't come out of his shell yet. He just.
Hey, have you ever done anything for Habitat for Humanity?
Yes.
Did you ever take a hammer and saw or
You
nail it?
bet. Yes, we did. We did. In fact, the Today Show did it a couple of months ago up in Harlem.
I thought you'd get a big kick out of this. Jimmy Carter, one of the nicest people in the whole wide world. A beautiful man, done so many great things. Here's his, where was it? Did you see his picture? Was it up there? And there you go, and some of his friends. And they're having their 25th anniversary. Can you believe that? Indianapolis, Indiana, this coming Saturday, the 15th. 25 years of helping humanity by building them a home. Can't beat that. And the people that actually live in the house helped to build it, too. Check it out. Happy birthday and happy anniversary to Habitat, one of the great organizations. On the back of our Smucker's jar, Alex LeBlanc of Waltham, Mass. Independent fellow, loves being around people. Fondest memory is going to the airport with his friends in the 20s and flying with student pilots in open cockpit planes. How about that? Handsome dude. Molly Holtzberg of Coconut Creek, Florida is 100 years old, loves to read, loves theater, discussing politics, and loves a good party and being with people. A party animal. Molly, you old fox. Sidney Johnson of Glenmara, Louisiana is 101, wonderful homemaker, enjoyed taking care of her family, married a farmer, and loved it. Eat good down on the farm. Lona Snodgrass, Charleston, West Virginia, 104, still lives in her own house, likes to watch television, loves stories about the good old days. She is pretty, very pretty lady. Edith Chittick of Westlake, Ohio, attributes her longevity to strong faith, a strong spirit, always puts family first and loves golf, and she is a Greg Norman fan extraordinaire. Pretty hair. Finally, Charles Hill, Los Angeles, California. Look at that. He is handsome. He could be an actor. Good-looking, smart, good-looking man. Attributes his longevity and good health to living a stress-free life. Loves going to the beach and watching his horses win at the track. How about that? Man knows his business. Anyway, happy birthday to all. Now back to Matt in little old New York.
All right, Willard, thank you very much. Coming up, Katie talks to Harry Belafonte. But first, this is Today on NBC.
I'm Barbara Harrison. My Wednesday's Child reports have helped hundreds of local children find loving adoptive homes. And now you can help too with just a few simple steps. Join the Freddie Mac Foundation and NBC4 for the 12th annual Wednesday's Child 5K race for adoption. It's on Sunday, September 16th. Come run or walk to show your support for the thousands of local foster children still waiting to be adopted. Registration is free and there are great prizes. Log on to NBC4.com for more information. And thank you.
Oh, the wonderful thing about children is it never occurs to them that their dreams might not come true. My dream has come true. With hard work and some good financial advice, I just opened my 3rd child care center. We take care of hundreds of children every day. Our children are our future. They just don't know it yet.
Smart financial services from Mutual of Omaha, helping plan successful futures for over 90 years.
Why do the 4 giant bell phone monopolies want toes and dingles so badly? How about this? Section 4A states, neither the FCC nor any state shall have authority to regulate the rates, charges, terms, or conditions for any high-speed data service. Toes and Dingle will turn the 4 bell giants loose on America and then prohibit the FCC and all 50 states from protecting us. So, this is why our parents told us to read the fine print.
Just listen to my voice.
On September 28th,
look in my eyes.
On this quiet street, a stranger will arrive and pass his power to another. From the author of The Green Mile.
Find the Queen of Hearts.
And the director of Shine.
Tell me what you see.
This one here.
Anthony Hopkins.
Hearts in Atlantis. Rated PG-13. Sneak preview September 15th. Starts September 28th.
Nearly 50 years ago, entertainer Harry Belafonte embarked on an extraordinary project. He set out to research and record the music of Black Americans from the period of their earliest arrival in the New World in the 17th century up through the spirituals, blues, and folk music of the early 20th century. The work was completed 30 years ago, but it's only now that music lovers can enjoy this collection of songs. It's called The Long Road to Freedom, an anthology of black music. Belafonte was principal producer and one of many artists featured on this 80 song box set.
Well, it's free grace, free grace, free grace, my loving sister, free grace, I'm newborn again.
Gather round the rails, boys. Turn that rail to your stomach. Head high, float away. Whoa, white man, he called me lazy. Work like me, he soon go crazy. White man, get me all the time.
Harry Belafonte, it's a pleasure to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I mean, to say that this has been a project that's been long in the making is a bit of an understatement. You started working on this back in 1954. Yeah. Tell me how it came about.
Well, America was just the threshold of a new period in its evolution. Brown versus the Board of Education had just come through the Supreme Court. There was an awakening to the whole issue of race on a level that America was just about to embark on that was very new. And I often felt that if people really understood more about one another, life could perhaps be dealt with in a more comfortable and meaningful way. And the best way to know one is through one's culture. And our music held so much of our history. And since I was an artist, since I had the platform of music, why not dig into our history through our musical expression and let people hear the songs that spoke to our trials and tribulations, our journey from the shores of Africa to the times of slavery, to the period of the Civil War, to the antebellum period, and the blues and the city and the rural. And it was just a huge canvas of material that I thought America would delight in.
Oh, and such an incredibly rich history. And I understand that a lot of these songs were actually in an RCA vault for some 30 years. Why?
Well, when I originally started the project, RCA and Reader's Digest were the two companies behind promoting it. And both of them at the end of the recording dissolved their relationship. So we were left there with no home. And I waited, I thought it would take about maybe 2 or 3 years to find another place to lay it off. But it took 30 years, and now BMG found the archives, found the material in their archives, because they bought RCA. And in buying RCA, they inherited this volume of work. So they called me and asked me to come on board and have it released.
And I know you're thrilled. We have another example of some of the stuff in some of the music in the anthology. Let's take another listen.
Brownie, you didn't bring old blue. Oh, baby.
I know that you have said that much of the music we listen to today echoes some of the music we heard, say, 100 years ago or more.
What's astounding is that almost all of American culture, regardless of race, has most of its resonance deeply rooted in African music. And we take an awful lot for granted, whether you're in rock, or you're in rap, or you're in the Broadway theater, or almost any avenue of musical expression in America, you'll find resonance of Africa throughout the American culture.
And we were talking before we went on about what a fabulous teaching tool this could be for kids all across the country to learn so much about history and about ourselves through the music that we've enjoyed for hundreds of years.
And remarkable men and women participated in this. Leonard DePaul, Sonny Terry, Brownie McGhee, Bessie Jones, great artist by the name of Charles White, who did the artwork, and the text written by Marie Evans, a professor from University of Indiana. I think the work is not only scholarly, but there's a humanity to this that I think people really enjoy.
You must be very proud of it. Before we go, Harry, I want to ask you quickly about the World Conference Against Racism that was held last week in South Africa. You attended on behalf of UNICEF. You criticized the United States for pulling out when both the U.S. and Israel withdrew over condemnations of Israel. Disappointed with the United States about that, aren't you?
Yes, because I believe that the world is really in need of compassion. And the world is really in need of voices that will come to the table with reason and lead people to a new level of thinking. And the United States, which dominates so much of the world order, I believe has a responsibility to lead the world to a new level of thought, or at least open up debate so that new information can come into the discourse, so we may be able to shape policies that are a little bit richer than the policies we've been applying all along. That doesn't seem to be taking us out of the abyss of violence, killing, anger, rage, and I think we should be less arrogant about how we use our resources.
Obviously, delegates left with sort of instructions on how to improve the situation in their respective countries. But do you think this conference will really have an impact on the average person in the world in terms of racism, intolerance, etc.?
Yes, I do. I believe it'll be a while before a lot of the resonance from this gets into the mainstream experience. But it's a beginning, and remarkable men and women from all over the world of enormous intelligence sat at the table and debated issues that were most volatile. And I think conclusions were reached that will set a platform for future encounter.
Well, let's hope so. Harry Belafonte, as I said, it's a thrill to be with you. Thanks so much for coming in, and best of luck with your project. The anthology, once again, is called The Long Road to Freedom.
Thank you, Katie.
Looks wonderful. Up next, a new look at billionaire Howard Hughes. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Top Drawer, the interior design store, is having one of their famous, wild, irresistible clearance events. Absolutely everything in our enormous showroom has been reduced. Select from our multi-million-dollar stock of unique home furnishings from around the world. Almost everything is available for immediate delivery. Don't delay. Hurry into Top Drawer, your interior design store, where the smart shoppers buy.
Being in business, I know you've got to have a plan to succeed. That's why, as a candidate for governor, I've offered a detailed action plan for Virginia's future. To improve education and transportation, create jobs, preserve open space, and protect our environment. We can do it with more effective management and real fiscal responsibility. To find out more, call or visit our website, because you deserve more than political promises. You deserve a plan and results. And that's what my campaign for governor is all about.
The Civic from Honda.
Hey guys, can you help us? We need directions.
It comes with an extraordinarily well-insulated...
Oh, shit!
I have got to interrupt you right now.
Sorry.
Richard Hack, thank you very much. We appreciate the book is called Hughes. We want to go live right now and show you a picture of the World Trade Center where I understand, do we have it? No, we do not. We have a breaking story, though. We're going to come back with that in just a moment. First, this is Today on NBC.
As Matt just mentioned, we have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City. It happened just a few moments ago, apparently. We have very little information available at this point in time. But on the phone, we do have Jennifer Oberstein, who apparently witnessed this event. Jennifer, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, can you please tell me what you saw and to give me any information about what's going on there?
Yes, I have to tell you, it's quite terrifying. I'm in shock right now. I came out of the subway at Bowling Green. I was heading to work in Battery Park at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and I come out, and I heard a boom, looked up, and there was a big ball of fire. I'm now looking north at the World Trade Center, and it is the left twin tower if I'm looking north. I'm in Battery Park right now, and you can hear the fire engines and the emergency crews behind me, and it is unbelievable. When the fire first burst, it was a... Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
In air like I've never seen before, and as you know, I used to work in news. I've never seen any fire like this in the air, and the pieces of the building were flying down. It looks like it's like the top, I can't even tell you, maybe 20 floors. Intense smoke. It's horrible. I can't even describe it to you.
Do you have any idea what kind of plane it was?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any idea what hit the World Trade Center?
What it was?
Yeah, what kind of plane? We're getting reports that an airplane hit the building.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Honestly, I was walking up, and it looked up and saw a big boom and fire. You know, I got to tell you, we were all saying around here that it was very interesting that it would be a bomb and it would be so high up. So perhaps it was a plane. We have no talk of a plane. However, I have to tell you, there are still things flying in the air. I mean, it's mind-boggling, and it's horrifying.
Jennifer, it's Matt Lauer. I'd like to ask you, while you were close to the building, or have you, since the explosion, seen anyone who's been injured being taken out of the building? Are there ambulances dealing with people on the sidewalk around the building?
No, I have not. I have not gotten that close. I have to tell you that my father works in the World Financial Center, and I first called over there to see, because it's next door, to see, you know, if he was okay. I couldn't get through, and I'm far away right now. I thought it might be a little dangerous to get too close. I saw lots of debris coming down, and right now I'm in Battery Park. I don't know, you know, it's probably a 5-minute walk from here to the World Trade Center. but the smoke is incredible. I mean, I can't see the top of the tower, and it's starting to cover the top of the second tower.
In fact, we're looking at pictures right now, Jennifer, with a huge gaping hole on the side of the building and billowing smoke. So
I'm right now, you see, yeah, I see major fire. I definitely see fire.
And Jennifer, you said you're looking north at the building, so in other words, you're south of the building, is that right?
Correct.
Because we're looking at a picture that is looking at the north side of the building.
I'm on the exact opposite side.
And it appears that is where the largest hole is. And again, as you mentioned correctly, toward the top of the building, but on the north side, and then on the, what I think is the west side of the building, we can also see some holes there that could have been from damage once the impact occurred. Again, we've been told that this is a plane. We don't have confirmation on that, but there is an enormous hole in the north side of that building.
Jennifer, can you tell us a little bit more about what you heard when you heard this explosion? Describe it for us.
Absolutely. When I walked out of the subway, I looked at the Twin Towers because, I mean, I just always look up there. And right when I looked up, there was a boom. It wasn't that loud. Like, it wasn't huge. However, what was unbelievable was the amount of fire. It was a big ball of fire that just went up. And I looked around at people. We were all horrified. I'm stuttering because I'm in such shock. I've never seen anything like it. It's just horrible.
And of course, this is real cause for concern because the World Trade Center is one of the busiest office buildings here in New York with hundreds, perhaps thousands of workers
New York
who...
State Governor has his office,
Oh,
New York
right.
City office there.
Several thousand
and of
workers.
course, given the time that this has happened, it's only probably appropriate to surmise that people might have been in the building.
And you know, we've seen stories in the past where planes have hit buildings, small planes, and it would be hard to imagine that a small plane could create that kind of hole in a building like the World Trade Center and create the damage on the other side of the building from the sheer impact. Small planes tend to crumple and then fall down the building. Again, we haven't talked to anyone who's close to the base of the building, so we don't know what kind of debris or wreckage. Yes, go ahead, Jennifer.
I'm sorry. I'm just talking to a police officer right here, and he says, yes, he heard it was a plane.
Does he have any information about what kind of plane it was, or can he tell us any more details?
May I? I'm going to put you on hold for one moment, okay?
Just to recap, if you're just joining us, you're looking at dramatic pictures of New York's World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan, where a short time ago we are told that a plane crashed into the upper floors of the westernmost tower. You can see a gaping hole. That is on the north side of the building, and you can see residual damage on the west side of that building, and obviously fires are burning right now in the World Trade Center.
Tall buildings have had a real problem here in New York. There was, back in the 40s, a plane hit the Empire State Building. In the 60s, a helicopter crashed on the top of what was the Pan Am building, now the MetLife building. So
right now we're getting information, Al, that it was a small commuter plane, and of course we'll let people know as soon as we have more information as to what actually caused this, and of course on everybody's mind who might have been hurt as a result of this terrible, terrible incident. We're going to be talking to more eyewitnesses coming up in just a few minutes.
We are back at 9 o'clock Eastern Time on this Tuesday morning, and we're back with dramatic pictures of an accident that has happened just a short time ago. You're looking at the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan, where just a few minutes ago we're told that a plane, some reports are that it was a small commuter plane, crashed into the upper floors of one of the Twin Towers. You can see fire and flames or smoke billowing from that tower. There is a gaping hole on the north side of the building. That's the side you're seeing to the left-hand side of your screen right now, and other damage to the west side of that building, which is to the right side of your screen. This, of course, happened just before the morning commute, before people were heading into their offices, and while I'm sure some people were already at work, immediately there's speculation or cause for concern. This is the World Trade Center that was the center of a terrorist bombing some years ago. So the questions have to be asked, was this purely an accident, or could this have been an intentional act? But either way, extensive damage has been done to this building.
it also looks like there's smoke coming out of the east side of the building. That shot we just saw looks like white smoke billowing out the side of the east side of the building.
Obviously, horrified commuters were absolutely devastated when they heard this explosion. We talked with somebody a moment ago about that, Jennifer Oberstein, and also another eyewitness, Elliot Walker, who is actually a producer here on the Today Show. Elliot, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Katie.
Hi, Elliot. Tell me where you are and what you saw.
Well, I live in this area. I've returned to my apartment, but I was walking down the sidewalk, delivering my young daughter to school, and we heard a very loud sound, the kind of sound you hear when a plane is going fast past you, followed by an enormous crash and an immediate explosion. I don't think we could feel shock waves, but we sort of felt like we did. And we were in a position where we could see the Trade Center almost immediately between the other buildings. And an enormous fireball that must have been 300 feet across was visible immediately. A secondary explosion, I think, and then plumes of smoke. There must have been a 3-block cloud of white smoke. Now, from where I was on the street a moment ago, you can, in fact, see smoke leaving the building on 3 sides. It seems to be coming out on at least 4 or 5 floors. The air is filled with hundreds of thousands of pieces of paper that are just sort of floating like confetti. The area is swarmed with emergency vehicles and sirens. Obviously, we're very sensitive to this kind of thing in this neighborhood.
Elliot, have you, of course, because of the incident that occurred in the early 1990s, have you seen any evidence, Elliot, of people being taken out of the building? You say that emergency vehicles are there, understandably so, but of course the major concern is human loss. I mean, do you know if there were many people in the building?
Another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on the shot.
Oh my!
Something else has
You know what? We just saw
like
a plane circling the building. We just saw a plane circling the building a second ago on the shot right before that.
I think there may have been another impact. Can you tell? I just heard another very loud bang, and a very large plane that might have been a DC-9 or a 747 just flew past my window, and I think it may have hit the Trade Center again.
To be honest, Elliot, I didn't get the impression that it was that big a plane.
It looks big from here.
I did see a plane go by a second ago, though, and it has now impacted the building. I'm trying to see if it's the different tower.
I think it may have been. I believe
tower.
the first one was World Trade Center 1, and it looks, from what I'm seeing on the television, like it may have been
the
the second building.
This is a piece of tape, and we may actually see another plane enter the picture here in a second.
I wonder if there are air traffic control problems.
Let's go back to Jennifer Oberstein, who was talking to a second ago. Jennifer, did you see this happen?
Hello?
Did you just see this happen, Jennifer?
Matt, I've never seen any. It looks like a movie. I saw a large plane, like a jet, going immediately headed directly into the World Trade Center. It just flew into it, into the other tower, coming from south to north. I watched the plane fly into the World Trade Center. It was a jet. It was a very large plane. It was going fast. It went past the Ritz-Carlton Hotel that's being built in Battery Park. It flew right past it, almost hit it, and then went in.
This is so shocking, of course, to everybody watching.
I've never seen anything like it. It literally flew itself into World Trade Center.
Obviously, now we move from what appears to... There it is right there.
Again, I'm looking from south to north, and it went into the one on the right.
That appeared to be at least a 727. We saw it a second ago. Here comes the videotape that we just showed you. You will see what appears to be a large plane. It could be a 727 right there, maybe even bigger, flying right into the side of the World Trade Center.
It was at least a 727. It was a jet. I couldn't believe my eyes watching it right above me.
And now you have to move from talk about a possible accident to talk about something deliberate that has happened here. We're going to immediately check with air traffic control in the area to find out if they had contact with either of these planes before the accident. But what we've just seen is about the most shocking videotape I've ever seen.
What are the odds of 2 separate planes hitting both towers?
Elliot, are you still there?
Hello?
Elliot?
Yes, I'm still here, Katie.
So, Elliot, what can you see right now from your perspective?
I don't face in that direction. I can't see anything personally.
It is completely impossible to understand why this is happening and to figure out what in the world is going on.
I think we have to be grateful
Ali
that the first
Eberhard
plane hit before 9 a.m., but it's now after 9 a.m., and I just wonder how many people were
A lot
in
of
those
those
offices.
buildings fill up.
Well, hopefully that they were evacuated following the first incident, and we can only hope that there was a very short period of time from when we first learned about this was probably about 8:50 Eastern Time. This second incident occurred about 9:05. And so obviously that would be a short amount of time to get people out of the building. Ali Eberhard is another witness who is on the ground. Ali, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Please tell me what you're seeing.
Well, I live in Lower Manhattan. I face the north tower, the north side where the first plane crashed into the building. And right now, there's a lot of chaos on the ground, a lot of emergency vehicles. Everyone from the World Financial Center has exited and is walking north up to Battery Park North. There's just mass and mass of people walking north uptown of Manhattan. I was happened to look on the first tower, and I actually saw people waving where the first plane crashed through, and then it was unbelievable seeing this second jet come crashing into the second tower. What is going on?
And unfortunately, here in New York, many of our stations cannot see this, local stations, because the antennas are on the World Trade Center. They're backup towers on the Empire State Building. But communication, television communication in New York City is probably pretty much knocked off the air.
I just want to say something. We're looking at a picture here where it appears, because of the angle, I think, that the towers are leaning. And I don't think that that is actually the case, because after the first impact, it looked as if it was the right-hand tower was leaning. And now somebody is saying, we're getting a witness saying they are leaning actually right now, which will give you an idea of the type of impact we're talking about.
And that perhaps they're buckling under the force of the collision or the hole that's resulted from these two planes.
We're going to go to George Shea right now, who has also witnessed both or one of these collisions. George, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
What did you see, George?
Yeah, well, I was in a car driving up, just gotten out of the Battery Tunnel and driving north on West Street when an enormous explosion happened. And it was larger than a construction explosion. I looked out the window, and what appeared to be an enormous tire smashed into the ground, and I believe it hit the car to the right of me. And it was just so scary, and there was also a ton of debris fall. And I jumped out of the car, and I ran south away from the building because I thought there would be further explosions.
And have you seen anyone injured on the ground, George?
A man next to me was actually hit by a piece of debris in his arm, and they said that someone had been badly hurt in a car ahead of me. I'm not certain if it was the car next to me, and I can't verify that. All I can say is that a lot of debris was falling. It was very confusing because everybody, I think, immediately assumed that a bomb had exploded, and that sort of had people thinking that further bombs may explode. So there was sort of a rush away.
Did you see, George, the second plane, that jet, fly into the other Twin Tower?
I heard two explosions, however. There was a first explosion that was louder, and then a second explosion. And but I could not see that, and I looked up, and when I looked up, I saw debris falling, and the tire, as I said, a very large tire.
Well, of course, this is, as we've said, completely shocking video and a shocking turn of events. And we've been talking here that the first incident, one might surmise that it was some kind of accident, and then to have a second, what appeared to be 727 jet, of course, the question of terrorist activity has to surface, and the question of whether this was an intentional terrorist act of some kind.
You know, keep in mind that we're in an area here where there are three major airports. You have Newark Airport, Kennedy Airport, and LaGuardia Airport, all within several miles of the World Trade Center. You know, it's very unusual for a plane to get into this area without being completely tracked or identified by air traffic control. So you would have to imagine that, A, if this plane were headed right for the World Trade Center, there must have been someone trying to talk or communicate with that pilot, and for it to fly right into the side of the building.
Well, the smaller plane you can understand almost, but a jumbo jet, a large jet, completely.
Let's re-rack that video, if we could, down in the control room where we actually saw the jet flying into the building,
and
which
I was mistaken. When Elliot Walker said it was a big plane, I was looking in the distance and saw a small plane, which might have been a helicopter, actually. To see this plane come into the picture,
there it is.
That is a big plane. And I mean, it's hard to imagine. It's a 737, we're now being told, and flying directly into the midsection of what would be the eastern tower. of the World Trade Center.
I'm wondering if Jennifer Oberstein is still on the phone. Do we still have Jennifer on the phone? She's actually not on the phone because she was near a police officer. At least we could have perhaps gotten more information from that officer. Needless to say, it's pandemonium, I am sure, down there, and we gathered that from even the eyewitnesses with whom we spoke, and how terrifying this was for them to see. And you can only imagine, as you get closer to the Twin Towers, a New York landmark, what the scene must be like there.
You know, you talked about the buildings looking like they're buckled. They're designed to have a 2-degree sway in either direction because of the height of the building and to be able to deal with wind and stress, but something like that is more than it's probably designed for.
We want to go now out to Jane Daranowski, who I understand is a television producer here in New York. Jane, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm down here near the World Trade Center. I was walking down 6th Avenue this morning at 8:42 a.m. A group of us saw a plane veer through the buildings. Then we saw a huge cloud of smoke, and then fire came out of one of the towers. Here, it's near the upper floor, as you can probably see with your chopper shots. And then about 10 minutes ago, a second explosion in the second tower. Lower down, that was not affected by the plane, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. But right now there's a huge gaping hole in one of the towers, and the other building is on fire. The scene down here is incredible. People are out of their office buildings, watching, crying, taking pictures. I've never seen anything like it down here.
Jane, you said you saw the first plane. Did you get a glimpse of what kind of plane that was? We were told it was a small commuter plane.
Well, it wasn't a Cessna or anything like that. It was a larger plane, a mid-sized plane, and we could hear it very low. And walking down the street, a couple of us looked at each other, thinking, what's happening? Then it veered drastically on its side through the buildings and then went into the upper floors of the World Trade Center tower.
And we want to just mention that when the impact hit the first tower, you would hope that people who were in the second tower were beginning to evacuate, especially if air traffic control had some indication that this was deliberate. You'd hope that they were starting to get people out of the other tower before this second plane hit that tower.
But I mean, if you tried to go up, you know, we've been upstairs in the towers of the, in the restaurant up there to try to get down.
I mean, the elevators would have been jammed, no question, but if there was an indication that this was deliberate in the first case, you'd hope that they would immediately begin evacuation in the second tower.
We've got another eyewitness that we'd like to speak with. Dan Dietrich is on the phone. Dan, tell me where you are and what you're seeing or what you saw.
Okay, what I saw was one plane coming in low from the north down over 7th Avenue. It crashed into the top or the middle of one of the towers. 10 minutes later, I saw another plane crash into the other side of the tower at a lower level. It looked to me a small, commercial plane, the first plane that I saw. It crashed into the top of the tower, and there was a huge fireball, and there was a gaping hole in the side of the tower. As we were waiting outside and looking at it, another plane came in low, I believe from the other side, and hit the middle of the other tower. Now, I saw both planes, two separate planes, crash into each tower.
And Dan, and again, the size of the planes, tell me about that.
I would say that the plane was a mid-size, looked to be a commercial airline. I don't know. I thought perhaps, a commercial airline, a mid-size, not a jumbo jet.
This, of course, is unconfirmed, but we are getting information from an employee of United Airlines. And again, we want to emphasize this is unconfirmed, but there is speculation that an American Airlines plane was hijacked and crashed on purpose into the World Trade Center, and that the second plane was another plane, perhaps hijacked, was then flown in to the second tower. Dan, tell me about people on the ground. Are you at a vantage point where you can see what's happening on the ground?
I'm farther up in the West Village. I'm not on the ground near the base of the towers.
Where were you when it actually happened?
I was walking down 7th Avenue south at about Charles Street, which is about 15 or 20 blocks north of the towers.
Well, obviously, this was a shocking thing for you to witness on this Tuesday morning, you know, where some wires just came out and said in 1945, an Army Air Corps B-25, a twin-engine bomber, crashed into the 79th floor of the Empire State Building. That occurred in dense fog. This was a crystal clear day in Manhattan, so it is completely unclear how there would be any kind of problems with visibility. Dan, thank you so much for talking with us. Hopefully you can stay on the phone and we can check back in with you at another point in time. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We want to also report that remind people that the World Trade Center bombing that took place on February 26th back in 1993, the product of a terrorist attack, the result of a terrorist attack that killed 6 people and injured more than 1,000. Of course, that happened on a Friday afternoon. I think, Matt, you and Al were working that day.
We were.
I know I was at home in Virginia watching it in disbelief, and now it feels a bit like deja vu. But, of course, this is so much more bizarre.
Yeah, no question. And you keep in mind that that killed 6 people, injured 1,000, and the explosion happened in a garage in the basement. This was a direct hit on the midsection or upper section of the tower, so the potential for injuries and death much larger. Of course, also some people on the planes.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. If they were hijacked and they were en route to a different destination, of course, this story continues to unfold. Bob Kerr joins us now. Bob, where are you and what can you tell us?
Katie, good morning. I'm on the north lawn at the White House, and the first thing we look for here in light of what's happened is whether there is any unusual activity out here, whether there's an unusual police or Secret Service presence, people on the roof, that sort of thing. We don't see that as we speak. I did try to call the National Security Office here. As you know, the president is out of town. He is in Florida. We're told he has been informed of this. I can tell you that the White House National Security staff that remains here is in a senior level meeting, and we're hoping to hear from them as soon as possible. But Katie, the reaction here to the pictures you're seeing and to the initial pictures when they came up, even in what's called the lower press office here at the White House, was one of shock. I mean, people are just standing around television monitors looking at this. And when I say people, I don't mean just the reporters. I mean the people who are actually in the office who work here at the White House.
So very little information is coming out of the White House at this juncture, but needless to say, if the speculation is true about some kind of terrorist event, this will be a major, major crisis for the Bush administration. Jim Miklashevsky is at the Pentagon now. Mick, are you hearing any more information from there?
Well, according to U.S. intelligence officials, Katie, there appeared, at least to their knowledge, to be no specific threat involving hijacking airliners or any attacks on buildings in the New York area. U.S. intelligence officials report this morning that there are, they constantly are hearing about threats, possible terrorist threats against American targets worldwide. But as far as they know this morning, they had no early indications that anything of this nature could have occurred. Pentagon officials are already calling this a terrorist attack. They say that they have not yet ordered the scrambling of any military jets. If National Guard were to be scrambled in that area, that would be at the order of the governor. Now, of course, the president does have the authority to scramble American military forces in defense, but there's a problem here. What now do you defend against exactly? If you put warplanes in the air, there's always a danger that they could misidentify a pilot's intention. Although I believe, according to officials here,
I just wanted to tell you guys,
if
you want to continue,
are now off limits and restricted. But so far, the U.S. military and Pentagon officials are scrambling to get as much information as they possibly can to determine what course of action, if any, the U.S. military would take.
But, Mick, they are describing this as a terrorist attack right now.
There are some officials here in the Pentagon who are calling this an obvious terrorist attack based on very preliminary information. The information that intelligence officials are getting in terms of a possible hijacked plane, and, of course, the very horrifying video of the plane veering into the tower itself. is a clear indication to everyone here that this is not an accident.
All right, Jim Miklashevsky, thanks. And, of course, the coordination that took place to have two planes hit the towers within 18 minutes of one another. Let's go back to the White House now. Bob Kerr is still standing by there. Bob, what can you tell us?
Well, Matt, it was interesting to listen to Jim Miklashevsky there from the Pentagon. Of course, the president has the authority to scramble military forces, and this is a case, obviously, in which retaliation, if indeed it proves to be a terrorist incident, will be contemplated. But the usual course of events is it's an investigation. You know, unless someone steps forward, claims responsibility, the White House and other arms of the U.S. government will say, we have to determine who is responsible for this attack, try to pinpoint it, and then the U.S. usually says someone is going to be made to pay. But that is a big if we can determine exactly the origin of this terrorist attack. And so there are some implications to that.
Let's go back to Jim Miklashevsky. Bob, thank you, at the Pentagon. Mick, you have more information?
Well, Katie, Bob's exactly right, but what the primary concern right now is protecting the American public in the New York area right now against any possible further attacks by the air. They have no indications there will be, but there is some concern that since this appeared to be such a highly coordinated attack, that there may be other terrorist attacks that could be planned either in New York or elsewhere. This is absolutely the worst case scenario for the counterterrorist planners because apparently, according to intelligence officials, there were no firm indications prior to this that anything like this could have happened. But in terms of scrambling the U.S. military, it would be for protection for the time being and not necessarily even thinking right now about any kind of retaliation.
All right, David Gregory is now on the phone from Longboat
Sarasota,
Key,
yeah,
actually, where
he's following the president.
That's right. David?
Yes, Katie, the president is about to begin an education event, which is obviously being canceled. The event will go forward insofar as the president, we expect momentarily, will come out and make a statement about this. He was made aware en route from his hotel to this school here in Sarasota where he was going to talk about education. He'll make a statement, then we're told by White House officials that he will quickly depart for Washington.
We should mention, David, that New York City Airport or New York area airports have all been closed. The Lincoln Tunnel has been closed here in New York. While we're getting ready to listen to the president, let's go back to Jim Miklashevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, you talk about counter-terrorist measures that are in place. Can you shed any light for us on what kind of things are in place in the event of an attack of this nature?
Well, Katie, it's very difficult for the U.S. military to respond to this kind of thing right now because it's unclear exactly who's behind it and if there are any other potential attacks or incidents like this, because this has obviously not been officially declared a terrorist attack. But all the experts who are looking at these pictures say there's no doubt about it. This was a coordinated terrorist attack. But who and why is very much unclear right now. And the problem with trying to then put planes in the air to try to prevent any further attacks is these are, after all, open airspaces for the most part. And it's difficult for the U.S. military to simply scramble jets and put them in the air. And then, according to officials here, then do what? This area, of course, according to officials here, is obviously going to be declared off limits in terms of any air traffic. But right now, officials here at the Pentagon are simply scrambling to find out first what happened and what potential reaction the U.S. military could provide in terms of protection. Possible further protection against any further potential attacks.
And, Mick, it's important to note that if these planes were hijacked, if they were carrying passengers, there isn't much that military officials could have done. You can't shoot down a plane like that for risk of the people on board, plus for the injuries you could cause on the ground in a place like Manhattan. Go ahead.
That's exactly right. And the president, as we said earlier, does in fact have the authority to scramble the military to put them up in some kind of force protection mode. The governor has the Air National Guard at his disposal. He can do that. But again, officials are pretty much wondering exactly what to do in terms of protection and how. Again, to the terrorist officials, this is absolutely the worst case scenario because there right now seems to be not much they can do in terms of the aftermath.
Mick, obviously, yeah, we're scrambling for information here. I would just want to read this Reuters wire that says 2 planes crashed into the towers of the World Trade Center on Tuesday morning, causing huge explosions and killing at least 6 people. CNBC TV said there were at least 1,000 injured. Both towers of the Lower Manhattan landmark, where thousands of people work, were the scenes of a bombing in 1993. The FBI told the Associated Press that it was, quote, foul play and not an accident. A person who answered the phone, that was reported by ABC, a person who answered the phone on the trading floor at interdealer broker Cantor Fitzgerald, located near the top of the World Trade Center, said, "We're blanking dying," when asked what was happening, and hung up. There was screaming and yelling in the background, and a follow-up call was not answered. Nick Fulton, an eyewitness, said just before the first explosion he saw a plane fly over his apartment in the Soho district of Lower Manhattan. Jamie Gangel is on the telephone, our national correspondent, with more information. Jamie, what can you tell us?
Katie, I've just spoken to top U.S. officials with the access to latest intelligence, and they said, quote, that this was clearly terrorist-related, no question about it. They said that they couldn't give any further details now, not because they didn't want to share it, but because they just don't know yet. They're at the earliest stages.
So do they know, Jamie, if a plane was in fact hijacked?
They would not answer that, and I think that it's because that they just are getting the earliest details and they're afraid of putting out misinformation. But they said, that it was clearly terrorist-related.
All right, Jamie, thanks. We're looking again, if you're just joining us, as both towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, where 2 planes have crashed into the towers, one shortly before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, one shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And as you can see, the tower on the left was hit just above the midsection point. They're both 110 floors high, 1,300 feet above the ground. The tower on the right was hit more, probably 2/3 to 3/4 of the way up the tower, but you can see fires burning in both towers. We actually saw a videotape we watched the second tape, or the second plane hit the building. You'll watch it enter from the right portion of the screen and then make contact with the left-hand tower in what is shocking video. And here it comes right there. And you can see the impact on one side of the building and the residual damage coming out of another side of the building. And one can only imagine that that one occurred shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning. How many people were in the building at the time of the impact? And it's a large plane. We're told it was either a 737. Some reports that the first plane was a 757.
Some kind of Airbus. That was what the United worker told us. That apparently that it was an American Airlines plane that had been hijacked from Boston to Los Angeles, but we're just getting initial reports of that. And again, we must tell you that we're trying to get as much information, but it is trickling in at a very slow pace. So all of this is unconfirmed, and of course speculation of a terrorist attack is unconfirmed, although that is what some Pentagon officials are saying. Let's go to President Bush right now.
Unfortunately, we'll be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
No. That, of course, was President Bush, who is in Florida, in Longboat Key. He was speaking at an elementary school. He had planned to be talking about literacy. Obviously, he had to change. He mentioned that this is an apparent terrorist attack. He is traveling back to Washington. He said that he had spoken to the governor of New York as well as the vice president, that all the resources will be brought to bear by the federal government to determine who did this and who was responsible for this terrible, terrible event. And then, of course, it was followed by a moment of silence for the victims.
We're going to go to Andrea Mitchell now, who has more information on this tragedy. Andrea?
Matt and Katie, I've spoken to a top U.S. official who says that early reports to our intelligence community and to other officials within the administration are that this was a hijacked American Airlines plane en route from Boston to Los Angeles. One of the two planes, they say, was apparently a hijacked American Airlines plane. They caution that early reports still need further confirmation, but this is at least what the U.S. government is being told by American Airlines officials, apparently. They are assuming and have obviously informed the president that this is a terror attack.
And, Andrea, we have no information as to in what term of the flight this plane was taken over, how much warning that air traffic controllers may have had that someone hostile was at the controls of this plane?
Exactly right. They had no other information, just that at least one of the two planes was hijacked from Boston en route to Los Angeles, presumably after it had already been in the air and en route, because I was told en route to Los Angeles. So probably hijacked after it had taken off. As you know, those are very short flights. Those are usually 737s or 757s on that route. But this clearly, according to the U.S. government, is a terror attack, as you heard the president say. Now, one of the things, Matt and Katie, we should understand is that there was no specific threat that the U.S. government is aware of. No specific terror alert other than the worldwide caution that had been reissued in recent days because of the strife in the Middle East, because of concerns over terrorists. Of course, the best known is Osama bin Laden, but no alert coming from his organization. And as far as they know, as of this morning, as of this minute, he is in Afghanistan.
But as we should mention, Andrea, it appears that this was a well-coordinated bombing or terrorist act because of the fact that two planes were used, both substantial in size, and the fact that they both hit the World Trade Center within 18 minutes of one another. Obviously, a lot of planning went into this attack. Let's go to NBC's Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon now. Mick, what can you tell us?
Matt, to add to what Andrea Mitchell just said, senior military officials here at the Pentagon are saying they are getting information that the American Airlines Flight 11, after it left Boston apparently, was hijacked and was diverted, apparently the early information was being diverted to JFK for some reason. And then obviously nobody knows exactly who was at the controls of the plane, but it broke off its route from to Los Angeles and was headed toward JFK. That was the initial information that officials had received when obviously it did not go to JFK, but veered off and headed toward the World Trade Center. But again, no indication as to who may be responsible or who was at the controls of that plane when it rammed into the World Trade Center. Matt.
Nick, thank you. We're going to be obviously talking with you throughout the morning, but right now we want to talk with Larry Johnson, a terrorism expert, in fact, the former Deputy Director of the State Department's Office on Counterterrorism. Mr. Johnson, can you please put this into some kind of perspective for us and give us your insight on what might have happened here?
Well, first we need to be cautious before jumping to the conclusion that it's necessarily terrorism. I mean, I would be inclined, based upon the preliminary reports we've seen, to say that that's the case. But there's always the possibility that you may find out after the fact that this was some suicide pact for some reason that had nothing to do with politics. That said, this is a first. Back in 1992, there was 93, there was a Lufthansa plane hijacked from Germany, and it ended up landing in New York. And one of the concerns we had at that time was the possibility of that plane under the control of a hijacker flying it into one of the buildings. So, my concern now is that there's always we ignore terrorism. We talk a lot about it, but we ignore taking very practical steps on security fronts until something like this happens, and then the pendulum swings out to an extreme. The next thing you hear people talking about putting surface-to-air missiles on top of buildings to prevent this kind of thing. This is a very rare event. It's unlikely to be repeated, but, and I think President Bush put his finger on it, we have to find who did this, and any country, any nation in the world that is in any way involved and responsible, if it turns out to be terrorism, will require a response from the United States, and the United States has got to be willing to pay that price.
Mr. Johnson, obviously we were completely stunned when about 25 minutes after the first explosion, or after the first plane crashed into one of the Twin Towers, another very large plane did the same thing. Right. And we've been talking with our correspondents all morning about sort of if another incident could happen on the heels of these two. What kind of measures are in place to prepare for something else that could conceivably happen?
Well, I think one of the steps that's already being taken, I was at National Airport getting ready to fly to LaGuardia when this occurred. They have shut down air traffic going in and out of the cities. Now, apart from shutting down the air traffic, you're talking about an enormous disruption economically for the nation right now with the air traffic not going in, and people are they're gonna err on the side of caution. I think across the board, you're going to look at the major hubs in the United States where there are large buildings: Chicago, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and there are going to be extra measures taken. One possibility is you could start putting up air cover and require that planes stay within a particular area and do not approach any closer. And if they approach, you would go to the extremes of having the U.S. Air Force intercept.
Larry, I wanted to ask you, all morning that correspondents have also been saying, particularly Bob Kerr and Jim Miklashevsky, that there was and Andrea Mitchell, no warning attached to this event. Right. Generally speaking, do we get some kind of, do U.S. officials, government agencies get some kind of warning from a particular group, or is this pretty, fairly typical in terms of an event happening without any foreshadowing?
No, Katie, this unfortunately is typical. It's only in the movies that you get the advanced warnings. You look at every major terrorist incident against the United States, whether you're talking Pan Am 103, the World Trade Center, the USS Cole bombing, the bombing in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Okay. Rarely do you get an advance notice.
Larry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Jim Miklashevsky has some new information at the Pentagon. I hope you'll stand by and continue to talk with us. Mick?
Katie, I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon. We're on the E-ring of the Pentagon. We have a window that faces out toward the Potomac, toward the Kennedy Center. We haven't been able to see or hear anything after the initial blast. I just stepped out in the hallway. Security guards were herding people out of the building, and I saw just a moment ago as I looked outside, a number of construction workers who have been working here have taken flight. They're running as far away from the building as they can right now. I hear no sirens going off in the building. I see no smoke, but the building shook for just a couple of seconds. The windows rattled, and security personnel are doing what they can momentarily to clear this part of the building. Again, I have no idea whether it was part of the construction work, whether it was an accident, or what is going on. We're going to try to find those details and get them to you as soon as possible. But interestingly enough, one intelligence official here in the building said when he saw what appeared to be the coordinated attack on the World Trade Center, his advice was to stay away from the outside of the building today, just in case. Now, again, nobody has any indications of exactly what happened, but it appears that there has been some kind of, it felt like a small blast of some kind. Again, the windows shook, the building shook, the windows rattled, and people, if I'm looking out the window now, and the construction workers are still keeping a good, the construction workers are still keeping a distance. That's all I can see, and I see no other extracurricular security activity right outside. But to get more information, I'm going to have to break away and walk down the hallway and see what it is exactly that happened here just a few moments ago.
Mick, see what you can find out. Please be careful and let us know what's going on there. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to David Gregory, who is in Longboat Key, Florida, where President Bush was earlier this morning for an event on literacy. He was going to a school to talk with kids. David, what can you tell us?
A little bit more about how all of this unfolded and what the president is going to do next. The president declared this an apparent terrorist act. He offered a prayer for the families, promised to hunt down, in his words, the people responsible for this. He will now travel back to Washington, and aides are telling us now that he will immediately convene a national security meeting to see what steps are taken next.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're looking at live pictures of the Pentagon where there is billowing smoke. Jim Miklashevsky just reported that he heard an explosion, and right now we're looking at an aerial view of the Pentagon. Mick, can you talk to us?
Officially, nobody knows exactly what happened. I think the picture is pretty clear. According to one U.S. Army officer who went running past me at a full trot, he said that it appears that a bomb was detonated at the heliport. The heliport is a helicopter landing area right next to the Pentagon, just adjacent to the E-ring. The offices nearest the heliport area are U.S. Army, Reserve officers, and the Army Reserve our offices are located there. But as you can see, it appears to be a pretty significant blast. To give you some perspective, we are almost on the opposite side of the building, the world's largest office building. And as I reported to you, we could feel the building shake and the windows rattle. And as I was in the hallway just a few moments ago, I could smell an acrid kind of smoke, the kind of almost what you'd smell when a fluorescent light goes bad, that kind of ballast smell. And authorities are clearing the building. I don't know if you can hear the sirens outside right now, but it appears that in what I think people here in the building are already describing as a highly sophisticated, coordinated attack, not only against the World Trade Center, but against the Pentagon and U.S. military right here in Washington.
Tell me again, I worked at the Pentagon as well, and it is a huge building. I mean, it's miles and miles of offices. At what location did this seem to have detonated? It's at the
heliport. The heliport, which is as you sit in the Pentagon, you have the Potomac River and Washington, D.C. on one side, and the heliport is located almost exactly on the opposite side of the building, along one of the highways. Easily accessible, even though that they've increased security here significantly at the Pentagon within the past couple of years. That area...
Mick, that we are hearing, again, unconfirmed reports that this was the result of a plane crashing in the area as well.
I have no idea, Katie. All I know is that people who were in the building who came running from that part of the building thought it was a bomb of some kind. According to Chris Brown, my colleague, who just came in, it appears that whatever it was, and perhaps it was a plane, Katie, if those are the initial reports, crashed into, or the damage is on the roof of the building at the heliport side of the Pentagon, which is just opposite of the Potomac River, as I just said.
We're looking at the White House, Mick, because we are learning that there have been some evacuations from the White House. I'm assuming that everyone is being evacuated from the Pentagon?
Well, nobody's given us the official word yet, but I think that's probably a safe bet. Thank goodness that was a helicopter that just flew by. I'm just a little nervous right now when you hear aircraft go past, but they have, in fact, evacuated that portion of the building. Usually they have sirens that go off in the building alerting you to the fact that it's time to get out. I haven't heard those yet. But just judging by the pictures, it's clear that that part of the building that is not damaged, at least, has been evacuated. Like I said, in the hallway, it was pandemonium. People were rushing from their offices, rushing outside.
And you're in your office at the Pentagon right now, Mick, reporting to us?
I am in the office, but I'm at the opposite side of where this crash occurred.
All right. Why don't you see if you can gather some more information? Please, again, be careful, Mick. And we're going to go to Matt, who's going to be talking with Jamie Gangel.
All right. Yeah. Katie, thank you very much. I'm joined by Tom Brokaw, and we'll try and recap what's been going on all morning here on the East Coast and in Washington, D.C. in just a few moments. But we do want to go right now to NBC's or today's national correspondent, Jamie Gangel, with some more information. Jamie?
Matt, I just want to tell you that U.S. intelligence sources are confirming the reports that one of the planes was a hijacked flight, an American flight from Boston to Los Angeles. They are also now looking into what's going on at the Pentagon. They don't have any details, but they have now put government buildings around the city of Washington on a heightened state of alert. I think part of that is happening formally, but obviously people are seeing what's going on, and some people are leaving buildings as well simply because of the concern following these latest reports from the Pentagon.
All right, Jamie, thank you very much. Again, joined by Tom Brokaw, and Katie's back with us now, too. Let's try and recap. It's 9:47 Eastern Time. Try and recap what's going on so far this morning, and the news is terrible. Just before 9 o'clock.
At 8:42, actually.
8:42, a plane crashed into the right-hand tower of the World Trade Center, somewhat about 3/4 of the way up. You can see the smoke billowing from that point of the building. And then about 18 or 20 minutes later, a second plane, a large plane, we saw it actually on tape, hit the left-hand tower of the World Trade Center about halfway up. An enormous fireball on several sides of the building. People trying to be evacuated. There's the tape of the second plane hitting right there, even as people were trying to get out of the first building. We have confirmed reports now that there was one plane hijacked, American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. And that is apparently one of the planes used in this crash, Tony.
Matt, there's a report on Dubai television that, in fact, the group claiming responsibility is the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. This comes, ironically, on a day when the Israeli Foreign Minister, Shimon Peres, is scheduled to meet with Yasser Arafat. Of course, we've had the meeting in South Africa for the past several days, in which the Palestinians were accusing the Israelis of racism. The United States vacated that meeting, but there hasn't been one specific incident.
And the Israelis vacated that meeting
as well. And the Israelis vacated it as well, but there has not been one specific incident. It's also worth pointing out that terrorism also always has two prongs to it, the physical threat and now the psychological threat. This does seem to be surreal, but in fact it is real when you have an explosion of undetermined origin at the Pentagon, the most conspicuous symbol of American capitalism, the Twin Trade Towers here in New York, two deliberate attacks on those towers today, and we do not know for sure who is responsible.
And the Capitol, by the way, the U.S. Capitol has been evacuated. There have been evacuations taking place at the White House. Needless to say, many people in the Pentagon have left that building as well.
Airports and here, by the way, in this building in Midtown New York, they have asked a lot of people at 30 Rockefeller Plaza to leave. It's another high-rise Capitol building, which is in New York. I came down the length of Manhattan, and a lot of people were simply unaware of what had happened as you tuned in the radio, and then they began to get it. It's election day here in New York.
Primary day.
And what we have is something that most Americans thought could never occur.
As Larry Johnson, a terrorist expert I just spoke with a few moments ago, the former deputy director of the State Department Office on Counterterrorism, claimed this is a first, that he had never heard or seen anything like it. He talked about back in 1993 a German plane being hijacked, and there were fears when it was flown to New York that it might be crashed into something.
Now, this is a major development. The Federal Aviation Administration has shut down all air traffic nationwide. This country has been immobilized by these terrorist attacks in terms of air travel today, and we don't know where it goes from here. We'll just ask that you stay with us so that as we get hard information, we can share that with you. There's going to be a lot of speculation. The president has described this apparently as a terrorist attack. The FBI has confirmed that an American Airlines flight, Boston to Los Angeles, was hijacked. It's believed that that was the first plane that went into the Twin Trade Towers.
Let's go to James Kallstrom, Tom, if we could, the former director of the FBI here in New York. Mr. Kallstrom, I'm sure you've never seen anything like this. Do you have any information that might be helpful to us?
Well, not particular information on this tragedy, but certainly what an incredible tragedy. And, you know, all of us in law enforcement and prior in law enforcement have talked for years, and the public has seen the hatred in the world. They've seen the bombing of the World Trade Center. They saw the conspiracy to blow up the tunnels in the United Nations and the FBI building back in the 90s. They've seen the bomb at the USS Cole and the bombings of our embassies in Africa. So, I mean, we've known for some time now that this hatred exists, and now it looks like that it's culminated in this absolutely horrendous, incredible act against the United States.
Jim, as someone who's
Washington today.
I'm sorry, as someone who's investigated some of these crimes in the past, and when we think back to 1993 and the World Trade Center bombing and what it took in terms of coordination and planning to pull off that one bomb in the World Trade Center, can you even speculate as to what it might take to coordinate this, what we think so far is a three-pronged attack this morning?
Matt, it obviously took a lot of coordination. There's a lot of groups in the world that have the ability to coordinate these types of attacks. As you know, and most people should know, the United States is an open society. I mean, we've talked for years about the downside of having our borders basically open, and any given day people fly into our airports undocumented and turned into the population. They're not certainly all terrorism. They're not terrorists, but I mean, we live in a free society, and I'm not espousing we change that, but it's very, very difficult for the FBI and law enforcement to keep track of this when we live in the society that we live in.
Jim, if you can stand by for just a moment, because Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon has some more information for us. Mick?
Katie, my colleague Chris Brown here at the Pentagon encountered some of those who survived, whatever it was, whether it was a bomb or an airplane crashing into the Pentagon. One of the survivors who was reportedly injured, had various lacerations, was on the second floor of the D ring. That is one ring inside the outer ring of the Pentagon, when suddenly there was this horrific blast, and he said that the second floor buckled upward, and then the third floor above him actually collapsed downward. The scene on the other side of the building, as it's being described to us, there are people being removed on stretchers. Security forces are evacuating the building right now, and according to the officials here at the Pentagon, they still don't know exactly what it was, but as you reported, Katie, eyewitnesses reported that, in fact, it was a plane that crashed into the Pentagon.
And, Mick, any idea, I wasn't quite sure if you said this, about the number of people who might have been hurt or worse in this?
No idea at all, Katie. As you know, having worked here on any given day, this is a small city, 25 to 30,000 people may be working here at any one time. That portion of the Pentagon, by the way, had just been remodeled and just reopened. If the crash had occurred just a few months ago, that section of the Pentagon would have been virtually empty. But at this time of day, early morning or mid-morning, the Pentagon's very busy. It's impossible to say how many casualties there may be. But there have been a large number of people cited being removed on stretchers. And again, as one survivor said, the floor just buckled up under him and the roof caved in on him.
All right, Mick, thank you very much. We want to move a couple of miles away from you right now to the White House, where Bob Kerr is standing by. And, Bob, we understand that building has now been evacuated?
Matt, that's true. It is utterly surreal. As soon as word came of the Pentagon incident, we were rather forcefully removed from the White House. The scene was one of administrators, cooks, whatever, running at fairly high speed all the way out of the building through the top gates. Then we huddled for a while in Lafayette Park across the street, and we've been moved now from there a block or so away. The offices along Jackson Place, which are across the street from the White House and adjacent to Lafayette Park, also have been evacuated. And in the most surreal of this morning's scenes here at the White House, a white plane, a very big jet, was flying an unusual pattern near the White House over Lafayette Park. Very slowly, it made one circle, and then we have not seen it since. There was a lot of concern about what that plane might be, but again, it's only speculation, but most people say that since flights have been cleared from U.S. airspace and it was a totally white plane, looked unusual to all of us, that it was a government plane of some kind.
We should point out that we're looking at pictures, Bob, as you speak, of the World Trade Center because all of the camera crews have been evacuated from the White House as well. When do you expect President Bush to arrive there, Bob?
Well, Katie, he's coming back directly, and you figure it's about a 2-hour flight, so you can do the math. The reason I said that it was so surreal was that within just about 20 minutes ago, they were still conducting tours. You had hordes of tourists and others still in the White House on tour, lining up outside to get in. There seemed to be absolutely no unusual activity outside the White House until word came of the incident at the Pentagon. So it's been quite a dramatic shift here.
You know, in terms of responsibility, Tom and Matt and Bob, apparently a senior official from the Radical Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine denied on Tuesday the group had any connection to the plane crash. An anonymous caller had told television that it was behind the crash, but, quote, I emphasize that the story released on television by an anonymous person is totally incorrect. Tassir Khaled, a senior official from the DFLP Politburo in the Palestinian territories, told Reuters. The DFLP is against hijacking planes and against endangering the lives of civilians who are not connected with the struggle of this region, he said.
There are going to be a lot of claims and counterclaims in the course of the next 24 hours or so. This is a task for investigators of extraordinary magnitude to try to determine who did this and how they got away with it. You think about an American Airlines flight that was on its way from Boston to Los Angeles, was hijacked in midair. They're now citing transmissions from the plane, so they have hard evidence of that, and then brought down here and made to fly into the Twin Trade Towers. Did one of the hijackers get control? Did they shoot the pilot? It boggles the mind beyond our ability to figure out what was going on.
You talk about transmissions. I was just curious. Have you had any evidence of what was said during those
They're just saying they're citing transmission to know that the plane had been hijacked. That's all that they're saying about it at this point. We also ought to remind everyone, once again, this is an exceptional development. The FAA has banned all takeoffs at all airports across America. This country, in terms of air travel, has been immobilized. A good portion of the nation's capital, the most powerful center in the world, has been immobilized as well as a result of these terrorist
attacks. And that's
attacks.
A very haunting description that Bob Kerr just gave of that low-flying aircraft near the White House, and one can only wonder if that was something that ultimately ended up in the Pentagon.
We just saw a live picture of what seemed to be a portion of the building falling away from the World Trade Center. If we can re-rack that to about 20 seconds ago, you'll see something dramatic happening, and I don't know whether it's another explosion or a portion of the building falling away, but something major just happened at that building. Here we go to the tape.
We have the tape.
And watch what happens in the left-hand tower. I don't know if this is the correct tape. There, something there is about to happen, falling away right there.
Yeah, it looks like a big chunk of it has just peeled away.
One can only hope that the area has been evacuated, but of course you wonder about all the emergency vehicles and the people who might have been injured early in the morning.
Well, you remember when the bomb went off in the basement of it in 1993, how much damage was done throughout that building, how much chaos there was at that time. These are two coordinated airplane attacks on the building on the upper reaches of it. That will have an enormous structural effect. Those buildings, I think that it's fair to say, will probably have to be brought down. It's too early to speculate on that, but there's been that kind of damage.
Let's talk again. You were talking about
here we have somebody actually
this is a reporter here in New York from WNBC. You talk about the fact this plane was taken from Boston on the way to Los Angeles. The reports are that it was being diverted to JFK. And just for people who aren't familiar with the geography of this area, the southern tip of Manhattan would be very much near the flight, the landing pattern for JFK Airport. It could have been easy for a hijacker to pretend that he was taking that plane to JFK and veer off at the last minute.
Yeah, I heard one eyewitness say that over Washington Square, which is in the lower reaches of Manhattan, he saw a plane go over at about 1,000 feet, apparently the American Airlines flight, and then do what he described as a sharp right turn right toward the World Trade Center. He then lost sight of it.
And one eyewitness here in this AP report says he was getting off a PATH train to the World Trade Center and saw bodies falling out of the building. As he approached it, police told him to get out of the building immediately. He ran outside and watched people jump out of the first building, and then there was a second explosion.
This footage we're seeing right now shows that the damage is so severe. I mean, we had seen what seemed to be two fairly self-contained impact craters before, and now it appears something much more dramatic has happened to at least one of those towers.
These pictures are beyond belief.
We have a report that the second plane may have flown out of Newark, New Jersey. This is an official who was speaking on the condition of anonymity. Again, there is no confirmation of that. We just know that there were two planes that went in. The first one apparently was an American Airlines flight that was from Boston to Los Angeles. We're now seeing it from the harbor view of this continuing damage and destruction to the World Trade Center.
Incidentally, Tom, I just want to interrupt you for 2 seconds because apparently Jamie Gangel has some more information for us. Jamie?
Spoken again to U.S. officials with access to the highest intelligence, and they are now confirming that it does appear that at the Pentagon it was a plane. Again, they are saying they believe now a third plane was involved at the Pentagon.
And of course, this has been the nightmare, Katie, for national security officials for a long time. We talk about nuclear bombs and those kinds of exchanges or invasions, but everyone has been terribly worried about the suitcase-sized bomb of some kind or an airplane or an attack on our subways in the large cities. And this, obviously, no one had anticipated. 3 airplanes that were deliberately aimed at critical targets in America. We can only hope that it's over for today, but officials are taking no chances on all of that. They're evacuating all critical buildings because, as Mr. Johnson said earlier, this is an open society. James Kallstrom from the FBI also pointing out that almost anyone can come in here. They have access to so many instruments that can be used as instruments of attack and terrorism, and that certainly has been the case today.
Let's go to our State Department correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, what can you tell us?
Well, this from the FBI. The State Department has been evacuated. There was a meeting going on in the Operations Center. Other top officials were in the Situation Room at the White House. Colin Powell is in Bogota, Colombia, on a 2-day trip. But this very interesting information, Katie, Matt, and Tom, from the FBI, they had been operating a massive exercise from their hostage rescue unit. All of their top teams, about 50 personnel, helicopters, equipment, were in Monterey, California for the last 2 days, scheduled to fly back today commercially. So all of those people are out of place. It's fair to say, according to sources that we've talked to here at NBC, that the FBI rescue operations and other FBI operations are really in chaos right now because they can't reach their officials in New York. All of their phone lines are down, and now you've got all of their special experts on this stuck in Monterey, California, trying to get a military flight back because there are no longer commercial flights. So they are seriously out of pocket, and there is a real breakdown of the FBI anti-terror coordination team, which is, of course, the principal team that would lead any effort and was so effective under Jim Kallstrom in New York City during the World Trade Center bombing and the TWA explosion, which of course turned out not to be terror.
Andrea, is the State Department taking this claim of responsibility from the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine seriously? Are they giving any credence to that, or are they dismissing it, or how do they feel about who might have been responsible for this?
I think it is far too early for them, even the best experts in the government, to figure this out. They have one instant reaction, as you know, and it could be wrong, but their immediate reaction in a case like this would be to look toward Osama bin Laden and the collateral groups connected to him, simply because he has proved with the embassy bombings in Africa that he is the one terror leader who is capable of this kind of highly coordinated attack. The bombings went off in Tanzania and in Kenya almost simultaneously. It was extraordinarily well coordinated. They proved their case to a jury effectively and have managed to develop a great deal of information from sources from, in fact, turning some former members of his network.
Andrea?
So they believe, Tom, that he is the most likely person, but it's far too early to say anything.
We want to tell you that American Airlines has confirmed that one of its flights, American Airlines Flight number 11 from Boston's Logan Airport, scheduled to go to LAX. It left at 8 a.m. this morning. 45 minutes later, it was diverted into the World Trade Center. It was the airline that was involved. We can only assume on a popular flight like that it probably had a capacity load of passengers and crew on board. There was a hijacking. That was the first plane that was involved. We don't know about the second plane yet, nor do we know the origins of a third plane that deliberately flew itself into the Pentagon this morning near the heliport. NBC Jim Miklashevsky now has been forced to evacuate that building, and so we'll have to wait till we hear from him.
Saw some pretty dramatic pictures from the Pentagon just moments ago, Matt.
Let's go back to a few seconds ago. This is now about an hour after the first impact. We saw some dramatic footage of a portion of one of the Twin Towers, actually it appearing to fall away from the rest of the building. Can we go to the tape now? Here we go, right here. This is, I mean, when you look at it, the building has collapsed. That tower just came down.
Let's go to Bob Bazell, who is at St. Vincent's Hospital. Bob, what's going on there? What can you tell us?
Katie, St. Vincent's Hospital is one of the hospitals that's closest to the World Trade Center. In the last few minutes, ambulances have been coming in one right after another. Most of the people they're bringing in have second and third degree burns, very serious burn victims. They say the smoke inhalation people will probably be the most serious, but they're not even close to getting to them yet. There's a triage operation that's going on in the area. Ambulances are being dispatched to every hospital in New York City. The entire staff of this hospital has come in from wherever they are, and it's true at hospitals across New York City. They're standing there. As soon as an ambulance pulls in, dozens of medical workers rush up to it. But it's a carnage that's just beginning. Everybody here, the emergency service workers I spoke to who have been down into the World Trade Center site, say this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be massive amounts of casualties.
Bob, what are they telling you about people? Were there many people inside the building, or is it just too early to tell where the people were?
Well, there were certainly, probably hundreds, even thousands of people in the building, even though it was before 9 o'clock on the start of the usual work period, because it's just such a large area. So the number of casualties is just enormous, and they're just beginning to sort it out and just starting to get to the first few that they can get to. But the ambulances are just coming in. They're lined up. Every ambulance in New York City has been summoned. They're standing in a queue. They go in as soon as they can get a victim and bring them up here right away.
Bob, we're also looking at the lower end of Manhattan now as a result of the collapse of one World Trade Center. That whole financial district is now engulfed in smoke and debris, and there probably is going to be a lot more smoke inhalation problems as a result of this.
Almost certainly, Tom. I was actually standing and saw that collapse, and everybody here just gasped, and even the medical workers and the ambulance attendants, when they saw that people who are used to tragedy, grabbed each other and hugged each other, and some started to cry.
And of course, one wonders about the triage unit.
Exactly, we're close to the base of that building trying to evacuate people. And when a building of that size falls, it does not fall in its own footprint.
No, absolutely. I'm several blocks north of there, so I don't know what that area looks like, but one can only imagine.
Well, the consequences go on, not just to the World Trade Center and to the poor people who were trapped and caught there, but of course that is the heart of the world financial markets, which have now been shut down effectively as well. So the ripple effect continues this morning as we all try to adjust psychologically and intellectually to what we are witnessing here. It is difficult to comprehend, but this country, the strongest country in the world, has been the target of a major coordinated terrorist attack, and the end is not over yet, even if it's confined to just these three targets. The ripple effect goes on. All air traffic has been shut down. There will be no financial markets in place today. Business has been stopped across the country.
And of course, who knows the human toll that will be the result of this action. Matt actually just pointed out to me on any given day, 50,000 people, Tom, work at the World Trade Center.
And at 8:45 in the morning, if they're not in the building, they're around the building. That's a beehive of activity down there. There is no more active area in terms of pedestrian traffic.
I hate to keep going back to the collapse of that tower, but if you consider that this plane hit at mid-structure and that would have probably taken out the electrical in the building where elevators wouldn't work and people struggling to get some way out of that tower, and it takes a long time to come down over 100 stories, and to think about the possible loss of life that just occurred by the collapse of that southeastern tower is just amazing. Minna Kathuria is with the Today Show, and she apparently saw the collapse of one of those towers. Minna?
Yes, hi, Matt.
Tell me what you saw.
Well, on the corner of Duane and West Broadway, walking down towards the Twin Towers, and it just collapsed. It looked like it looks sort of like the building just demolished. Smoke, clouds, clouds of smoke everywhere. People running towards me. I was going towards the Twin Towers. People were going away from the towers, and it was just people running like I've never seen a scene like it.
Have you, from where you were, Minna, did you see many of the injured being treated? Is there any indication as the type of perimeter that the EMS people were dealing with?
No, I hadn't gotten that close yet. They were sort of blocking off the street. Now what they're doing is totally clearing out the area. And more emergency officials are coming in to help.
Can you just give me an idea of the reaction of people down there, Minna? Just pedestrians?
That's everyone in tears. People who were. I met some woman who was in the building to the right of where the first thing happened, and just all crying, wondering if the people that they know in the buildings next door are okay.
Jamie, Minna, thank you very much. Minna, take care of yourself. Jamie Gangel, our national correspondent, is on the phone now with some more information. Jamie?
Katie, as you well know, buildings around town are being evacuated. The State Department has been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. And the Pentagon has been evacuated. Intelligence officials tell me that they do believe at the Pentagon that was a third plane going down. They have had, the intelligence sources that I've talked to say that they have not received any claim of responsibility yet.
Jamie, have you gotten any information from Reagan National Airport as to air traffic in the area this morning, or anybody who might have somehow traced this plane or figured out from where it came or where it was going?
They still do not have any of those details yet. It is almost impossible. They were confused for a long time as to whether it's a bomb or a plane. They say now that it appears to be a plane, but they say that is all the information that they have. As you know, the FAA has shut down all aircraft now, and they are now going back and trying to sort that out. But they do not have any information on that yet.
Do they know what type of plane it might have been?
There is no, unfortunately, they just don't have that yet.
All right, Jamie. Thank you very much, Jamie. We'll be talking with you.
It goes without saying this is the most serious attack in the United States in more than 100 years. Not since the War of 1812, and certainly the damage that we did to ourselves during the Civil War has this country suffered this kind of damage within its interior. Obviously, Pearl Harbor, which triggered World War II, was a horrific event as well, but there has never been an event to match the magnitude of this one, in which everything has been shut down in terms of air traffic. The national capital has been immobilized. The White House, State Department, Pentagon has been attacked. The financial markets have been shut down. There's an untold loss of life here in Manhattan, the nerve center of America, to say nothing of what's going on at the Pentagon.
When's the last time? I mean, this is a shot of New York City and downtown Manhattan that many people can't remember.
It looks
the
like
shot of one tower.
It looks like a movie, frankly,
Right, yeah.
that this is unfolding, and it combines the horror of the TWA Flight 800 bombing and the Murrah Federal Building, because it's both of these incidents, of course, coming together in the most horrific way.
By now, I would guess that everyone is up across all the time zones in America. It's 7:15 in the West, obviously, but for those of you who are just joining us at 8:45 Eastern Time, 8:42 Eastern Time today, an American Airlines flight 11 from Boston to LAX was crashed into one of the World Trade Center buildings. 15 minutes later, another plane hit the other one. That building has now collapsed. Within an hour of those two attacks, the Pentagon was hit, now we're told, by a plane, an untold number of casualties there. President Bush has been on the air. He was in Florida at the time saying apparently this was a terrorist attack. Everyone now believes that, carefully coordinated from the air. And the consequences of it in terms of human loss and the effect on this country are still to be determined.
We want to go now, Tom, to Kathleen Zichi, who's with NYU Downtown Hospital. They've been treating some of the injured. Kathleen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell me about the injuries you're seeing and the numbers of people you've been treating?
We've seen a steady stream of patients for approximately an hour and a half. Many appeared to be superficial injuries, but I can't tell you that I've seen the most serious ones because I believe they're going in through the ambulance bay. So we have a very high level of activity here. Our first priority is on the care of those patients. And we do not have an exact tally at this time because of the level of activity at the hospital. We've also been responding to family members and friends who have come seeking information to the hospital.
And just quickly, Kathleen, how far is the hospital from the World Trade Center?
The hospital is perhaps a 5-minute walk from the World Trade Center, and we were the first responder when the Trade Center was attacked in '93, so unfortunately we have some prior experience.
Yeah. What kind of medical support is there downtown? How many hospitals in the immediate area there that could help with the injured?
We are the only hospital south of 13th Street in New York City, so we serve a very large proportion of the city. For that reason, our emergency room is a very high priority of this hospital, and the staff have been doing a heroic job in terms of responding to the patient.
Kathleen, what about the triage unit that is on the ground there? Are they NYU, a team of NYU medical people on the scene as well?
Yes, there are. I cannot respond to that question because I am not on the scene, and I don't have that information.
But you do have medical people, your personnel there at the scene?
That is my understanding, yes.
Katie, what we're worried about now is that the other building may come down. They've obviously evacuated that whole area as a result of the crash of one World Trade Center. Now I'm told that there's concern about the second one collapsing as well. Plainly, there's been an enormous amount of structural damage in the upper floors of all of that. And it is more than 100 stories high. It wouldn't take much to bring it down.
Kathleen, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're told now that spokesman for Yasser Arafat, the leader of the Palestinian, the leader of the PLA, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, that he has, that Arafat has condemned what has happened here in New York. He says that the PLO has no role in it whatsoever. They're completely shocked and appalled by what is happening. There was just one earlier report that the Radical Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine claimed responsibility, but that was later denied as well. We don't know yet who is in fact responsible for this, but it was very carefully planned and coordinated, and fair to say it has been a devastatingly efficient and effective attack on the heart of this country.
And Pat Dawson is on the ground near the World Trade Center. Pat, are you there? Pat Dawson, can you hear me?
Apparently.
Okay, he's having some audio problems. We'll get to Pat in just a moment.
Just amazing. You have to stop and think about, you know, the hijacked plane and the terror of the passengers on board.
Oh.
As it could have been up to an hour that they realized something was dramatically wrong with this flight, and then thinking that perhaps they were going to John F. Kennedy Airport here in Queens, actually, and the plane suddenly veering into the World Trade Center tower.
Now, you can only imagine.
What is striking to me is that we didn't have any early report of the the hijacking. You know, a lot of people monitor that air traffic talk that goes on, and it wasn't until this happened.
Well, the plane left Boston at 8 o'clock this
45
morning.
minutes later,
so
it
was about 42 minutes later that this occurred.
And it flew right over lower Manhattan. A number of people saw it at a very low altitude and then take this sharp right turn and wondered, according to eyewitnesses, what in the world was going on. Moments later, of course, the World Trade Center was hit. It was about an hour after that Jim Miklashevsky told you, Katie, that he felt an explosion at the Pentagon, and now we now learn that there has been a plane that's been flown into the Pentagon. There have been people who have been hurt there, and we hope no one has been killed, but it seems likely that there were probably casualties of a serious magnitude there as well. The White House has been evacuated. The State Department is being evacuated.
Here's the Pentagon.
Here's the Pentagon now.
Pat Dawson, apparently, let's just take a quick look at the Pentagon, and as you can see, smoke continues to billow out of that structure. As Tom just mentioned, it's unclear how many people were hurt, and if in fact it was a plane. There is speculation that they believe it was a plane. Let's go to Pat Dawson, who is down by the World Trade Center. Pat, can you hear me?
Right down here, we cannot tell you much more in terms of specific information other than to say that there are probably at this stage, I would say, hundreds, perhaps in the thousands of emergency workers who in the last hour and a half have managed to work their way down here to lower Manhattan and basically try to get into this fray. We are standing right here about 10 to 12 blocks north of the World Trade Center. These firemen that you can see, firefighters are walking down towards the site now, and they literally have been arriving by the dozens over the past hour or so. As we say, probably in excess of 1,000 or more emergency workers from New York City and surrounding areas converging on this site now to try to make some sense of it. As you can imagine, at this point, there is a certain level of chaos because they're just trying to sort out who's alive, who's not. We did speak to, as I said before, some of the emergency workers. They are police officers from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. That is the organization that has jurisdiction over those two buildings specifically, as well as bridges and tunnels. I spoke to two of them who were actually down there when that building collapsed. They said that they speculate that the loss of life had to be horrific, that there were not that many people down there on the streets at that point, that most of them who had been evacuated, that is civilians. But on the other hand, they said that there were literally hundreds of emergency workers who were down at that end. They have no idea the level of loss of life at this point. When I asked one of them why he was going back in as he suited up since he could barely breathe, he said, "It's my job." And there may be some of my brother officers in there. There may be other people in there. So those officers going in here, as you can see, all kinds of fire workers going in there, literally in the thousands now converging on this site. We cannot give you much of an organizational sense beyond telling you probably what you already know, which is that two separate aircraft have struck the two towers of the World Trade Center. If memory serves, I think each of those towers stands 110 stories. Some of the dust, as you can probably see now, is blowing in our faces. It just really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we're enveloped in some of the dust and the smoke. As you can see from these pictures, the amount of dust from the fire that's still burning, flames and ash, is extraordinary at this point. And at least a few emergency workers have said that they really aren't so sure that other tower won't stay up now. They really didn't think the first one was capable of coming down, but it did. And so they're basically saying, keep back as far as you can. On the other hand, facing that danger, as we have been telling you, many, many hundreds of these workers are heading over those lines down towards that burning building to try to rescue those people who are in there, be they emergency workers, be they civilians. The original crash took place just about 8:45 by my reckoning. I don't know the exact time, but about 8:45. And when that took place, obviously at that hour, the building would not be packed with people, but it's still late enough in the morning that there would be enough people.
We were listening to Pat Dawson, who's standing near the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. And Katie and Tom, I was thinking while Pat was talking, you both spent some time out at Oklahoma City at the Murrah Federal Building after that explosion. It took more than a week to sift through that rubble of a building that was how many stories? Probably...
It was about 30 stories, as I remember.
I'm sorry to interrupt you both, but apparently we've gotten a report that now a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department. Again, that's an initial report that I'm hearing from our producers in the control room. Can we go to anyone for more information on that? Apparently, no more information than that.
Where is Andrea Mitchell? Is she at the State Department?
Well, the State Department has been evacuated, as well as the White House. The U.S. Capitol has been evacuated. Obviously, the Pentagon has as well. We'll go to Mick. Mick, what is the latest from the Pentagon?
Katie, security officials here at the Pentagon have not only evacuated the building, but they're clearing the entire area. Security forces have reported that they have received information of another plane hijacking, that it's about 20 to 25 miles out of Washington, D.C., headed in this general direction. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld a few moments ago was refusing to leave the building. We ran into the chief naval officer, the top naval officer, Admiral Vern Clark. They were loading him quickly into a car to take him to an alternative command site. Do you have me? They were taking Admiral Clark to an alternative command site. Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do, Nick. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's no confirmation of this latest threat, but security officials here are taking it very seriously. We were standing with Secretary Rumsfeld's security detail, who, as soon as they got the report, went running into the building, and we were herded away. But they have set up an alternative command site somewhere in the area. The Pentagon has set up a crisis team to deal with this situation. But so far, the latest reports are that another plane of some kind may have been hijacked and headed in this direction. Katie?
Yeah, we also should tell you, Mick, this is Tom Brokaw, that the FAA now says that all international flights headed for the United States are being diverted to Canada. This at a time when, as Jim Miklashevsky is telling us, there's an unconfirmed report that there's been another hijacking. All takeoffs were stopped, but there were planes in the air, obviously, at the time of these first two attacks on the Twin Trade Towers and then on the Pentagon.
Andrea Mitchell is standing by with more information. She was at the State Department. Andrea?
The State Department, as you know, has been evacuated. Secretary of State Colin Powell is now en route home from Lima, Peru. He did not get to his destination of Bogota, Colombia today, so that trip canceled. He, as all other officials, heading back. State Department officials and the White House officials and the NSC have all been evacuated as well, although Condi Rice was earlier in the Situation Room. And CIA Director George Tenet has been holding meetings in his office in Langley, Virginia. And as we reported earlier, key FBI team members from their rescue efforts and anti-terror coordinating team were stranded in Monterey, California, where they were on a secret military exercise against exactly this kind of event.
Andrea, let me interrupt for a second. Can you tell us any more about reports we're getting that a car bomb has exploded outside the State Department?
I do not have confirmation of that.
All right.
They did evacuate the State Department, but we do not have confirmation at this moment about a car bomb outside the State Department. You know,
Andrea, thanks. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're going to go back to Jim Miklashevsky at the Pentagon. Mick?
I've got my eyes peeled here, Katie. I don't see anything, but security forces in the area have just blared out over their loudspeakers to any pedestrians who are anywhere near the Pentagon to take cover immediately. There was, as I said earlier, an indication that another plane may have been hijacked and headed in this general direction. So far, all we see are security helicopters circling the Pentagon. Again, the skies are crystal clear blue, and I can't see the speck of an airplane, but security forces here are obviously alarmed enough not only to tell people to keep some distance from the building, but to take immediate cover.
Can you tell me a little bit more? Well, actually, let's look at these live pictures at the World Trade Center. The other tower of the World Trade Center has just collapsed. You are looking at live pictures of the second twin tower at the World Trade Center collapsing as a result of the crash of an airplane into its side. That, I believe, was the first tower that was struck this morning at 8:42 Eastern Time.
You're not there.
It is now, fallen to the ground and
The profile of
collapsed.
Manhattan has been changed. There's been a declaration of war by terrorists on the United States. There's nothing short of that.
Pat Dawson, excuse me, Tom, is down at the scene. Pat?
Where's Wing? Where's Wing? Where's Wing?
Pat, can you hear us? Obviously, there is pandemonium downtown. Pat is not far from the World Trade Center, as you can hear from the sirens, and you can only imagine the confusion and the terror that is in that area after not one but both Trade Center towers have now collapsed.
More than 100 stories of steel, concrete, electrical. Here it is. That's a videotape replay.
We are back at 10:30 Eastern Time on this Tuesday morning, this horrific, incredible, not to be believed Tuesday morning. You are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center where just a few minutes ago, within the last minute actually, the second Twin Tower collapsed. Just to recap, if you're just joining us, around 8:42 Eastern Time this morning here in New York City, a plane crashed into the right Twin Tower of the World Trade Center about 2/3 of the way up the building, leaving a huge gaping hole, a huge fire, and tons of billowing smoke. About 25 minutes later, a second jet, believed to be a 727 or a 737,
some reports of a 757 even,
then crashed in the second Twin Tower. The first plane, incidentally, was en route from Boston, Massachusetts to Los Angeles.
Here's the video, I think, of the second plane striking the tower.
That's right. We're not sure the origin of that plane, is my understanding. The first plane that caused that hole on the right-hand side in the other Twin Tower was from Boston to LAX to Los Angeles. It was Flight 11, American Airlines. We have confirmed that that plane was hijacked. What happened following the hijacking is unclear. We should note that about an hour after the first collision at the Pentagon, reportedly another plane crashed into the Pentagon, which is just outside Washington, D.C. in Northern Virginia. All air traffic has been stopped.
Government buildings have been evacuated, as have other buildings across the country. The Sears Tower in Chicago was evacuated. You can imagine that other buildings in major cities and small cities around the country are probably being evacuated as well.
There's an unconfirmed report of a car bomb at the State Department. We have not been able to pin that down. There is also, Jim Miklashevsky was told that there was an unconfirmed report of another air hijacking. We share this with you not in an attempt to in any way exacerbate what is already a terrible situation, but so much has come true today based on these earlier reports that we want you to have as much information as we can possibly get. At the Pentagon, all people outside were told to take cover just moments ago, but Jim Miklashevsky said the skies were clear.
There was an unconfirmed report of another hijacking with a plane headed towards Washington. Again, we don't want to sound alarmist, but that is something that Mick heard while he was at the Pentagon. We also want to mention that the president is en route from Longboat Key, Florida, where he was there to visit an elementary school to talk about literacy. Obviously, clearly, his agenda has changed dramatically. He will convene a meeting of the National Security Council as soon as he gets home. Colin Powell is also on his way back from Lima, Peru. He was scheduled to be in Bogota, Colombia.
And probably not at the White House. They'll probably take him to a safe location. There are a number of them, some in the hills of Virginia, as you know. And my guess is that Air Force One is in the unusual situation of having a fighter plane escort on its way back from Florida today. That's where we stand.
Think about the loss of life that we could have seen this morning. If you think about the fact that when full, the World Trade Centers hold about 50,000 people, no telling how many people were at work before 9 o'clock this morning and then shortly after 9 o'clock in the other tower. But if you look at this picture here, Tom and Katie, at Lower Manhattan, it appears that terrorists have succeeded this time in doing what terrorists tried to do back in 1993.
This is war. This is a declaration and an execution of an attack on the United States, two of our most conspicuous symbols of the American system of capitalism. The Pentagon, which of course is the headquarters of the most mighty military in the world, was attacked today as well. The White House has been evacuated. The State Department has been evacuated. Financial markets have been immobilized. All flights taking off after these attacks were grounded.
International flights have been sent to Canada.
It turns out it's transatlantic flights only going to Canada now. So there has been great chaos visited upon this country, to say nothing, as you pointed out, Matt, so importantly, of the still untold loss of life. And it's going to be horrendous. We don't know yet what the exact numbers are, but we can only tell you by looking at those pictures that you can guess as well as that we can, that there are going to be a lot of people who are not going to be able to escape that.
Back in 1993, when the bomb blew up in the basement of the World Trade Center, so many survivors talked about how long it took them, with no power in the elevators, to walk down the smoke-filled stairways. And you think about how many people were still trying to escape those buildings when first one and then the second tower collapsed.
and of course the triage unit that has been set up. Area hospitals are all receiving victims, and as Matt said, 50,000 capacity when everybody is in the building. But many people at 8:42 a.m. here in New York are at their desks working in their offices. One young man or one man was reached by phone and was asked what is happening there, and he said, we are blanking dying here. And there was screaming and yelling and pure chaos, understandably, going on in the background.
There's a picture of Lower Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen, the most important city in the world in so many ways. And now it has been attacked by terrorists at the World Trade Center, and the damage is beyond our ability to tell you in great detail.
Let me mention that,
I was going to say, here's what the president said. He canceled an education appearance in Florida. Here's what he said just a short time ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I, unfortunately, will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and I've ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
That was George W. Bush about an hour ago speaking from Longboat Key, Florida. He is en route to Washington, D.C. We're looking at some pictures on the ground, or we were, of apparently some of the victims. He is on the ground.
Quite extraordinary. These are the emergency workers who are coming back. It was just about 10 minutes ago that we described to you the possibility of that North Tower collapsing. About 5 minutes after we went off the air, it did collapse. Once again, we have no idea at this point the loss of life. I can only tell you there were hundreds of emergency workers down there, about 5 or 6 blocks. It took probably about, I would say, no more than 50 or 60 seconds for that dust cloud, dust and smoke, to literally make it the 5 or 6 blocks up here and begin to envelop us, at which point we started to move out of the way. There were literally dozens and dozens of firemen who were trying to run past us. In fact, our cameraman even put one of the captains in his car and drove him down to a command post. The people who you see here are pretty much all emergency workers. Many of them that I have seen in the last 2 to 3 minutes, quite frankly, are coming out of here. And remember this, these are professionals. They're coming out of there looking literally stunned, in shock, many of them, struggling for breath, obviously in serious distress. Breathing problems are the biggest problem for those who manage to make it safely out of that area down below us. You can't see much more than a block south of me right now, and the World Trade Center probably stands about 10 blocks south of where I am at this moment. And as you can see now, the dust is beginning to pick up here. It really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we get heavy dust or not. But at this point, I can tell you that in the first few minutes, emergency workers were trying just basically to get out of there, to survive. You could see that written in their faces. The situation was so desperate, they just wanted to get out of there. Now, many of them are beginning to regroup. A couple of them asked me where their commander might be. They're trying to get together and go back in there and try to take care of the people who obviously are in serious trouble. There's no other way to describe it. The language here, at times, if I slip into language which seems a little melodramatic, forgive me, but this is a circumstance which is very, very difficult to describe in many ways without sounding melodramatic. Certainly in more than 20 years of covering horrific events, this is something that I've never seen before. As we say, the emergency workers now beginning to try to gather themselves. Over there you can see a police emergency service unit. They're trying basically now to reestablish some kind of a safe perimeter And many of the emergency workers basically just happy to be alive. Certainly that picture tells it all. Many of them just happy to be alive at this point, having survived what is an extraordinary event, the collapse of 2 towers. As we said earlier in our report, 110 stories each. I will tell you that what I saw fall had to be at least 40, 50 stories of that building at first. The skeleton was left at about, I would say, the 50 or 60th floor after the shell, after the structure of the building fell down. The skeleton, the steel skeleton, was literally sheaved off, and it took probably about another 30 seconds before the skeleton collapsed into the street. That was the last we saw of the World Trade Center, and that was maybe 10 minutes ago when that final skeleton, the metal skeleton, steel skeleton, collapsed into the street.
That was NBC's Pat Dawson again. He's standing about 10 blocks from where the World Trade Center towers used to stand. You're looking at the collapse of one of those towers right now. We now have an AP News alert out of Pittsburgh. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming the crash of a large plane just north of the airport. That's about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Again, officials at Somerset County Airport confirm the crash of a large plane north of that airport, which is located about 80 miles to the southeast of the city of Pittsburgh. We do not know whether that crash of that plane is related to what has become an obvious terrorist attack both here in New York City and in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon.
Matt, we just got a late word that State Department security officials are denying those reports of a car bomb at the State Department. Betsy Stewart is at the C Street entrance and also says there's no sign of a car bomb. Betsy Stewart is one of our producers who's very familiar with the State Department. The building has been evacuated. Top officials are still believed to be in the operations center, however. Those are highly secured areas in terms of penetration physically and otherwise. Colin Powell, as Andrea reported earlier, was headed for Lima, Peru, but he's done a U-turn and he's coming back. The president is on his way back. He'll have a National Security Council meeting, we think probably at around 11:30 or perhaps around noon. That is likely to take place either at Andrews Air Force Base or in some more secure location. The White House has been evacuated, especially with this report of another plane going down, this time in the Pittsburgh area. There were planes in the air when the order went out that there would be no more takeoffs, so we don't know how much more damage these terrorists had in mind.
Let's go to Bob Hager, who is, of course, NBC's aviation expert. Bob, what kind of information are you getting from your sources?
Not a lot, Katie, from the FAA. For instance, they are not talking about any possible hijacks. And normally they can tell when there's a hijack in progress because the pilot, the original pilot of the plane, has various buttons that he can push that set off a code and tell them that there were hijacks. But maybe as a matter of security, they're not saying anything about that. They did stop all takeoffs in the U.S. at 9:25 this morning, and then for pilots that were in the air, the question came up what to do about them, and they were given some discretion to continue on to their destination, so long as it was not the New York or Washington area, or divert to an airport if that's what they wanted to do. I saw the blast at the Pentagon, not the blast take place, but moments after it. I'd been at National Airport trying to get up to New York, and you could see that smoke billowing out of the Pentagon. I can give you a little description of what it's like on the streets of Washington, because it was quite crowded trying to work my way back here to NBC. They have now given not only the White House and those key buildings like the U.S. Capitol, but at this point they've given all federal employees the word to leave their offices and get home. Right. So there are traffic jams in Washington.
Okay, Bob, I'm sure you're going to get more information for us momentarily, but first we want to go to Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon, who has some more information. Mick?
Katie, they're still clearing people away from the Pentagon. Still, security forces believe that there may be another incoming plane headed in the Washington region. But there was a very telling, dramatic moment just a second ago when a U.S. Air Force F-16 flew very low level, did a wide sweeping turn around the Pentagon and back over Washington. And as one Air Force officer standing near me said, "My God, they're now flying air cover over Washington." A very dramatic moment, a milestone in what Tom has already described as a declaration of war, terrorist war against the U.S. Katie?
Let's go back and show you the pictures of Lower Manhattan, where the situation only gets worse, not better. That is the financial district of the world. It's also a residential area and a great commercial area. Both Twin Trade Tower buildings now have collapsed onto the ground. There is an untold loss of life. The ripple effect goes on with all the smoke and dust that is spread out across that very densely populated area. It goes down below ground as well as in the high-rise buildings there. There are many residential structures in that area as well. Some heroic rescue workers were down there trying to get people out of the building when the first building came down, and then the second building did as well. Without any sound, and looking at this, there is a kind of a surreal quality. But that is the epicenter of a great, great national tragedy and a great loss of life. No question about it this morning.
We're talking about people who were hurt, perhaps killed in this blast. Many of them have been brought to area hospitals, including St. Vincent's Hospital. Bob Bazell is there. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, Katie, ambulances continue to stream in. Several New York City streets have been closed. Major avenues have been closed off so that ambulances can continue to come in. In addition, the New York City subway system has now been closed down, and several buildings that were not involved in the World Trade Center area have been shut down, and people have been told to go home. But a lot of them are just wandering aimlessly on the street. Many people openly weeping and hugging each other. This is clearly is a time that, as Tom described, is very close to the beginning of a war. And but the casualties do keep coming in: burns, smoke inhalation, very severe. And again, all the medical people that I've talked to say this is just the tip of the iceberg. We expect casualties to be coming in all through the night and way into tomorrow and beyond.
Bob, if you could just stand by for a moment, because we have this report from AP that I'm just simply going to read. A large plane crashed Tuesday morning just north of the Somerset County Airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Airport officials said the plane, believed to be a Boeing 767, crashed around 10 a.m. about 8 miles east of Jennerstown. According to County 911 dispatchers, WPXI-TV reported. The crash came the same morning that terrorists crashed 2 planes into the World Trade Center in New York City, and the twin 110-story towers collapsed. Explosions also rocked the Pentagon and the State Department, although that was refuted moments ago, and spread fear across the nation. There was no other immediate details on the Pennsylvania crash, and it was not clear whether the crash was related to the others. Again, that was a report, a bulletin that was just issued by the Associated Press.
You know what is so stunning about all of this, Matt and Katie, is that there has been no indication whatsoever that this very carefully coordinated massive attack was going to occur. There's been a complete intelligence failure here. And there will be, obviously, down the road, a price to pay for that.
Well, that's actually not all that surprising, Tom, because we've often talked in the past, following every terrorist event, about how vulnerable the United States is, and many terrorist experts say how unprepared they are. And the question, of course, is, can you ever prepare for an attack like this?
Well, that's true, but we also have people out there who are enlisting posts, and we've penetrated these kinds of organizations. But to have this kind of an attack, this sophisticated, this efficient, striking at the heart of the nation's capital, striking at the heart of New York City, now, and if this is true that this plane went down as a result of this attack, we don't know whether it's the end of it. Right. This is a massively well-coordinated attack of some kind that is nothing short but of a declaration of war on this country.
And terrorist experts are now saying, and intelligence experts are now saying, that there are very short or very few number of terrorist groups that are capable of this kind of planning, and a couple of names come to mind, and I'm not going to throw them out now because we certainly don't have any reports. Before I go to Jamie Gangel, I just want to say that some of the descriptions coming from eyewitnesses in Lower Manhattan of these explosions occurring are chilling. One man talked about getting off a PATH train, that's a subway train, here in Lower Manhattan, and looking up at the building after the first explosion and seeing people jump out of the windows. We have no idea how high up, but hearing people on the ground scream each time another person jumped out of a window, attempting to get to safety. And then when the second explosion occurred, he felt the heat of the explosion on the back of his neck. Jamie Gangel is our national correspondent. She's joining us now on the phone. Jamie?
Matt, speaking of those intelligence officials that you were just mentioning, now finally we can no longer reach on the phone anyone at the CIA. Apparently the CIA has been evacuated. We know the National Security Agency, which is the electronic eavesdropping agency, which is south of Baltimore near Fort Meade, Maryland, that they have been shut down. What we're hearing from both places is that all non-essential personnel have been told to leave. And I can only imagine that probably they are trying to move some of their operations out of those buildings as well for backup procedure. But in addition to whatever intelligence was missed in all of this. We now have perhaps some problems gathering intelligence as those buildings are now being shut down.
Right, Jamie, thank you very much. Tom, let's go back and talk about something you mentioned a second ago, that is just, it shows the enormity of this situation. In addition to what we assume will be horrendous loss of life, all planes in this country have been grounded. I mean, you think about the impact that has, and I mean, is there ever a time we can imagine something like that ever happening before?
The most powerful nation in the world, and national security officials and terrorist experts have been saying for some time, a small band of very willful and sophisticated people can bring us to a halt, and they have done just that. There's a psychological terror as a result of all of this, as you can only imagine how it plays out across the country today. People looking in who don't live in New York or live in the nation's capital are wondering what happens around me. It is hard to overstate the consequences of all of this, and this is just the beginning. We'll be living with this story and dealing with the consequences of it for some time. The United States will change as a result of all of this. We already thought that there was a lot of security in America at the airports and so on, and yet there was a successful hijacking at Boston Airport today, and the consequences of that we're seeing on the screen here this morning. So this is going to change this country profoundly in not just the coming days, but the coming months, to say nothing, as you have been saying, Matt, of the horrific loss of life that we're witnessing.
On that subject, you know, and Katie and Tom, to complete a thought I started before, you both were out at the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a much smaller building, and it took rescue workers more than a week to find all the people trapped in that wreckage. We have a building here two buildings of each 110 stories. It's mind-boggling to think of what it's going to take over these next days and weeks to find survivors or victims of these explosions.
And of course, it continues to be a terrifying situation because there are a number of planes up in the air as this took place, and a number of unconfirmed and frightening reports about those planes that we heard earlier from Jim Miklashevsky, that somebody had gotten word at the Pentagon that perhaps there is another plane, whether they were talking about the one north of Pittsburgh or it's completely unclear. And it's also unclear whether these planes that were en route to a destination have been grounded themselves. In other words, that they were emergency landings or what. I think it's very difficult to get any communication with airports all across the country because they're, I'm sure, completely chaotic.
Katie, you know from your time in Oklahoma City and all the time that you spent with the victims there, the psychological effect of all of this on this country and how it's going to affect our whole sense of security and, in a way, our sense of innocence about this is Fortress America. It couldn't happen here. We said that about the Murrah Federal Building. We even said it about Columbine High School. This is an incident of a whole different magnitude.
I have to say, I've never, ever, witnessed anything quite as horrific. I hate to keep saying it because we have seen these types of things play out in movies and, you know, in worst case scenarios and in dramatic renditions of this kind of incident, but certainly no one has ever seen this kind of thing unfold. And it is really shocking. We want to go now. On the phone, we have Neil Livingston, who is an expert on terrorism. Mr. Livingston, can you hear me?
I can.
You know, we were talking about what it would take in terms of planning and coordination to pull off an attack like this with so many prongs. At least 2 attacks here in New York City, 1 in Washington, D.C. We don't know if the crash of that plane outside Pittsburgh is related, but give me an idea of how many groups there are in the country that would be capable of something like this.
Well, there are very few groups in the world capable of this kind of action. And you have to remember also that we have the people who hijacked these planes were going to a certain death as well. So they were suicide bombers, in effect. And that probably suggests that this was not something like the Medellin cartel or one of the other groups that has the financial wherewithal and the infrastructure to carry out coordinated attacks.
Yeah, I know.
I think that obviously the finger of suspicion, and we're always very cautious about pointing that in any particular direction, but we have to look to the Middle East. We have to look to Osama bin Laden. We have to look at some Palestinian groups right now.
But even in the past, when we were talking about Osama bin Laden and his group, there have been intelligence experts who've picked up conversations, transmissions that occurred before an attack to give some kind of indication, even if we didn't understand them till after the attack. Is it unusual that with so many prongs to an attack that there wouldn't have been some type of warning through intelligence sources?
Well, it's a myth that we always know that these things are coming down. Part of our problem is, and we just had a warning go out to our embassies and military bases in the Far East. That could have been a feint. That could have been a diversion. We have so many warnings these days that people, they tend to fade into the background noise unless we have real specific information about an upcoming attack. Generally, we don't take action. And these groups are very hard to penetrate. They're focused with bonds of kinship and people who have known each other for years. So it doesn't surprise me that we didn't know that this was coming.
All right, Mr. Livingston, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Benjamin Levy is at the scene near the World Trade Center. Actually, he's going to tell us precisely where he is and what he saw. Benjamin, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, Benjamin?
Yes?
Hi, it's Katie Couric. Can you tell me where you are and what you have seen or what you are seeing?
Well, right now I'm in Lower Manhattan, but I was working, I work at the Federal Building behind City Hall. And we were just sitting at our desks about 9 a.m. this morning. We heard a big explosion. Then about 5 minutes or maybe 10 minutes later, we saw the other plane hit the building, the second tower, and then we just evacuated. And as we started to walk away, we turned around about maybe 15 minutes after we left the building, and the second tower just disappeared from sight. And I tell you, I've never seen anything more horrible in my entire life.
Did you see any people, any casualties, Mr. Levy?
We we bumped into a guy from Tower 1 who said that he had a chance to get out of the building after the plane hit the first one. He had a chance to get out of the second one, but he said that people were jumping out of the windows to get away from the fire.
Where are you now, Benjamin?
I'm in a hair salon in Lower Manhattan, talking to you guys.
Well, obviously, that was...
And was the whole Federal Building evacuated, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, well, we started running out of the building as soon as we saw the second explosion. And then I work on the 22nd floor. As soon as we were down at the bottom, they sounded the alarm, and then they announced evacuation. But most of us were already out.
How far physically are you actually from the World Trade Center?
Right now, or where I work?
No, when this happened.
About 6 blocks away.
6 blocks away. And you were able to get out pretty easily, and there were no kind of electrical problems in your building as a result of the impact of the fire or anything like that?
No, we got out pretty good, thank God.
And as that whole area down there, the City Hall, the Federal Building, and all the other commercial buildings, they've all been evacuated as well?
Well, yeah, as we were leaving, the police were telling all the shop owners to shut their shops and go home.
And that must be enveloped by the smoke and dust and everything that we see now, because that covers the entire lower end of Manhattan, which is a considerably large area, not only physically, but in terms of the financial networks, the commerce that is done there, a lot of residential areas.
Yeah, you could smell the smoke. And you could smell it, but it wasn't. We were walking away from it.
Benjamin Levy. Benjamin, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate it, and we're glad you're safe.
Katie, I've got just a little rundown here, if I can, Matt, for just a moment about what's going on around the country. The State Department officials have been moved into the State Department Training Center in Arlington, Virginia. The state has been evacuated, obviously. In Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport shut down. The IDS Center in downtown Minneapolis, tallest building, evacuated. Georgia, all flights at Hartsfield Atlanta International Airport closed. The CNN Center, world headquarters of Cable News Network, was closed to the public. In Maryland, officials are tightening security throughout the state. Of course, that's the home of Andrews Air Force Base. Navy installations throughout the Hampton Roads, home to the world's largest Navy base, have been placed under increased security. In Pennsylvania, Philadelphia International Airport has been closed, and of course the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall are being closed as well.
In fact, all national monuments, Tom, I believe, have been evacuated and closed.
And California, the state has been put on the highest alert. They're on tactical alert in Los Angeles. The Department of Energy's Nuclear Weapons and Research Complex in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, put under heightened security.
It is now coming up on 10:59 East Coast time. We'll give you a recap of what we've seen so far in just a moment. Just a quick note from one of the hospitals downtown in New York City, where they say that hundreds of people have been burned from head to toe. This is from Dr. Stephen Stern at St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village. About 50 or 60 doctors and nurses standing by in scrubs. The entire entrance to the emergency room was lined with stretchers covered with white sheets. Doctors said the victims mostly had burns.
Of course, they're being treated in a number of area hospitals, including St. Vincent's, NYU. Downtown is just about 5 minutes away. As a spokesperson told us earlier, they've had a lot of experience dealing with problems at the World Trade Center from that February terrorist bombing in 1993. And obviously, they have all been mobilized, and emergency crews are working feverishly outside the World Trade Center.
You are looking at a live picture of Lower Manhattan at 11 o'clock East Coast time on a day of tragedy and terror in the United States. You're looking at what remains of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Earlier this morning, just before 9 o'clock and just after 9 o'clock, 2 planes and individual attacks struck each tower of the World Trade Center, causing gaping holes in both towers. You're looking at a tape now after the first impact. And there is the second impact of a large jet flown, we now believe, deliberately into the second tower. It was a short time after that that the towers collapsed. And then there was an attack in Washington, D.C. We now have confirmed reports that a plane crashed into the Pentagon. We have no reports of confirmed injuries or death. However, it's clear officials all across the country are now saying this is a deliberate terrorist attack on the United States. As Tom has put it so far this morning, this is a declaration of war by terrorists against the United States.
And of course, we should mention, by the way, Tom, before we talk about terrorism, that another large plane crashed as well, just north of Somerset County Airport, 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was a Boeing 767 that crashed around 10 o'clock this morning. And it is unclear whether the crash was related to the other crashes that took place this morning.
President Bush is en route back to Washington. The State Department has been evacuated. There's been that attack on the Pentagon. That has been evacuated. The White House has been evacuated. There will be an emergency meeting of the National Security Council. This is the most serious attack on the United States since Pearl Harbor. There has never been a terrorist attack of this magnitude, in fact, on any country in the world so far as we can tell. The untold loss of life in New York alone. We only know that there have been hundreds of burn victims brought to various hospitals. Both Twin Trade Tower centers have collapsed to the ground. That's a densely populated area, obviously. We don't know the number of casualties yet at the Pentagon, and we don't know the number of deaths in that plane that went down, as Katie pointed, north of Pittsburgh.
And what we've left out a piece of information, and we know for a fact that one of these planes that was crashed into the World Trade Center was hijacked from Boston this morning. It was American Airlines Flight 11 en route from Boston to Los Angeles. We had reports it had been diverted to JFK, and a short time later, perhaps while feigning a landing at JFK, it veered dramatically into the World Trade Center.
All air travel has been stopped. Airports have been closed across the country to planes departing. In terms of planes that are en route, it is unclear if they've made emergency landings or if they're reaching their final destinations. The White House has been evacuated, the State Department, the CIA has been evacuated. Of course, many, many buildings in Manhattan and Lower Manhattan have been evacuated as well.
And transatlantic flights to this country are being diverted to Canada. Still, no claim of responsibility that is verifiable or credible at this time. Yasser Arafat has condemned this attack, saying it's shocking and appalling.
Of course, we should mention back in February of 1993 was when that bomb went off in the garage of the World Trade Center, killing 6 people, injuring 1,000 people. And that, of course, was an unbelievable scene, but compared to this,
this is what they intended to do back then.
Minor. Let's go to Bob Hager, who has some information for us. Bob?
Katie, I was just thinking as you commented there about the various planes involved. The one that we know of so far, because it's confirmed by American Airlines, is that Flight 11, which had been scheduled from Boston's Logan Airport to Los Angeles, that Flight 11 was hijacked this morning, and it is presumed that it may have been one of the planes that went into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. There were
at least 2 more planes involved in this, because the other tower was hit, and then the Pentagon was also, there were eyewitness accounts that it was a plane that went into the Pentagon. But so far, we don't know the sources of those planes, whether they were commercial planes that had been hijacked, whether they were private planes, whether they'd been hijacked at all. And I would point out the report from Somerset County, Pennsylvania, is so far just local authorities commenting. The FAA has not confirmed that crash, so we're waiting to hear more, and I'm hearing just now, bear with me.
Bob.
Oh, FAA is now confirming, so this adds to those earlier rumors that there are several airplanes that are unaccounted for. So there were some rumors that there might have been other planes hijacked that we didn't yet know the outcome of it. And now the FAA is confirming that. There are several, was the word I heard, several planes that are unaccounted for that were evidently hijacked, and has not come to a conclusion yet.
Bob, we'd like you to get a list of as many of those as you can, as specifically as possible. We're going to show you now, we're going to replay a tape of the second attack on the World Trade Centers in slow-mo. There's the plane. As you can see, a large airline-type plane. And now the collision. Flown deliberately into the second one.
When they say several, Bob, do they give you any indication of what they're talking about?
Several is the description that I had, and that was just passed on to me a moment ago, so I wasn't talking personally to the FAA person, but several is the account I had.
And Bob, American Airlines, the Flight 11 out of Boston, do we know what exactly kind of plane that was and perhaps how many people were on board?
We do not yet, but I think we're going to get some additional information from American. They were supposed to be adding comment to this from Dulles Airport here in a few moments, so we might learn a little bit more about that. But right now, it's very important to worry about rumors and so forth. I'd like to hear some more confirmation that a plane really has crashed in Pennsylvania, for instance, since the FAA hasn't confirmed that. But I think one needs to be very careful here in this chaotic situation.
We have a report here that Osama bin Laden, who is often identified as the world's leading terrorist, warned 3 weeks ago that he and his followers would carry out an unprecedented attack on U.S. interests for its support of Israel, an Arab journalist with access said to him Tuesday in London.
Abdel Bari Atwan, editor of the London-based Al-Qud Al-Arabi newspaper, said Islamic fundamentalists led by bin Laden was almost certainly behind the attack of the World Trade Center in New York. Quote, it's most likely the work of Islamic fundamentalists. Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interests in an unprecedented attack, a very big one, Atwan told Reuters.
He has interviewed bin Laden, and he maintains close contact with his followers, according to Reuters. So that's the first report that we've had that Osama bin Laden may have been responsible. Obviously, it was a very sophisticated organization, carefully coordinated. It had to have its origins in this country. Louis Freeh, the FBI director, as he left office, said that his continuing great concern with the number of terrorist cells that exist in America, not just in some shadowy enclave in Afghanistan or somewhere in the subcontinent, but they've taken root in this country because it's so easy to get here.
Let's talk a little bit more about Osama bin Laden, because as you say, he was associated with the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Why don't we talk about him and what he has done here in the United States, Tom, to give people a little bit of background?
Well, he is from Saudi Arabia originally. He's wealthy. He is very sophisticated in terms of using the new technology. We believe that he is being harbored in Afghanistan. No one knows for sure. A number of people have attempted to get to him and have been unsuccessful in that. They also believe that he was behind the bombings in Kenya as well. He is obviously a zealot of great, dark passion, and most of it directed at the United States.
Brian Jenkins, our terrorist expert, remains on the phone. Brian, tell us a little bit more about Osama bin Laden, and if you think that he might, in fact, have carried out this kind of well-orchestrated, horrific attack on the United States.
Well, certainly he would have to be included in any very, very short list of suspects, but it is premature to be able to say with any confidence who might be responsible. In something like this, I mean, we know what has happened, we know when it has happened, we know where it has happened, who and why it takes a little bit longer to figure out. I have no doubt that we will ultimately be able to identify who is responsible. But until that time, we can only speculate.
But Brian, in an attack of this magnitude that is so carefully coordinated and executed with such cold-blooded efficiency, it obviously had to be a very sophisticated organization.
Clearly, this took organization, and while organization has in terrorism in recent years become more fluid, that is, we are not dealing with the identifiable terrorist organizations that we dealt with in the 1970s and 1980s. Terrorism in the last decade has been a lot more fluid, and from these universes of like-minded fanatics, people have been able to put together these ad hoc conspiracies. Nonetheless, the magnitude of this attack, the coordination involved in this attack, does indicate a considerable amount of planning and organization.
Right. Mr. Jenkins, if you'll hold for a second, I want to go back to Bob Hager of NBC. Bob, we were talking a second. Apparently, we don't have Bob at the moment. All right, let's go to Jim Kallstrom, who's the former director of the FBI's New York office. Jim, we just talked about the fact that sooner or later we'll know who did this, but where does law enforcement start? Obviously, we know that in several cases we're talking about the plane as the weapon, so to speak, but where do we start to track who's responsible?
Well, Matt, I think someone said it there, this is unprecedented. And law enforcement will start from the base of intelligence that they already have and hopefully always have. And I mean, that's the argument in the country. I mean, we have a very short memory in the United States, and maybe that's good, maybe it's bad, but that's why we need effective law enforcement. Although in a free society, as Brian Jenkins points out, and I agree with him totally, it's very, very difficult to stop things like this. I mean, the first goal would have been to stop this horrific event. And, of course, the second goal now is to save as many people as we can and to find out who did it. And thirdly, and most importantly, not let something like this happen again.
Jim, if you were starting the investigation tomorrow morning, where would you begin with the man who hijacked that American Airlines flight?
I'd probably have 100 courses of action taken simultaneously. I'm sure that's what's going on as we speak. It's a bit chaos. I mean, I just look at the TWA tragedy and why we responded the way we did. We were at a heightened threat for terrorism, and it sure looked like terrorism, and this is so much bigger than that. It's chaotic, but law enforcement's trying to make sense out of it. They're trying to obviously not let something happen again in the next 10 minutes, the next hour, the next 2 hours. So that's on the mind of public safety officials in Washington and locally. And, of course, a long-range plan to see what we can do about stopping this. You know, we live in a free society. People come and go. Our borders are open. We see that talked about on the news every night, not so much from a terrorism standpoint, from a work standpoint, but people land at our major airports every day undocumented. So it's extremely difficult. As Brian pointed out earlier, these terrorist cells are very insulated from each other. There's no particular hierarchy like there was in the mafia where you put a particular wiretap in at the top and you know everything that's going on. That's not the case here. We know there's tremendous hatred. I mean, we've talked about this in law enforcement for over a decade. They blew up the World Trade Center. They tried to bring the World Trade Center down. They've blown up many other government symbols, and Ramsey Youssef tried to blow up 11 jumbo jets simultaneously.
Okay, Jim, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's Katie Couric. We want to go to Pat Dawson, who's down at the World Trade Center with an official, talking to that official. Pat?
Yes, Katie, forgive me, we're just trying to get obviously, as you can imagine, Joe, go ahead, you may put the microphone on there. As you can imagine, this is a very, very difficult situation here. We are here with a couple of guests who can give us at least some insight into what's going on there. This is Chief William Hall of the Port Authority Police of New York. As we told you earlier, the Port Authority Police have jurisdiction over the Trade Center. And also Alan Rice, who's the director of the World Trade Center. Gentlemen, if I get you just to stand like that. First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning. So The numbers, we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
After the first two crashes, when the planes hit the building, there was roughly about, I would say, what, an hour and 15 minutes between that and the point where the South Tower collapsed.
Give or take.
How many people you were able to get out? Do you have any idea?
We don't know. We tried to do a floor-by-floor search. New York City Police, the Fire Department, Port Authority Police, best they could, tried to get everybody out. But as you know, there were people still coming out after that building came down.
Do you have any idea how many people would normally be in the building at 8:30 or north? This is the director of the World Trade Center.
There are probably 10,000 people in each tower. 10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day. And we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
Okay, so in other words, by 8:30 to 9, you figure the building would have been approaching full capacity with the workers. So we are talking about roughly 10,000 people.
Per tower.
Per tower. Now, at this point, obviously, you've got a situation, these towers having collapsed, that is bordering on chaotic. What's the first challenge? What are you doing at this moment? I've seen emergency workers try to go in there after the first couple crashes and come running back out. What are you trying to do now?
I guess the next step is between the chief and myself and my staff. We're going to go assess the condition and determine whether it's safe or not to send personnel into the building to continue looking and evacuating people.
Are there any emergency workers in there now?
We don't know that.
We don't know.
If they were in there now, presumably they would have been trapped in there from the earlier.
It's possible. It's possible from what we saw happen here. Yeah, very much so. We were trapped ourselves in the building in the basement. We were the building collapsed and we came out of that. But yes, sure
you were in the basement of the South Tower.
No, we were in the basement of building 5, 6.
Okay.
Right, and I was in building 5. We had to dig our way out to get out.
You dug your way out. What was that like?
Scary.
Scary, but I was a volunteer fireman for years, so you learn not to panic.
Yeah.
What was the one last thing? What do you do right now to try to get to those people? How long before you get to those people?
We're going to have to wait and make the building safe. We have our engineers here, our law department here. We're going to make the building safe, then we're going to send in rescue teams. We're already breaking the men and women up into rescue teams, and they're ready to go once the building is declared safe of what's left.
And how soon before they're back in there?
We're going to try and do this right now, and I hope soon.
Is any part of the building still standing down there? We can't really see.
I can't see either. I can see what you see. I don't know.
You don't even know how much of the building is left.
No, that's where we're going now, to assess the condition.
All right,
so thank you very much.
We understand you have emergency work to do. We appreciate it very much taking the time out. The latest report that we have at this point from those who are in charge of that building, speaking to the director of the World Trade Center and also to the chief of the Port Authority Police, they are at this point, as they said, just trying to put together a plan to go in there and just assess the damage. This sequence of extraordinary tragedies, this sequence of catastrophes, really, first the two crashes, and then in sequence, one tower of the building coming down, another tower of the building coming down. Obviously, the first order of business is to try to organize themselves and to go back in there in a way it doesn't endanger more emergency workers, because I can tell you, based on what I've seen, there have been a number of emergency workers who were put in harm's way this morning. They had to be, but the toll has to be extraordinary. Tom, we'll throw it back to you.
Thank you very much, Pat Dawson. Those are the first numbers that we've had this morning. They think there were about 20,000 people in the two buildings at the time of the attack, to say nothing of the untold number of people on the streets or in nearby buildings who could also have suffered injuries or worse when the buildings did come down. This is tantamount to war. You're looking at the lower end of Manhattan. A plane has attacked the Pentagon this morning as well. There is a report of a hijacked plane that went down near Pittsburgh. NBC's Robert Hager is tracking all of this through the FAA for us. Robert?
Well, there's some more information now on the one confirmed hijacking that we know of, and that was that American Airlines flight number 11. It was a 767, took off from Boston Logan this morning. It was to go to Los Angeles. American Airlines confirmed it was hijacked, and we have some first numbers on how many were on board. 58 passengers and a crew of 11, so 69 people on that flight. That's presumed to be one of the planes that went into into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. The other planes that we know of, the other tower of the World Trade Center and the plane that went that crashed into the Pentagon area, those are unknown flights. The Pennsylvania crash, which is still not the FAA, but it's local authorities saying it, our affiliate in Pittsburgh has heard traffic on the radio scanners saying that it was a flight that originated in Chicago and was headed to Cleveland, but I'd caution that that sort of information coming off radio scanners is very, very sketchy and so very unreliable, but it's the first report off the scanners.
Bob, an FBI spokesman is quoted as saying that there were 4 flights that were hijacked altogether. We know about American 11. I'm not going to mention the names of the carriers or the numbers on the others. Are you getting any kind of detail like that at the FAA?
No, the FAA is not getting into that kind of detail, and a moment ago I said that they said there were several planes still in the air, and that was a report was coming to me while I was on the air, so I'm getting it secondhand, and now I understand what they were saying is that they had unaccounted flights. Flights that were unaccounted for, so that could mean, in addition to the American Airlines Flight 11, the other planes that went into those other buildings. It does not necessarily imply that there are still planes in the air. A little more information, Canada has now shut all of its airports down, but it will leave the airports open to allow incoming planes that were bound for the U.S. and are now prohibited from landing at U.S. airports to divert into Canada, but otherwise Canada is allowing no takeoffs, and it's not taking inbound flights from any other place other than planes that were bound for the U.S.
Well, now we get word from American Airlines, Bob, just stay with us here for a moment, that it had 2 aircraft in this tragedy. Flight 11, a Boeing 767 with 81 passengers and 9 flight attendants and 2 pilots. Flight 77, they're saying, a Boeing 757 operating from Washington Dulles to L.A. with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. That's from Al Henkel, who's one of our guys in the Dallas area, from American Airlines.
Yes, so now we know the identity of 2 of the flights involved in today's incidents. That leaves at least 1 more, and if the report of the crash in Pittsburgh is accurate, that leaves 2 more that we don't have identified yet, but it gives us those 2 that you mentioned.
Well, it could have been both these planes could have been into the Twin Trade Towers, because it was plainly there were 2 airliners that went into the Twin Trade Towers up here, as we saw on the videotape of the crash.
Okay, they say there's a bomb in the school here. I was told by firefighters.
Pat Dawson, let's go to you in Lower Manhattan. You have a report of another bomb.
All right, Tom, we've just been told we're being evacuated. You can see all the emergency workers walking north on the West Side Highway in New York. We've been told by firefighters here that there is a report of a bomb in this building. This is a school, a high school right here. And as you can see, they're moving everybody away from this building. They've said that there's a bomb in the building. They are evacuating us north now. That is according to firefighters on the scene, and we're going to move out of here right now just to keep ourselves safe. So we're going to start walking north ourselves, but that's what we're being told by New York City firefighters here, that there were reports of a bomb in that high school right there. It's called Stuyvesant High School. And so we are walking north to get out of the way. You can see just to my left here, these are even the ambulances which were down there are being moved north. The firefighters are being moved north. Everybody is being moved north. We're being asked by the police now to go north and get out of the way. Officer, do you have any idea of what the problem is?
There's a report of a secondary device possibly in the area of this school, so they're going to move everybody back as a precaution.
Secondary device meaning a bomb?
Possibly.
Okay, and where did that report come from? Was it called in?
It came in over our radios, and it's reported through our supervisors on down, so we're pulling everybody back.
And that's in the Stuyvesant High School right there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Officer McQuaid.
Pat,
that's Officer McQuaid of New York City Emergency Service.
Pat, that school has been evacuated?
Yeah, well, I don't think there was anyone in the school, Katie, this morning. At this point, I think everybody had been evacuated from here probably when the first events took place early this morning, just because of the fact that it's so close to the World Trade Center. Most of these buildings around here have been evacuated, so I would imagine, I never saw any kids going into that school this morning, so I'm going to presume that they never even allowed them to get to school this morning, and that anywhere that were here at 8:45 were probably moved out almost within moments after this the crash took place, because it literally is only about 10 blocks north of here, and I haven't seen any students coming in or out.
All right, Pat Dawson, thank you very much. The big story, obviously, that is still to be resolved is how many planes were hijacked. We now have a report that there could have been as many as 4 of them. We know that 2 planes were involved here at the Twin Trade Towers. There's a report of a plane down north of Pittsburgh. Another kind of plane went into the Pentagon, but there could still be planes in the air that are under the control of hijackers. We don't know for sure what flights they are or where they're headed. There are some unconfirmed reports of them. We can only tell you that American 11 and American 77 have been identified by American Airlines as two of the planes that were involved in the incidents today.
And the hijackings are scattered somewhat around a fairly wide area, and we just have to remember that two of these planes did arrive at the World Trade Center within 18 or 20 minutes of each other, just to, again, point out the coordination of this attack. We're going to go down to NBC's Tim Russert, who is standing by with more information. Tim? Tim? Apparently Tim can't hear us.
All right, obviously people are scrambling to get as much information. I think we do now
Tim,
have
do you
Tim's
hear us?
audio. Tim?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please give us your information.
I've been just speaking to the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Porter Goss, and we're trying to get him on the telephone here and continue our conversation on the air. He told me that he was on the phone with House Speaker Hastert about the situation when a code red was declared on the Hill, that the Speaker has moved to a secure place because he is in the line of command of our national leadership. Congressman Porter Goss, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, also said that this extremely well-coordinated attack could only be done by a very few people, very few organizations, and that because of the magnitude of it, it'll be relatively easy to, quote, see their fingerprints. And then we as a nation are going to have to make a very decisive retaliation as soon as we are able to identify exactly who this was. Mr. Goss said he's obviously never seen anything quite like this. As it plays out, perhaps more to come. And he will be joining us shortly on the telephone here so we all can hear his words directly. He will be brief throughout the day because of his position. He has access to the nation's utmost secrets.
All right, Tim, obviously President Bush is on his way back to the nation's capital. Is it your understanding that he has arrived yet, or do you know his whereabouts at this point?
Katie, I do not know that, but I do know that while the White House has been evacuated, the Situation Room continues. There are people in the White House doing their jobs, and so with the Pentagon. In the nerve centers of both of those facilities, our highest-ranking officials are obviously monitoring this situation, making a determination as just how widespread this attack may be, and trying very, very hard to get a handle on exactly who did it and just how we respond.
Tim, we have secure areas, obviously, for the president in case of a nuclear attack in the past, in the mountains of Virginia, not too far from Washington by helicopter ride. Any indication that the president may have to go to one of those facilities?
We have not yet heard that, Tom. I asked that question, and the response was we're not going there, meaning responding to my question, not necessarily traveling there. But they obviously are on the highest state of alert. They understand the magnitude of this. They understand that the American people now are going to be waiting and watching for a response from Washington other than what the president gave in Florida. As you might expect, even our most sophisticated communications 2001 era, it is still extremely difficult trying to get any kinds of information. The cell phones are down. Many of the hard lines are down. But I've been assured by people at the White House and at the Pentagon that, in fact, they are in touch with each other and have the situation is under control the best they can. But like all of us, they simply don't know yet who did this.
Tim, you talked about Porter Goss. Obviously, the Capitol was evacuated along with other major monuments and major government buildings in Washington, D.C. Where are people, members of Congress, right now? Have they assembled anywhere, and what are they doing, and where are they?
Katie, after the explosion at the World Trade Center, Congress convened, said a prayer, and then recessed. And many of the members headed home. And they were obviously going to look forward to a very difficult week in Washington dealing with the economy. I'm told Porter Goss is on the telephone now with me. Congressman, can you hear me? Congressman Goss, can you hear me? We'll continue to effort that, Katie. But most of the congressmen have now, and congresswomen have returned to their homes here in Washington because the building itself has been evacuated. The leadership of the Congress, as I mentioned, Speaker Hastert particularly, is in a secure place, and he will be in constant communication with the President and Vice President, being the third person in the hierarchy.
All right, Tim Russert in Washington. Tim, thanks very much. And when you get Porter Goss on the phone, maybe you can give us some more information. Thanks, Tim.
We'll be right back to you.
All right, let's go now to MSNBC's Ashley Banfield, who's in Lower Manhattan, standing by with some people who were either inside those buildings or near the buildings when those planes hit. Ashley?
Yeah, hi. I am just about between 5 and 10 blocks north of the actual site of where those two towers have come down. We're obviously having a bit of trouble right now maintaining our location because we just heard one more explosion. That's about the fourth one we've heard. The police are telling us they're either car bombs or they are simply cars that have overheated so much that they're exploding. But every time one of those happens, there's a flurry of activity, and there are more emergency vehicles that come down this road. I don't know if you can shoot past me and shoot down into that black cloud in there. That is the cloud that we were in just about 45 minutes ago or so. At the time we were there, when the first trade tower came down, my producer and I were overcome by the cloud of debris and smoke that came at us so rapidly. We had to break down a window to an apartment building. We had to break the window and go into the second door inside just to breathe. We were followed by a police officer and a security guard from the World Trade Center area. I want to show you something if I can. I'm just using a cell phone so that I can hear you because there are no cell lines that are coming out of Manhattan at the time, but see if you can zero in on this right here. This is the kind of debris that we're seeing all over the ground. If you can see the address, 1 World Trade Center, Trade Center, Trade Center, Trade Center, Trade Center.
Okay, obviously we're having some technical problems with Ashley Banfield, who is on the ground near the World Trade Center about 5 blocks away.
All right, here's the first confirmation from United Airlines. It's confirmed one of its flights crashed in the Pittsburgh area. Flight 93, a Boeing 757, a flight involved originating in Newark. It was bound for San Francisco. No information on how many people were on board. A 757 carries a lot of folks. Anyone who's flown from Newark to San Francisco knows that most of those flights carry a full load.
Okay, so this now brings to 3 the number of confirmed flights that have been involved in this tragic day. American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, Flight 77 from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles with 58 passengers on board, and now the United flight, Tom, that you just mentioned. And you can say that we have to say that the number of passengers was relatively low on those first flights, and we can only hope this was not a full flight, this United flight.
You know, there was a collapse, obviously, not just of intelligence, but of airport security as well, that many planes were hijacked almost simultaneously.
Although these days, as we know, Tom, and learned from the TWA tragedy, Flight 800, that oftentimes some of these devices are absolutely, it's impossible to see them in our kind of security X-ray machines that you have at typical airports. Some are made of plastiques. They can be very small and virtually undetectable, which is, of course, another major problem for airport security. We're going to go to Bob Bazell, who is at St. Vincent's Hospital. Obviously, we're very concerned about the people who were in the World Trade Center when these 2 planes crashed into them. Bob, tell me about the scene at St. Vincent's Hospital.
Katie, the wounded are starting to come in with great regularity now. Almost every 30 seconds an ambulance pulls up. Some of them are very badly burned. Some are dead. I've seen several dead bodies go in. Cardinal Egan, the head of the Catholic Archdiocese, is standing out on the street giving last rites. Said, "May God help us," many times over. There's been a call out for blood from all the New York hospitals. People are lined up around the block. People have responded in enormous numbers to that. Everybody seems to want to help in some way. New York has become kind of surrealistic on the streets above Lower Manhattan because all the subways and commuter lines and bridges and tunnels have been shut down. So many people who are not injured are wandering around aimlessly. But in the hospitals, there's so many injured coming in now that they don't have run out of gurneys. And they brought every office chair that they have down and put sheets over that to carry people in. It's an enormous amount of work for all the staff. People have come in. Everybody who was off has been come in. Calls have gone out for specialists, for plastic surgeons, for burn specialists. And it's going to be a very grueling several days ahead.
Well, Bob, the other thing is that I don't know whether you can tell about traffic in the rest of Manhattan because a lot of our major hospitals are well north of there. Lenox Hill, Columbia Presbyterian, New York Cornell. Are the ambulances able to get through? Have they cleared the traffic? We're in kind of a tomb here in the studios in Midtown.
Tom, I had trouble hearing you just that time. The there's a system in place here where there's triaging people down in Lower Manhattan. They're putting sometimes tags around their neck to show some people you see wandering up from Lower Manhattan who have only slight injuries, who have been cleared. Others are very seriously injured. Every hospital in the area is involved in a plan to take in some kind of patients. This one where I'm at, St. Vincent's, is one of the closest with a major trauma center. But every hospital is on alert. Every hospital is just taking in what is becoming now a sea of patients.
All right, NBC's Robert Bazell. Bob, thanks very much. Let's go back to Washington and NBC's Tim Russert, who has a guest on the phone, Porter Goss, the head of the House Intelligence Committee. Tim?
Exactly right. Congressman Goss, are you there?
I'm here, Tim.
As the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, what is your official reaction to what we witnessed this morning?
Well, obviously, I'm horrified. We do our best to make sure there are no surprises like this happening to Americans at home or abroad. It's never 100% sure, and we got the wake-up call again today. It is unbelievable that anybody would do an act like this, basically using innocent victims aboard our commercial airliners as weapons against other innocent victims in our big buildings, our symbols of economy and commerce in New York, and our defense and legislative and executive buildings here in Washington.
When people are watching this at home, Congressman, they're saying to themselves, how could this happen in the United States of America? A complete breakdown in our airport security, a complete breakdown in our airspace security over the Pentagon, the center of our military command. How could something be this vulnerable?
Well, we are a free, open, democratic society, and we take great pride in that. We pay a price for it. As you know, if you've ever flown into Washington National, Washington Reagan Airport, you fly right over the Pentagon. And many times we've commented on how vulnerable the building is for just that reason. That vulnerability was taken advantage of today. As for commercial airliners flying around New York and airspace there, obviously they fly near the trade towers. To be able to say that our airport security works 100%, anybody who flies in America knows that's not true. You answer a few questions before you get on the plane and show a photo ID. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't do mayhem on the plane, as we see from time to time. And tragically, some kind of an organization somewhere has orchestrated all this in an effective fashion. We have great intelligence capabilities out there who keep us constantly on alert about these types of reports. I can tell you I know of no specific reporting anything of this particular specificity on this day with these targets, but I can tell you that we are scrambling all the time to assess information that would do harm to the United States and its people. And as we know, we've seen our military installations subject to attack, our embassy subject to attack before. We stop a lot of it, but obviously we don't get it all, and we're just going to have to rethink how we do business in today's world and deal with these kinds of threats.
Based on your experience as a honored CIA agent and now as a very highly respected chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, how many organizations, terrorist organizations in the world, are capable of pulling off such a coordinated, massive attack?
I would say there's only a handful if we're not talking about state-sponsored terrorism. If you're talking state-sponsored, it could be more, but I don't think we're dealing with state-sponsored. I think we're dealing here with a loose network, a loose association of people who have the same goal, which is an anti-United States goal, who have found a way to get together and network and pull this thing off. Part of the problem with terrorism is that one of the weapons of terrorism is confusion. And one of the hopes now, of course, of the terrorists who perpetrated this is that we will have lots of confusion in the United States, and there will be rumors of other things happening, and that will upset how we go about our business and our behavior and how our law enforcement people react and so forth. That's one thing to deal with, and another thing to deal with, as the President alluded to this morning in his very strong statement, was that we will respond. The question is, against whom? And we want to make absolutely sure when we're dealing with asymmetrical warfare such as this, where we're dealing with innocent people, by and large, who are victims of this, that we respond appropriately and not provoke any other incidents that are unwarranted in the world, but get the people who actually cause this to happen. And that requires good information, and obviously we're in the process of trying to get that information.
But it may take some time to sort through all this, find the fingerprints, and in fact launch any kind of retaliation.
That is certainly true, and one of the hallmarks we may need is patience these days.
Congressman Porter Goss, Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, we thank you very much. We'll be contacting you throughout the day, and we very much appreciate you joining us this morning.
Well, thank you. Add my prayers to the others.
Thank you much. Back to you, Matt.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. We're going to talk to someone here in the studio in a second, but Tom, you've got a phone number for people who are concerned about passengers on board those flights.
American Airlines has confirmed that 2 of its flights were hijacked, and for people who want to know, the number is 1-800-245-0999. United headquarters, you may not be able to get through, obviously, is 847-700-5538. United has confirmed that one of its planes went down near Pittsburgh. American has said that 2 of its planes were involved in the hijackings today, one from Dulles and one from Boston.
And apparently United Airlines was involved, is right?
Right. I said that in Pittsburgh.
Okay, right,
Yeah.
from Newark en route to San Francisco,
Right.
is that right?
Yeah,
Ron Insana is here. Oh, actually, we're going to go first to Ashley
Before that, we want to go
Banfield.
downtown again. Ron Insana. Oh, no, okay, we're going to... There we go. Ashley Banfield
We're
has
giving out
someone she's
emergency
talking
numbers
to.
over the airways. No, I know, but we're doing that now.
Yes, that's the only thing.
I just wanted to ask
Ashley, can you hear me?
For emergency personnel, either law enforcement or medical.
Do you know anything about those extra explosions we heard?
No, I do not.
Were they car bombs?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Are you being told that we're going to have to move out of this area as well?
I was not told anything relative to that.
What about the sewers? Are they looking for bombs in sewers?
All non-essential personnel. That's all I can tell you.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
obviously, the emergency workers are moving people out of that area. Ron Insana is here with us in the studio. Ron, obviously, you were downtown at some point because we see you have basically soot and debris in your hair and on your jacket. What happened?
Well, one of the MSNBC cameramen and I were trying to get across the street, having driven down to try to cover the event, obviously, for NBC. And as we were going across the street, we were not terribly far from the World Trade Center building, the South Tower. As we were cutting across in a quarantine zone, actually, the building began to disintegrate, and we heard it and looked up and started to see elements of the building come down, and we ran, and honestly, it was like a scene out of Independence Day. Everything began to rain down. It was pitch black around us as the winds were whipping through the corridors in lower Manhattan. I ducked around a corner, got into a car which was open, and it was nighttime for several minutes before things cleared up.
Was this the first tower that collapsed?
I believe it was the first tower that collapsed. This was the South Tower, and as it was coming down, what that looks like there is mild compared to what it was like to be at the center. It was pitch black for blocks.
And was it smoke as well as dust?
It was smoke, it was dust. I assume it was part of the building coming down, and just pieces of a disintegrating building coming down as well.
Obviously, we're very concerned about the triage unit that was set up there to help people who are trying to get out of the building, Ron, to help people who had already been carried out of the building and who were being treated medically. Were you close enough to survey the scene
I was within about
half
a block of the building as it started to come down.
Can you tell us what you saw
It
there?
was fairly clear. There were some areas along the street that did have blood and debris. There were no longer people in the area except for a couple of journalists and police officers who were containing the area so people wouldn't cut through.
And once it did begin to clear after that several minutes of pitch darkness, what did you see in the streets then?
It was a very deep gray smoke. It in honesty looked like a bit of a nuclear winter, the type of thing you see in the movies with ash all over the ground, on top of cars, on police cars, on windows. I made my way into a building because it was the one light I could see, and stayed there until a couple of police officers and a few of the people inside the building were able to get into a vehicle. We picked up a few injured people along the way and dropped them off at the hospital.
You did. What were their injuries?
Well, one policeman had a deep gash in his forehead. He was all right. He was clearly a bit shocked, and the young lady had shrapnel in her arm. Don't know what it was, whether it was part of a building or glass from another building.
Was there a lot of peripheral damage to other buildings and stores
Not really.
in the area? Because when that building came down, one would only imagine all the pieces of steel and concrete that came cascading down as well and hit other places.
I imagine the collateral damage was enormous, but we were probably, I'd say, 2 or 3 blocks away in a building where we holed up for a time until we were fairly comfortable that it was safe to come out. It was truly the most intense and frightening experience I've ever had in my life. It was literally pitch black on the street, and people were, obviously inhaling a great deal of this material as well, so there are many folks who are having difficulty breathing and were wearing facial masks as well.
We're happy you're all
right. We have United Airlines confirms that United Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles is down as well. No details yet. It's confirmed that Flight 93, we believe from Newark to San Francisco, is down. No details as yet. That's the one that we think went down in the Pittsburgh area. I wish that we could be more specific. The information is, as you might expect, pretty chaotic, but there have been at least 4 airliners that have been hijacked today.
And Tom, there's going to be an awful lot of scrutiny on the security in Boston at Logan Airport, because it now appears that 2 of these flights originated there, and somehow someone managed to get on these planes and hijack them.
Well, this is an event, Ron. We're happy to see you, and
thank you. You have no idea how happy I am to be here.
Yeah, it is a relief. But then you think about the experiences of thousands of other people who are down there in the epicenter of all that, and were there when it occurred. Our hearts go out to them. We don't know what the numbers are yet.
And you hear about Cardinal Egan delivering last rites outside of St. Vincent's Hospital.
And the magnitude of this will go on for some time. This is not just a national tragedy, but this is a national security event of an untold magnitude that this country is going to have to deal with. The president's coming back, and we are at war, in effect, here. This country has suffered a devastating attack that will cost us in the sense of in loss of life. It will also cost us in terms of our psychological security that we have in this country. We're going to have to revisit a lot of our freedoms as a result of this kind of an attack. And then, of course, there's the whole question of retaliation.
This is an
Who is responsible and what do we do?
Tom, this is an upsetting wire that just came across the transom from the West Bank. It says thousands of Palestinians celebrated Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States, chanting God is great and distributing candy to passers-by, even as their leader, Yasser Arafat, said he was horrified. The U.S. government has become increasingly unpopular in the West Bank and Gaza Strip in the past year of Israeli-Palestinian fighting, with many Palestinians accusing Washington of siding with Israel.
For those of you who think that events in far-off places like the Middle East or in Afghanistan or in the subcontinent or in places in Asia have no effect on us, this is the answer today. This place remains an enormous target in the eyes of a lot of people, and we are so vulnerable because of all those things that make us so great, our freedoms and our sense of security that we have. But America has been changed today by all of this.
We want to go and find out more about what's being done for those who were injured in these attacks. Leslie Van Sant is with the American Red Cross. I believe she's joining us from Washington. Ms. Van Sant, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Matt.
Tell me what kind of resources you have available to you to pour into these areas where, obviously, in Lower Manhattan and in Washington, D.C. and outside Pittsburgh.
Well, our chapters on the area are local disaster volunteers. You know, they are, of course, the first people on the scene and responding. Unfortunately, probably now some of them are also victimized by the event. We're also mobilizing 80,000 units of blood to transfer to the regions as needed, and, you know, taking guidance from emergency management personnel on what assistance we can provide to them to make this, you know, response go smoothly.
Is there anything that, I mean, I know it's early after this has happened, but is there anything you can think of that people might be able to help you out with in terms of donating certain things? You mentioned blood and those things.
Well, you know, we're asking people who are in other parts of the country who are blood donors or maybe not blood donors, maybe they could call and schedule an appointment so we can make sure that the supply stays ready. Our disaster volunteers, our mental health volunteers and health volunteers are going to be responding. You know, this will, as Tom mentioned earlier, this is going to be a long, long response. The emotional trauma, the emotional impact is going to be felt weeks, months into the future, even years. So we're going to be working very hard at this for a long time.
All right, Leslie Van Sant with the American Red Cross. Ms. Van Sant, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Kathleen Zici of New York University Hospital, which is about 5 minutes away from the World Trade Center, where many of the victims have been brought. Kathleen, I know we spoke to you about an hour or so ago. Can you tell me what's going on in the hospital now? Kath. Okay, apparently we're having some problems with Kathleen, and I'm sure it's as chaotic there as it was at St. Vincent's, where we heard from Bob Bazell moments ago that there was a line with Cardinal Egan outside delivering last rites to some of the dead who were brought to the hospital. So we'll try to touch base with Kathleen in just a moment. But first, we want to go to Andrea Mitchell once again in Washington. Andrea?
I've been told that the State Department evacuation, Katie, was precautionary only. There was no car bomb, as had at least been reported or rumored, not here on NBC. But in any case, that was precautionary only. There are still some officials there. They are now being redeployed to another location in Virginia. The CIA is still operational. Intelligence officials are still meeting at Langley, but those officials have also evacuated the non-essential employees. The current working theory, as you have been reporting and speculating, is that there is only one terror organization in this world that could coordinate this kind of event. and that would be something operated by Osama bin Laden. Intelligence officials say he is in Afghanistan, where he has been protected by the Taliban, and as we know, the United States has warned the Taliban government of Afghanistan that if there were any attack against the United States, that they would hold Afghanistan responsible, so that we most likely will expect retaliation, military retaliation. But I think right now the full focus of the U.S. government is on finding out how many other possible targets there might be, how many vulnerabilities there might be, making sure that there is no chemical or biological element out there. I spoke to a former Secretary of Defense, Bill Cohn, and others who had been part of the anti-terror operation planning, and they say that those are the first lines of defense to make sure that there is not some other event, unexpected, as this obviously was, that could make Americans vulnerable. Obviously, this is the largest intelligence failure since Pearl Harbor. Katie?
All right, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thank you. We're going to check in again right now with Kathleen Zicci of New York University Hospital. Kathleen, tell me what the scene is like at your hospital.
Well, we're at NYU Downtown Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and we have had a steady stream of patients coming through the door since the first explosion occurred some hours ago. We have information at this point on 3+ fatalities, plus because there may be additional fatalities that I have not yet been informed of. We have had a severe burn case. One individual is an amputee, a serious neurosurgical injury, a whole range of injuries from both debris, smoke inhalation, respiratory issues related to smoke and debris from the collapse of the two buildings.
So how many medical personnel, Kathleen, do you have working there at NYU Hospital?
We have a medical staff of 500 plus physicians. The entire medical staff has been mobilized, as has the nursing staff, and they are working as hard as it's possible to work.
And tell me again, Kathleen, I know it's hard to estimate how many people you've seen so far.
It's in the hundreds. Our entire cafeteria has been transformed to a triage area, and it is wall-to-wall people at the present time.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much for that update. I'm sure we'll be checking back with you a bit later on, and thank you very much.
Katie, let's go now to NBC's Bob Hager. And Bob, I think it's important that we recount. A short while ago, we were talking about 4 planes that were unaccounted for. It seems now we know what happened to all those 4 planes, isn't it?
That's it. There's no plane at the moment that we know of that's outstanding that's unaccounted for. And now NTSB is able to match the particular flights to the particular accidents or acts of terrorism. So the 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center were both takeoffs from Boston, one belonging to American Airlines, and it had been bound for Los Angeles. The other belonging to United Airlines, it too was bound for Los Angeles. Those are the 2 planes, the American airliner first and then the United plane, that went into the World Trade Center. The other 2 flights, the one that went into the Pentagon was an American Airlines flight bound from Washington's Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, and the plane that's down southeast of Pittsburgh is a United flight. It had been bound from Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that it was Newark via Washington National to San Francisco, but I'm not sure of that. Let me tell you the flight numbers. The Boston takeoffs were American Airlines Flight 10. It had 92 aboard. That's one of the ones that hit the World Trade Center.
Bob, let me just interrupt you there for a second, because we've been reporting all morning that it was American Airlines Flight 11.
You know, I'm mistaken. You're right. It's 11. American Flight 11. Thank you very much, with 92 aboard. And then the United Airlines that left from Boston and hit the other World Trade Center tower was United's 175. I don't have a figure on how many on board it. The flight that went into the Pentagon was American Airlines Flight 77, bound Washington Dulles to Los Angeles. There were 64 people aboard it, and the United Airlines flight that went down south of Pittsburgh was United's Flight 93, and there's no number on the number of passengers on it. But again, you have 4 flights known to have been hijacked, known to have crashed, and no flights at the moment that are outstanding that we know of.
Bob, that the crash that you just mentioned near Pittsburgh, I just want to say that that is a United flight that was en route from Newark to San Francisco. Is that accurate?
That's what I have, and I've heard it two ways. It's Newark to San Francisco. I heard one report that there was an intermittent stop, that it was to make at Washington's Reagan National, but that's not confirmed, so it might be erroneous.
Yeah, United is now confirming that, apparently, Robert. We also have a report from the mayor of Cleveland, Michael White, saying that a Boeing 767 out of Boston made an emergency landing at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport because of concerns that may have a bomb on board, but no confirmation of
We
that.
also have, just because I have a personal friend who was flying from Kennedy to Los Angeles this morning, that plane was diverted to Kansas City. So apparently many planes that were en route to certain locations have made special emergency landings in the wake of this, and because of concerns that there may be more problems aboard more airplanes.
And what happens, unfortunately, in situations like this, if the terrorists themselves don't call in to say that there's a bomb on board, you have the twisted minds of other people who call in and say, well, by the way, there's a bomb on board that flight. So it is chaos in the skies for those flights that were already in the air. Other flights have been grounded. This country has been immobilized in terms of where its attention now is focused on New York City and Washington, D.C., the tragedies in Pittsburgh as well. No air travel, no financial markets. All national monuments are being evacuated. The president has been rushed back to Washington, D.C. The Pentagon has been attacked by an airliner, in effect, and on Capitol Hill, code red. The Speaker of the House was taken to a very secure area because he's third in line succession to the President of the United States. We are, as we have been saying this morning, in a state of war with terrorism.
And as a result, the Army has been placed at ThreatCon Delta. That means that armed personnel will be guarding U.S. installations, not only here in the United States, but in other parts of the world. You're looking at the southern tip of Manhattan Island here in New York City, and for so many years we've come accustomed to seeing the World Trade Center standing there in the background behind the Empire State Building that you see in the foreground. Those two towers no longer stand after a terrorist attack this morning. NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat,
Matt,
can you hear me?
if we are, yes, I can, Matt. If there is a war against terrorism that started, rather ongoing right now, it started here at about 8:45 this morning, as you described, a big hole in the skyline at the southern end, the southern tip of Manhattan Island, where the two World Trade Center towers have stood for the last 25 years, 110 stories high. They are no longer there. Just moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department, who was obviously one of the first people here on the scene after those two planes were crashed into the side, we assume, of the World Trade Center towers, which used to be behind me over there. Chief Albert Turry told me that he was here just literally 10 or 15 minutes after the events that took place this morning. That is the first crash. He said that at one point he had roughly 10 alarms. That would equate to roughly 200 to 225 New York City firefighters who were in the building. This was after the crash, trying to rescue civilians who were in there. Now, earlier this morning on the Today Show, we spoke to the director of the World Trade Center. He said that at that hour of the morning, you could have upwards of 10,000 people in each of those towers. That would be 20,000 people total in each tower. The chief of safety, as I said, chief safety of the Fire Department of New York City, told me that shortly after 9 o'clock, he had roughly 10 alarms, roughly 200 men in the building trying to effect rescues of some of those civilians who were in there, and that basically he received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place, and then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building. One of the secondary devices he thinks that took place after the initial impact was, he thinks, may have been on the plane that crashed into one of the towers. The second device he speculates, was probably planted in the building. So that's what we have been told by Albert Turry, who is the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department. He told me that just moments ago. Now, we are continuing to hear explosions we are continuing to hear explosions here downtown. And what we've been told by some of the fire officials is that there are some gas lines that occasionally are exploding down there, because obviously, as you can imagine, there are a lot of open gas lines down in the southern part of Manhattan where the World Trade Center towers used to be. As far as the situation right here, basically what we have are hundreds of New York City firefighters and other New York City rescue units who are massed here. There is a cordon down just down there. We are not sure, to be honest, if some rescue workers have tried to go beyond that point as yet. When we spoke to the head of the Port Authority Police, that would be the organization that is in charge of the World Trade Center building itself, the Port Authority Police chief told us that they were at that point, about, I'd say 40 minutes ago, about to make a decision on whether or not it was safe to send emergency workers back in there. But the bottom line is that according to the chief of safety of the New York City Fire Department, he says that he probably lost a great many men in those secondary explosions, and he said that there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people in those two towers when the explosions took place. He said everything above the 60th floor was extremely difficult to get to, as you can imagine.
Pat Dawson.
Back to you.
Pat Dawson, thanks very much. We have some videotape, I understand, that we're going to show you from the West Bank. These are Palestinian celebrations in the wake of Tuesday's terror attacks in the United States. Apparently, Palestinians took to the street chanting, "God is great." People were throwing candy, distributing candy to passersby. The U.S. government obviously has become increasingly unpopular, particularly in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, because Palestinians feel that the U.S. government has sided with Israel. One man, Nawal Abdel Fattah, wearing a long black dress, threw sweets in the air, saying, actually that's a woman, pardon me, saying she was happy because, quote, America is the head of the snake. America always stands by Israel in its war against us. Meanwhile, Yasser Arafat emerged to speak with reporters, the head of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He said, "We are completely shocked. It's unbelievable. We completely condemn this very dangerous attack, and I convey my condolences to the American people, to the American president, and to the American administration, not only in my name, but on behalf of the Palestinian people."
And this comes on a day, Katie, in which obviously there's been a steady deterioration of the situation in the Middle East, but Shimon Peres was to meet today with Yasser Arafat in the West Bank. There has been some criticism of the Bush administration for not getting more involved in the peacemaking efforts in the Middle East in the past few weeks from within the Republican Party as well.
Because it has gotten increasingly volatile.
It has. There's been a steady escalation of violence, incursions by Israelis into Palestinian towns and declaring martial law and then pulling back. And everyone thought that the bomb was ticking in the Middle East. No one expected anything of these kinds of consequences to be visited upon this country in this horrific way that we have been witness to today. It is one more example, as we have been saying this morning, of events in far-off places that have such an enormous impact here, because the United States is, in the eyes of so many people who are opposed to our system of government and our alliances, is the devil incarnate. And today this is a very sophisticated, very cold-blooded, very widespread attack carried out with the most chilling kind of efficiency on several of the great nerve centers of our system of government and our way of life.
And we're talking about perhaps thousands of casualties. What's one thing that's very frustrating about reporting this story is we know that many, many people were inevitably very seriously hurt or killed in these explosions. We have 4 aircraft full of people, obviously, that were involved in these incidents, and an untold number of people who were in the World Trade Center at the time, in the surrounding area, and of course those individuals at the Pentagon as well.
And you can only hope that in the time between the actual collision, the planes hitting the towers, and the time it took for those buildings to collapse, that large numbers of people were able to get down the stairs. You'd have to assume that power in the building was probably disrupted. Elevators may not have been usable, that they were able to get down smoke-filled stairways to safety before both of those towers collapsed.
And as Pat Dawson just said, though, from the 60th floor up, It was very, very, very difficult. And there are 110 floors in the Twin Towers each in the World Trade Center. So you're talking about 50 floors, if his estimate is correct, of people. Now, the first explosion did occur at 8:42 in the morning. Some people might not have been at work yet, but many people here in New York, a workaholic town, get to work early, particularly those who are watching the markets, the overseas markets, and this is the financial center of the United States and, of course, of New York City as well.
Yeah, we have hesitated to use specific numbers, but Mayor Giuliani is saying it's a horrendous number of lives lost, and it could be in the thousands.
We want to go now to Ray Kelly, who's a former police commissioner here in New York City. Mr. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, after the terrorist attack in 1993 on the World Trade Center, security was beefed up, but there's nothing that could have been done to prevent this kind of an attack, it seems.
No, it appears that nothing could be done. And, of course, events in 1993 pale in comparison to this. This is a horrific event. As the mayor said, that appears to be thousands of casualties. And New York City emergency services, I believe, are the best in the world. But something like this, of course, could overwhelm any emergency service. But I think there is, I guess, some consolation to say that they are the best. And unfortunately, we don't know how many of them have been injured or perhaps killed.
Let me ask you a question about that, Ray. Is it true that the Center for New York Emergency is housed at the World Trade Center?
Yes, that is true. It was shifted there a few years ago. It was up on the one of the, I think about the 7th or 8th floor in one of those buildings. And again, in hindsight, perhaps that shouldn't have been done, but it was a state-of-the-art facility, no question about it.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that facility, if you could, Ray. I mean, what specifically is it designed to do?
It's designed to coordinate. You have 40,000 police officers. You have a fire department with the emergency service, EMS component of about 15,000 people. The purpose of that facility was to coordinate activities in the event of emergencies. And again, it had state-of-the-art communications equipment. And it's something that it's just unfortunate as to where it was located. But there are temporary headquarters. New York City has several of them, and mobile temporary headquarters that I'm sure they're operating out of now.
At the same time, it must be fairly chaotic without the use of that center to coordinate the efforts.
Well, I guess everything is chaotic right now, but the emergency vehicles, I think New York City has a lot of major events, and they coordinate most of those events outside of that center. That center has kind of an oversight responsibility for a lot of the events. The coordination is done on the scene. Mm-hmm. So they practice doing that.
And Ray, I mean, obviously the problem here is not only do police officers and law enforcement and rescue people have to respond to what's happened at the World Trade Center, but also a large number have to fan out to make sure that nothing occurs at other landmark buildings throughout the city.
That's true, and of course services have to be provided throughout the city. The normal police and fire services, the rest of the city, 320 square miles, have to be covered by emergency services. So it is indeed a tremendous challenge.
Ray, you've been in the middle of these kinds of episodes when you were the police commissioner in '93 during the attack. Your whole life has been dedicated to law enforcement and national security matters. But aren't you stunned by the magnitude of this attack and the complete surprise of it all?
Yes, and the complexity of it. And I think we've relied for years on the relative lack of sophistication on the part of terrorist organizations. We've been very lucky, no question about it. We've had fairly good intelligence information, but then again, we knew nothing about the World Trade Center bombing before it happened. We had terrorists cross into our borders just before the millennium, December 14th of 1999. You can't predict these things. I am surprised, again, at the level of coordination and sophistication of these attacks.
Ray, what kind of game plan is in place? Obviously, following the bombing of the World Trade Center, officials really sat up and took notice and knew that this kind of attack, perhaps not of this magnitude, but another terrorist attack was possible. So what kind of game plan was put in place?
Well, there's tremendous reliance on intelligence gathering. Certainly the FBI and CIA work more closely now than ever in communicating with each other and gathering information with the NSA. The FBI has set up counterterrorism task forces throughout the country. There's now, I believe, 23 of them. New York City was the first. And indeed, that was the entity that did the investigation of the World Trade Center bombing in 1993. There's a lot more awareness now than there was in 1993, quite frankly, but obviously didn't prevent a terrible tragedy like this.
All right. Well, Ray Kelly, former New York Police Commissioner. Mr. Kelly, thanks very much for talking with us this morning. We're going to go now to Washington, to Campbell Brown, who is across the street from the White House, which, as we mentioned, has been evacuated. Campbell, what's the latest?
Well, Katie, we're not actually sure at the moment if where exactly the president is right now. He was in Florida this morning. We understand that he was told about the situation while he was in a holding room at the Booker Elementary School, where he was scheduled to do a reading event. He was was informed by his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, by telephone while he was in that holding room of the first incident when the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center. He was actually reading to children when he heard about the second incident, and that was from Andy Card, his chief of staff, who whispered in the president's ear while he was reading to children. We are told by White House officials that he is planning to convene a national security meeting of all of his top advisors. We do know that National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and other key officials are now meeting in the Situation Room at the White House. As we mentioned, the rest of the White House has been evacuated. Only key personnel are allowed there. That meeting began about 9:39, we're told, this morning. Everyone else, again, evacuated. One of the questions, Katie, that we're asking right now, given that no one's been informed where the president is, and this is, of course, deliberate, is whether or not the White House will decide to put him on the so-called doomsday plane. This is a special plane designed for the president in the event of a nuclear attack, and it's far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the absolute most advanced electronics, equipment on board. He's able to communicate with anyone at any time and able to command the armed forces from this plane. They're able to refuel it mid-air, and they could essentially keep the president on this plane for an extended period of time. We don't know if that's an option that has been considered or something that they are looking at trying to do right now, or whether or not his plan is to come back here to the White House. The situation where we are now, though, it's fairly desolate because of the evacuation. They've actually pushed the White House staff, evacuated many of the buildings around here, and kept people several blocks away. We're at a hotel just about a block away where we do have a view, but again, only key personnel allowed in the White House at this time. Katie?
All right, Campbell Brown. Campbell, thank you very much for that update, and please keep us posted as things develop there.
Katie, joining us on the phone now is the governor of the state of New York, George Pataki. Governor, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, we're looking at some just devastating pictures of Lower Manhattan, similar pictures at the Pentagon in Washington, and another incident in Pittsburgh. Just first of all, your reaction.
Well, it's just a horrible, horrible day. It's an attack upon America, an attack upon New York, and we have to respond longer term to make sure we protect ourselves. But right now, we have to deal with this crisis and try to help the people who are still trapped, still at risk. And we've mobilized our National Guard and statewide fire and emergency services teams, and we're communicating and working with the city, and everything we can do to try to provide support is being done.
After the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, I mean, was there a sense that some of the vulnerability had been eliminated through security measures? I mean, obviously no one can predict an airliner or two airliners crashing into these buildings, but was there some sense that security had been shored up?
You know, you do everything you can. You make sure that people don't get into the towers without being inspected. You make sure that people can't park under the towers, but you just can't be prepared for a plane to fly into one of the towers or two planes to fly into the towers. It's a horrible, horrible situation. Our heart goes out to all those whose families are at risk, and we're just going to do everything we can to respond and be supportive and helpful to
Obviously, the loss of life is the primary concern right now in helping those who've been injured. But if you will, at least talk to me a little bit about the other impact of this building. This is, for example, as Tom and Katie and I have pointed out, the world financial center, the hub of finances in the world, if not at least here in the United States. What type of damage has been done to the financial infrastructure of this country?
The economic impact is something we can talk about as the days unfold. Right now, we still have to focus on making sure we save as many people as possible, help those who are injured, help with an orderly removal of the people who are leaving downtown and leaving the city. We're going to focus on that and be concerned about what may or may not be the economic consequences once the immediate crisis has passed.
All right, do you have plans to get down to this area?
Yes, I'm in the city, and I've been in touch with the mayor, and we're going to be continuing to do everything we can.
Governor, what about other emergency procedures for the city of New York in the next several days in terms of what's going to remain shut down and so on? A lot of people have this as a destination. A lot of people, millions of people live here.
Tom, right now we do have limited service out of the city. We have both the Metro North and Long Island Railroad running out. We have the George Washington Bridge open. The tunnels are shut for security reasons. We're not having traffic other than emergency traffic come into the city. And I think at this point it would be extremely unlikely that we're going to have many people coming into the city tomorrow. We're going to be continuing to try to deal with the horrendous situation downtown.
Thank you very much, Governor. I know it's been a long and difficult day, and it will go on for you and for all New Yorkers for a long, long time, unfortunately.
Well, our prayers are with the families and the people whose lives are still at risk.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you.
We want to go now, Matt, to Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon. Jim, a lot of these flights were transcontinental flights, heavily loaded not only with passengers but with fuel.
That's right, Tom, and we just learned a few moments ago that the U.S. Navy is dispatching a couple of aircraft carriers from Norfolk, the JFK and the George Washington. One will be stationed off of New York. The other will be stationed in the Atlantic as close to Washington, D.C. as they can get. They'll be there to provide any possible military support that may be needed, including flying any kind of air cover should there be any additional warnings of any further terrorist attempted attacks. Now, as we stood here this morning, you can see the smoke is still billowing. The smoke just in the past few minutes has changed from black to white, a strong indication that they're throwing more water on the fire, as we saw from other vantage points. But the priority now is to get the fire under control. A casualty count is impossible at this point, Tom. As you've seen from the earlier pictures, the plane opened a huge wide gash in the side of the building. We're being told between the 4th and the 5th corridors. It smashed through the E and D rings, and people who were in that area tell me that debris and parts of the plane actually penetrated deep all the way into the B ring. There are 5 rings, A through E, and it entered in the E ring, so it plowed through a number of the rings. The priority now, as I said, is accounting for the casualties. Medevac helicopters have been flying in and out. You hear the ambulances. Occasionally, we've even seen F-16s flying low routes around the Pentagon and over Washington, D.C., flying those CAPs or air patrol missions that are usually flown in combat. But to see 2 aircraft carriers moved in locations off the United States to provide air cover, Tom, I mean, that's the kind of thing you normally see in a war zone.
Mick, can you tell me, was that a chosen randomly where they hit the Pentagon? Can you tell us what the function of those people in that particular ring was, where it was hit?
Well, it's interesting because a number of people, and this really wasn't sarcastic, but they said, well, they hit on the wrong side, because just the opposite side of the building, of course, you have the offices of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld. We were on that side of the building when the plane hit. We felt the building shake, the windows rattle, and looking outside immediately saw people on the run. There was pandemonium in the hallways. Now that section of the Pentagon, I thought at first when it was described to me that it may have hit in an area where some of the special operations offices are located. The Assistant Secretary for Special Operations is located near there, but the plane actually hit maybe about 60 to 70 feet to the right of that location. In that part of the building, there's it's very near a mall area, actually, where they have a shopping area for Pentagon employees. After all, there are 25 to 30,000 employees in there on any given day. And also in that part of the building, you had many Navy personnel, many reserve personnel. I bumped into many Army personnel who are adjacent to that. They think everybody's all right. The Navy people I talked to said they still had a few people that were unaccounted for. But again, it's going to be impossible to tell exactly what the casualty count is in there until they get that fire under control.
Matt.
All right, Jim Mikoszewski outside the Pentagon, thanks very much. Joining us now is General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of all forces in the Persian Gulf War. General Schwarzkopf, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Obviously, you've seen the footage, I'm sure, of the Pentagon and of southern Manhattan. We haven't seen much footage outside Pittsburgh. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, you know, it's a very, very sad day for this country. It's really a sad day for the world as far as I'm concerned, and your heart goes out to all those families, and your prayers go out to all those people who lost their lives.
We are fighting a war now, it seems, a terrorist war here in this country. The question is, how do we go about fighting it, General?
Well, you know, that's one of those easy questions to ask and one of those very tough questions to answer. The deterrence against terrorists is almost impossible because these are people who could care less about their own survival. And normally deterrence is just says, you know, you hit me and we hit you back harder. And in this case, these people don't care whether they lose their lives or not, and therefore it makes it doubly tough to deter. The fact is that the world is getting smaller, and you know, terrorism has come to our shores because we have the ability to span oceans and great distances in a very short time.
Yeah, General, have you been able to talk to anyone at the Pentagon and get some updates on who may have been injured or lost?
No, I mean, the information that I've heard is basically what you all have, and that's it. You know, they didn't hit the very critical parts, and therefore maybe we don't have as many casualties there. But when you look at what happened at the World Trade Center and the number of casualties that they probably have there, it's just horrendous.
General Schwarzkopf, hi, it's Katie. I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously you've been in the military for a long, long time. Have you ever heard, or is this a method of destruction that the U.S. military was aware of and had concerns about, where they would actually, hijackers would use a plane as a flying bomb?
Well, Katie, you know, Tom Clancy wrote a book about just that. Several years ago, he wrote a book about a Japanese pilot crashing his 747 directly into the Capitol building and wiping out the national government. And so it's not something that's new. Obviously, what's kind of shocking is we thought we had good protection against hijacking of aircraft, and what's very apparent today is that something needs to be done about that if this many aircraft can be hijacked
Meaning
at the same time.
Meaning security at airports across the country, General?
Well, that and many other measures that could be taken, but I mean, it's kind of frightening when you consider the number of aircraft that were simultaneously hijacked and apparent with, I can't say with apparent ease, I don't know, but it did in fact happen, and that's kind of frightening in itself.
Well, also, General Tom Brokaw here, the failure of intelligence here. I know it's always easy to say that at this point, but this is a very sophisticated and obviously widespread, complex operation that was planned. It was very tightly held in the most sophisticated way.
Yeah, Tom, but you and I both know that getting inside the intelligence, getting inside a terrorist group is probably the most difficult type of penetration that you can do. I mean, you've got to have somebody on the inside that can let you know what's going on, and that's not always the easiest thing to do in this type of terrorist organization.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. We'll be back in touch with you throughout the day as we get more information. We'd love to get your oversight on all of this if we can.
Okay, Tom.
Well, let's go to Paul Bremer now, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who's the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism. Mr. Ambassador, do we have any idea whatsoever who may be responsible for this?
Well, as you were just saying, we have a massive intelligence failure and a huge security failure that's going to have to be looked into. Analytically, there probably are 4 possible candidates. There's the Osama bin Laden al-Qaeda group that you've been talking about. There is the possibility of a Middle Eastern group such as Hezbollah or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad conducting an attack like this. And there are at least 2 states which at least are capable of such an attack, and that would be Iran and Iraq. So you have probably not more than 4 suspects.
How do we begin to find out who is responsible?
Well, the good news is that the hijacking 4 airplanes is a very complicated operation. Even hijacking 1 is complicated. And they will have left some trail behind them. They will have had to have checked in. They will have had to have purchased tickets either under their name or alias names. They will have had to have showed pieces of identity. There will be a trail that will lead back from the hijackers at some point to the perpetrators. It may take some time, but we'll get there.
You're an expert on national security matters, Ambassador. How is this country going to have to change?
Well, I think it's one of those great challenges of fighting terrorism is to find the balance between being tempted to overreact, but also being absolutely certain, as the President said this morning, that people understand we're not going to take this sitting down. And I think once the perpetrators have been identified, and I believe they will be, the United States will have to retaliate with the full force of its military as hard as it possibly can. This is an act of war. It's an act of war that some have described as a domestic Pearl Harbor. In many ways, it's worse than Pearl Harbor. I think we will probably find the casualties are going to be higher than they were at Pearl Harbor. In Pearl Harbor, we knew immediately who had done it, and we therefore knew what the return address was. It was Japan. Here, we have higher casualties, less certainty as to where the attack came from, and therefore a more difficult response. But there must be a very strong military response to this act of war.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Paul Bremer, who is a longtime colleague of Henry Kissinger and a veteran of national security affairs in this country. This is routine in times like this. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan has condemned what he called the terrorist attack, saying this is a terrorist act. We strongly condemn as the Taliban have given shelter to the Saudi militant Osama bin Laden, of course, and he's been accused by the United States in the past of masterminding these kinds of attacks. So they're at least on the record from a rhetorical point of view of saying we had nothing to do with this.
Let's go to Martin Fletcher, NBC's Martin Fletcher, Tom, who is in Israel right now. Martin, tell me the reaction by the Israelis to this, of course, turn of events here in the United States.
Well, of course, everybody has been very, very quick to express complete solidarity with the United States. The Israelis, of course, are very experienced in these kind of things. They've offered to send all their emergency help they can to the United States. They've also, by the way, just closed the Israeli airspace just in case things do spread. But among the Palestinians, a different reaction. Yasser Arafat immediately expressed complete horror, condemned the attacks completely, but on the same time, in some places on the streets, in the Palestinian towns, there's been rather strong expressions of support, of delight even. There were 3,000 Palestinians took to the streets, we're told, in the West Bank city of Nablus, and smaller demonstrations also in East Jerusalem, Tulkarm, Bethlehem, other Palestinian towns in support of the bombers. Happy of these few Palestinians at what has happened. But of course, that's just, we don't know how widespread that is, but there have been some clear support, demonstrations of support for the bombings.
But Martin, we should point out...
But I must stress, the Palestinian leader, I should stress that Palestinian leaders all condemn totally the bombings.
We should put into some perspective for us, if you could, Martin, how displeased many Palestinians are with the United States right now about their feelings that somehow the U.S. is siding more with Israeli and what's going with the Israelis in terms of what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, there's complete support across the board belief among Palestinians that the United States and Israel are one. That the United States is together with Israel in the situation here in Israel and the West Bank. They believe the United States completely supports Israel and therefore deserves to some kind of attacks against the United States. There have been many calls here, especially in recent weeks, by the way, in some of the Palestinian media, for attacks against the United States. So there is a great feeling of anger, a great belief that America supports Israel, and a great belief also that Israel, without American support, could not be as aggressive in its retaliation against Palestinian suicide attacks as it is. So
but Martin, that's really
a feeling, strong feeling.
I was just going to say, Martin, that sentiment. I was just going to say that sentiment is really nothing new. Has it been exacerbated in recent weeks in terms of how the Bush administration has been dealing with the Mideast?
I think it has been exacerbated because throughout the last 11 months of the fighting, there was always a feeling among Palestinian leaders that the worse the fighting got, the more likely it would be that the United States administration would intervene, would try to help impose a solution on the Palestinians and the Israelis. The Palestinians have always wanted an international force to get involved, believing that's the only way to really get to a solution, an imposed solution. And what they're seeing from Washington is, if anything, President Bush backtracking from that, making it rather clear in several statements from American leaders that Israel and the Palestinians should get on with it, and that until there's a real possibility of peace talks, America won't get involved. That's the belief of Palestinians. But of course, I just want to stress that this Palestinian anger, we don't know that has anything to do, of course, with what happened today.
All right. Thank you, Martin Fletcher, in Israel this morning, this
We have
afternoon.
I was going to say we have a couple of other developments that we ought to share with everyone. Ripple effect seems like an understatement. The U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada now have been closed. White House sources are saying all principals in the White House, senior Bush advisors, and officials like the Vice President and the President himself are either in the Situation Room or in bomb shelters. They will not say exactly where the President is, except to say that he is safe. There have been comparisons to Pearl Harbor this morning. 2,400 people were killed in Pearl Harbor on that attack on December 7, 1941. It is likely that the death toll today will be higher. The political magnitude of this is yet to be fully calibrated as well, but as we have been saying throughout the day, this is a new form of warfare against the United States.
And as Ambassador Bremer said, in that case, we had the return address.
Right.
It's still certainly unclear and may remain unclear who was responsible for these absolutely horrendous attacks.
Christian Martin is a producer for Dateline NBC, and he joins us now. Christian, you were obviously down in the area based on your appearance, and I understand you shot some video while you were down there. First of all, tell me how close to the buildings you were.
I was probably about 2 to 3 blocks away, and they were moving most of the folks back. Near me were probably 20 or 30 cops and emergency personnel, and at this point we were thinking, wow, and then suddenly this cloud started moving real fast, as you can see, and it was a dead sprint for about 20 of us. I found the corner, the cloud blew me into a car across the street. I crawled under a car. You could hear, it was pitch black, you could hear chunks of concrete falling all around you.
You were under a car?
I got blown into a car and then crawled under a car.
How difficult was it to breathe at that point?
Very difficult. It was probably pitch black for about 2 minutes. I was covering my mouth. It was, for a while you didn't hear anything, and then you heard a lot of moans and groans. You know, that it was really just a canyon, and the entire force of the blast came shooting down it much faster than you would imagine. As you watched it fall, you thought.
You say you heard moans and groans. Did you see many of the injured around you when the dust finally settled somewhat so that you could get out from under the car?
I was really kind of in shock and stumbled around for a little bit. You could see that there were some people there. Everybody that was in the area was pretty affected. There was no emergency personnel helping anybody. Everybody that was there was in pretty bad shape at the moment. And as I started to wander farther and farther away from it, you could see more people coming. The cops and the firemen down there were just incredible, and you know, probably still are down there. So.
Obviously, it was a very frightening situation for you to be in. Did you have any idea? I mean, were they anticipating that because of the size of the hole in this building, that the whole building might come crashing down?
That wasn't my sense. I mean, it was obviously a terrible tragedy, but I felt that I was down in Oklahoma City about 3 hours after that blast happened, and I felt that things were beginning to ramp down. That the emergency, obviously there was a lot of tragedy going on, but I felt like the cops and the firemen were sort of beginning to get the situation under control. They were moving everybody back. By and large, the streets were cleared. There was a lot of emergency tape, and then when that started, we were all surprised. You can hear the voices saying, "Move back." I mean, there were a lot of people on the street.
Did you see the triage units at work and people being helped in the immediate vicinity? Because one of our first concerns when this happened was, what about the people who were outside the building who were in serious
Yeah,
shape?
I mean, I don't know what was going on right in the immediate area. I assume there were, I hope there was no one around. As I said, I sort of stumbled away from it, and by the time I got 3 or 4 blocks away and the air cleared enough so that you could see, we were then all being pushed away. But, I mean, you could still see the remains of the plane crash from earlier that day. I mean, I shot some video of a huge airplane wheel. There were body parts, you know, all over West Street. I mean, it was insane down there.
Well, Christian, thanks so much for coming by. We're glad you're safe, of course, as well. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to Washington, where Bob Hager is standing by with more information. Bob.
Katie, the word now on these air crashes is there's 266 dead total. That's the rough addition at the moment in the hijacking of 4 planes. 2 of them were United airliners and 2 American airliners. 2 out of the 4, by the way, I'm getting my own voice coming back to me in my ear if somebody can help me on that. 2 of them were American, 2 United airliners. 2 of the 4 took off from Boston, 1 from Newark. one from Washington, Dulles. 2 of those planes went into the World Trade Center, 1 went into the Pentagon, and 1 crashed in rural Pennsylvania. There are 50 flights that are still in the air at this point. That is 50 commercial flights. The FAA has put what they call a ground hold on all flights in the U.S. So 50 of those flights are still in the air. That means that virtually everybody's landed at this point, and if there's any good news in any of this, they say that at the moment none of those planes appear to be hijacked or in trouble. And they're all very close to landing now, within 40 or 50 miles of an airport, their airport where they intend to land. So that should put them on the ground in the next half hour or so.
Bob, I just want to ask you, Bob, have many of those planes been diverted? In other words, are they reaching their destinations, or are they having emergency or premature landings elsewhere?
Yeah, there is nothing on that. They left it to the discretion of the pilots. They said if you want to go on to your landing, unless you're going to land in New York or Washington, go ahead to your landing if you want to, or you can divert if you choose to do that. So New York and Washington were the only 2 that were closed to incoming flights. I'm now told that there are 22 international flights still in the air. So we have 50 domestic commercial flights still in the air, 22 international flights still in the air, none of those believed to be in trouble, so that it's been more than 2 hours now since the last of these crashes, and hopefully if that word is correct from the FAA, then we've seen the last of this.
Bob,
Again,
I was just going to mention, Peter Greenberg, our travel editor, had an interesting observation that perhaps the airlines that or planes that were chosen were because they had the most fuel. They were planning to travel across country most of those flights. Can you weigh in on that?
It is curious that 3 out of these 4 flights were bound for Los Angeles. They were 757s and 767s.
And the other to San Francisco.
Yeah, but none of them had to fly long distances because the 2 crashes in New York, let's see, those planes came from Boston, and from the second tower crash was, both of those flights were from Boston, the 2 crashes into the World Trade Center towers, and then the crash here in Washington into the Pentagon was a takeoff from Washington Dulles, so that's very close by, and the crash that happened in rural Pennsylvania was a takeoff from Newark Airport, so that was not a terribly long distance.
So I think what Katie's getting to, Bob, is that the planes were loaded with a lot of fuel because they were anticipating a long flight, and perhaps they were chosen because of the damage that fuel would do on impact.
Well, that could be a factor, yes, because you would imagine that a plane with a whole lot of fuel would make a lot bigger explosion than one that was had only a limited amount of fuel left.
All right, Bob Hager in Washington. Bob, thank you very
Sure.
much. So now we know from Bob that there are 266 people dead as a result of those 4 planes. Obviously, this is an unspeakable tragedy for so many families throughout the country, not to mention all the lives lost here in New York City and at the Pentagon. But again, American Airlines Flight 11, American Airlines Flight 77, United Airlines Flight 175, and United Airlines Flight 93. Both American Airlines flights, I understand, were en route from Boston to Los Angeles. The United Airlines flight, one from Newark to San Francisco, and the second from Washington, D.C., actually from Dulles International Airport in Virginia to Los Angeles as well. If you need any information about a loved one on board, these are the following numbers you should call: 1-800-245-0999 or 1-800-932-8555. Those numbers, the first one for American Airlines, the second one for United.
And of course, what we don't know about those flights is what happened in the cockpit. That had to be the worst kind of terror, because they were able to force the plane, 2 of the planes into the World Trade Center and then 1 into the Pentagon. Did they take over controls? Did they shoot the pilot and the co-pilot? Did they have a gun at their head and force them to do this? We don't know, and we don't know whether there's any radio traffic to describe what may have been going on at that time. There's just been one report that they knew there was a hijacking, and they were citing radio traffic at that time. So this only adds to the horror that I think everyone is beginning to feel across this country today. Clearly. About what they try to imagine what has been going on. And it is just beginning, I suspect, for a lot of people to fully sink in about what we're going through. And we are just halfway through this day, and it's going to be a long day and a long week and many months to come as we continue to deal with this. So there's going to be a test of this country, and we're going to have to steel ourselves for some very difficult decisions
Clearly,
ahead.
this was a suicide mission of enormous magnitude, and of course, we heard speculation from Pat Dawson at the scene that there might have even been a secondary bomb on board the aircraft, although who knows what kind of explosion would occur if a plane actually crashes in a building that's 110 stories high.
Is it too much to ask? Do we still have that identified? We're not going to do this in a gratuitous way, but to give you an idea of what happened, we have an astonishing piece of videotape of the second plane going into the World Trade Center, and you can see it coming from right to left across the screen. We'll try to play that for you in slow motion. There it is, first real time, and now let's just back it up for a moment and we'll play it in slow-mo so that you can see that in fact it was an airliner.
And when you saw the impact from a different angle, you saw the plane hit one side of the building and then you saw parts of the other side of the building blowing out. So you can only imagine how far that plane traveled through the building on impact. And keeping in mind that we want to talk about the location here, southern tip of Manhattan, Newark Airport, probably what, Tom, as the crow flies, 10 miles
maybe
to the west and south. Kennedy Airport, another 10 miles maybe to the east. LaGuardia Airport, just to the east as well and slightly north. So air traffic, obviously, it's a congested area, although that was restricted airspace. No planes fly that close to New York City.
Landing gear at the bottom is somewhere in lower Manhattan. It was December 7th, 1941, actually the next day, that FDR said this is a day that shall live in infamy. We are living through another day of infamy for this country.
That was some videotape that was taken by our producer, our Dateline producer, Christian Martin, who was at the scene, Tom, right before that tower collapsed. I'm not sure if he was there before the first tower collapsed or the second tower. I believe it was the first tower. And as we saw, as you mentioned, airline debris, and apparently Christian saw some very grisly things on the scene.
Well, it turns out that President Bush has been diverted to Barksdale Air Force Base, which we believe is in Louisiana, and we expect to hear from him shortly. He has been taken to a secure area. There were reports that he would be taken back to Washington, to Andrews Air Force Base. We've been talking about the secure facilities that are available there to him in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Actually, the briefing room in the White House itself is secure, but they've decided to divert him, obviously, to an Air Force base, and he will be addressing the nation shortly. You have in your nation's capital now F-16s flying CAPs, they're called. These are air cover missions over the nation's capital after the plane went into the Pentagon today. So we have never been witness to anything quite like this in the United States within the continental borders of this country. An active war, nothing less than that. There is your nation's capital. It is effectively evacuated from the Capitol building itself down majestic Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. A crisis of grave proportions on this land, and the President of the United States in his first year in office will be addressing the nation, we're told, before too long.
And we would have to assume this would have been true, but a Navy public affairs spokesman now tells WUSA TV that there are indeed dead inside the Pentagon. We want to go back to lower Manhattan. NBC's Pat Dawson is standing by there with more. Pat?
Matt, hundreds of people, we assume, hundreds of people based on the information that we've gotten from emergency officials here are still in there. Obviously, we don't know their condition. We have not seen anybody coming out in some time. The question really for rescue officials at this point is when they can begin to move large numbers of emergency service units, either firefighters, police, or of any kind, into that area down there. This area you're looking at here, we are probably about 12 blocks north of where the World Trade Center once stood. This area here has been secured off basically for emergency workers and also for the press. If you just beyond those police barricades, about 50 yards beyond me, is as far as we are allowed to go. And then beyond that, as you can see, literally hundreds of firefighters and other emergency workers who are massed down there. They have bulldozers, they have all sorts of ambulances and the like. But we have not seen more than a handful of ambulances coming out of there in the last hour or so. That may be only that they are not using this particular way out. That is, of course, possible. They may be routing them from other directions. We can't say that. But at least from this direction, we have seen only a handful of ambulances coming out of there. And clearly, there have to be a great many people in there who are either injured or dead at this point. We spoke to a Port Authority police officer, a lieutenant who was in the building at the time just a few minutes ago. The Port Authority, we remind you once again, is the agency that runs those two twin towers, as well as the World Trade Center complex and the airports and the tunnels and bridges around New York City. He said that he had been in the building at the time, that he heard the explosions. He said it was a frightening situation, and at one point after the initial crash of those two airliners into the sides of the buildings, when there were fires blazing, he said that he saw at least a couple of people leaping from high floors, obviously because of the fires presumably behind them. Anyone leaping from a height of that, he said probably at least the 30th floor, obviously leaping to their death. There will be a number of horrible stories. We have already heard many of them so far, but at this point we have basically what we have is hundreds of emergency rescue people who are massed here, and we are waiting to hear when they will be able to go in significant numbers. That's the key thing. A handful may go in here and there, but obviously there are most likely large numbers of people who need help, and we are waiting to hear when large numbers of rescue workers will be able to go in. Back to the studio.
All right, Pat Dawson here in Manhattan. Pat, thank you very much. A bulletin has just crossed that says President Bush says U.S. military on high alert at home and abroad. Again, we believe he is being diverted to Louisiana, and we are waiting to hear word from him. He will reportedly address the nation sometime in the next few hours.
I want to go back to Lower Manhattan. Ann Thompson is standing by with more on the story. Ann?
Hi, Matt. Hi, Katie. I was down trying to get to the World Trade Center about 10 o'clock this morning, and I was walking on Broadway at Fullerton, and suddenly we heard an explosion. It was the first tower coming down, and down Broadway you could just see this wall of debris come flying at us, and I was by myself. I took cover in between a column and the building at 195 Broadway. And we stood there I crouched there probably for about a good 5 minutes. It took that long for all the debris to come by, for the air to clear. When I got up, I was covered head to toe with debris. They opened the building. The gates in that building had been locked. They opened the doors. We went inside. They had evacuated this building, which was some 28 floors of commercial space, right after the first plane went into the World Trade Center. We stood in there, you could see outside, it looked like a war zone. Debris, dust, ankle deep, cars on fire, cars turned askew in the explosion. We decided to stay inside. I was there with some firemen and some maintenance workers of this building. We decided to stay in there because it appeared to be safer inside. Then at about 10:30, it looked like everything was all clear. I started to walk out. I walked down Broadway towards Canal, and we heard a second explosion. I ran back into the building. All the chandeliers shook. Again, we were covered with black debris from everywhere. At that point, a fireman came into the building and said we all had to stay in one place. He then told us all to get out of the building because they felt if there was a third explosion that this building would be in danger. And then I walked down Broadway to Canal Street, and it was like walking through something that looked like out of a movie set of a nuclear holocaust. It was nothing but debris and papers and all parts of buildings down and glass.
Can we please move?
I will,
please.
Sir. I will.
Right now, please. Tell the people, please move back.
All right, obviously, Ann Thompson. Ann, thank you very much for that report. Ann's being asked to move her location. Obviously, firefighters and police officers are frantically trying to help those people who have been hurt, who perhaps have not been rescued, or perhaps to retrieve even bodies as a result of this.
So many people in this country obviously in a state of shock over what's happened in several locations, but at times like this you do find people who try to rally to do what they can at St. Vincent's Hospital, which is just south of the World Trade Center, where they've taken a lot of the wounded, 184 patients in total, 10 critical. There are lines now of people who are showing up to donate blood, which is something
heartening in the face of this tragedy. Catherine Hughes is at Virginia Hospital Center, where many of the people who were hurt at the Pentagon, where yet another plane crashed early this morning, is here to tell us what the situation is. Is this the old Arlington Hospital, Catherine?
Yes, it is, Katie.
Can you tell us about the people you're seeing there?
We now have approximately 26 patients. We are expecting more. They're coming in at the moment.
We have called in additional surgeons, nurses, and other staff members to help with this crisis, and we've seen basically a variety of medical issues coming in. We do have some in surgery at this time.
So tell me about the medical issues that these individuals are experiencing, Catherine, if you could.
As I said, there are a variety of medical issues, some severe and some not. We do have some cuts, burns, people coming in with shortness of breath. We took our first person at about 10:35 this morning, and they are coming from the Pentagon area.
Catherine, if you could give us an idea, is this the only area hospital that is treating people who are inside the Pentagon at the time of the crash, or have they been diverted to other hospitals as well?
I don't know that. I know that we have already seen 26, and we currently are receiving patients at this time.
A Navy Public Affairs spokesperson has confirmed, or apparently told a local station in Washington, that people have lost their lives inside the Pentagon. And you expect how many more patients, Catherine?
We're expecting patients. We don't know how many. We are just taking them at this time.
All right. Catherine Hughes at Virginia Hospital Center, formerly known as Arlington Hospital. Catherine, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just to recap where the president was when this occurred, just before 9 o'clock this morning, he was taking part in an education event near Longboat Key, Florida. He was actually, we understand, reading to students down there when he first got word of the first plane crashing into the World Trade Center, and then he was given word that a second plane had crashed into the other tower. He did have a chance to make some comments before heading out of Florida, and here's a sample of what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. I unfortunately will be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Rod Page and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
I want to mention that President Bush is said to have made a couple of other comments. He said that freedom itself was attacked, freedom will be protected, and that the U.S. will hunt down and punish those responsible. Go ahead.
He also said that the U.S. military was on high alert at home and abroad.
Just to update you on the situation, we told you that there had been several international flights en route to the United States. The original plan from the FAA was to divert those to Canada. We now understand that they will be allowed to land in the U.S. The FAA is not saying why they're not going forward with their original plans to divert to Canada, and we don't have any information on the points of origin or the destinations of those 22 planes. NBC's Campbell Brown is standing by in Washington. Campbell?
Well, Matt, what we can tell you is that we do know the president now is at the Barksdale Air Force Base. That's in Shreveport, Louisiana, northern Louisiana. He flew there from Florida, where he was this morning, and it was interesting because in those early minutes, shortly after Air Force One took off from Florida, no one was told within the White House press corps where the president was, where he was going. Our information now is coming from what we call the travel pool. It is one network reporter who is on board the plane with the president. He did make a brief statement. We're waiting to get more on what he said when they landed at Barksdale Air Force Base. We're not sure whether or not he's going to stay there or that they will take the president somewhere else. There are a number of options. Obviously, there's a bunker in Colorado Springs that the military runs. There is the so-called doomsday plane, which is another option. This is an aircraft that is far more sophisticated than Air Force One. It has the most advanced electronic equipment on board where the president could communicate with anyone from that plane. It can stay in the air. It can be refueled in the air. So it is something that was designed and built in the event that there was a nuclear attack, but it is a possible option today if they feel like they need that. Of course, the president, when he was in Florida and initially made those remarks you played a moment ago, he did say he was coming back from Washington, but obviously now they're reevaluating the situation to try to figure out where it may be best for him to operate from. There are a few officials still at the White House now. His National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and other key officials are in the White House. We're told they're operating out of the Situation Room, and that a few areas of the White House have been designated as so-called hard rooms, meaning special Secret Service agents are there guarding the few key people who are needed to stay at the White House. The rest of the White House has been evacuated. But the president is obviously in close contact with his national security team, who is remaining there for the time being. He was informed of this while he was in Florida at an education event this morning of the first incident when the first plane flew into the World Trade Center. He was told by phone by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, while he was in a holding room, while he was about to go out and speak to some elementary school children. Then while he was actually reading to these students, a note was passed him from his chief of staff, Andy Card. In the pictures, you can see the reaction on the president's face, as shocked as the rest of us at what had happened. And his plans immediately changed, initially to come back to Washington, but now, again, the Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, and we'll be waiting further word on where he will go from here and where he will sort of command the military operations, given the situation. Matt?
All right, Campbell, thank you very much. Katie?
Meanwhile, Matt, Cardinal Egan of the New York Archdiocese is joining us now. He has been outside St. Vincent's Hospital here in Manhattan delivering last rites to some of the people who have been brought to that hospital. Your Eminence, thank you for talking with us. Can you tell us or describe the scene for us if you could?
Well, I've been here since the very beginning. We have 184 patients here at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. 10 are critical, and 6 are of the police department or the fire department. So far, 2 have passed away. The situation has been that the doctors and the nurses are waiting outside here. The hospital is completely mobilized, and we believe that we will be able to handle whomever they send. We understand that Bellevue Hospital and St. Vincent's Hospital are the 2 places where they'll be sending the most critically injured, and that they do have triage down closer to the 2 centers. I have to say this, that I've taken care of a lot of people spiritually, anointed a lot of people, and I've no limit to my admiration for what I've seen of the doctors, the nurses, and the staff, and the administration of St. Vincent's Hospital. And I'm told that that is what is to be found throughout this great city of New York. We're addressing this the way New Yorkers address things, with a prayer and with a total commitment to help everyone who is hurting, and especially to make it clear to families and others that we will be doing the very best we can for their loved ones. I have here Dr. Ackerman, if you'd like to speak to him.
Sure, that would be great.
Here he is right now.
Dr. Ackerman, are you an emergency physician there? Dr. Ackerman, it's Katie Couric. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the situation there and how the patients are doing? I know that you have about 184 patients. Is that correct?
That's correct, Katie. And actually, the number is growing as the minutes go on. When the first ambulances came in, there were 10 or 11 people in each of them. Now that the triage centers are set up downtown, we're getting fewer patients at the moment, but we're getting the most critically injured. Severe burns, several heart attacks, multiple traumas, many broken bones. And probably what's most striking is that everyone that's coming is coming full of gray powder from the massive explosions that obviously took place. There are family centers set up here at the medical center. There's a special number that family members can call to try to find out if their loved one is here at St. Vincent's. That's area code 212-604-7285. And the New York City Police Department's working very closely with us. We're very grateful that His Eminence has been here to help us and our staff, and we continue to be prepared. I was here for the last major incident with the World Trade Center, and
this, in my opinion, is many, many times worse.
Well, Dr. Ackerman, do you have enough people on staff to take care of the hundreds of people who are there already and the other people who may be arriving at your hospital?
We are very well staffed right now, Katie. We are a little bit concerned, though, about later in the day. People will obviously wear down the number of traumas that you can handle, that one can handle not only physically but psychologically, and so we're asking all of the people that call us at this point in time to please check with us around 5 or 6 o'clock this evening, because we fear we're going to need another shift of workers to handle the tragedy of this magnitude.
All right, and we heard that people were standing in line to donate blood, and of course that was heartening news for us to hear under the circumstances. Dr. Ackerman, thank you very much. I know you're very, very busy, so we'll let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Katie, we've been showing basically video of New York and the World Trade Centers, or where the World Trade Centers used to be, and of Washington and the Pentagon, and we've forgotten somewhat to remind people that there was the crash of another plane, a fourth plane outside Pittsburgh, about 80 miles from Pittsburgh, and we don't have video of that story at the moment. That's one of the reasons we haven't been talking about it as much, but that's the fourth prong in this terrorist attack on U.S. soil, and it's just information we'll be trying to get as the day progresses.
In fact, we want to just repeat those airline numbers, which is extremely upsetting news for people who had loved ones on these flights, but we want to give you that information. The 4 aircraft involved: American Airlines Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. Then there was American Airlines Flight number 77 from Dulles, Washington Dulles to Los Angeles, and finally United Flight 93, the plane you just referred to that crashed outside of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. It was from Newark en route to San Francisco.
Here are the phone numbers if you'd like to inquire. If you think you had a family member or a loved one on board any of those planes, American Airlines has set up a number at 1-800-245-0999, and United Airlines 1-800-932-8555.
You mentioned that we have not shown shots of Pittsburgh and the United Airlines plane that crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. We have the first shots, pretty shaky video of that airplane that crashed shortly after the 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Tower. At least we got the information. And after that other plane crashed into the Pentagon.
In short, and you really can't put this story into short form, this has been perhaps the most devastating day in American history in terms of terrorism. It certainly has been. 4 separate attacks, obviously coordinated fairly thoroughly. 2 on the World Trade Center here in New York, 1 on the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., a 4th, the hijacking and crash of a plane, as you just saw, outside Pittsburgh. Unclear now as to how many lives have been lost, but the numbers are bound to be staggering as the day progresses.
Aboard those airplanes alone, 266 people have lost their lives. That was confirmed by both United and American Airlines, and we are unclear, as Matt just said, about the perhaps thousands of people who have been killed and certainly injured as a result of what happened in New York City and outside Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. With more, here's Tom.